Tria has undergone a medical procedure, and I do not think she is 100% combat capable. I know she would go whether she was fit or not. I will not take that risk. She means more to me than any number of trinkets we might recover from the derelict ship. I was surprised by Sale's reaction to my revelations. She sat back down next to me with a look of concern. If she has been injured, we should transfer her to my flagship. We have the very latest in medical technology. What is the extent of her injuries, and what type of medical procedure did she undergo? She was not injured. She chose to have a military-grade enhancement. The operative looked puzzled. I know our species are similar, but having human military modifications performed on her seems reckless and foolhardy. You should have denied her request. Now I was the one looking skeptical. I give my crew free choice, and Tria exercised that option. She did not undergo a human procedure. It was an Ularan weaponization protocol. Ularan? Yes. I underwent the procedure, and I am Ularan weaponized. My race has many very competent warriors, but none are as capable as me. Just so you know, the demon you sense in me is a byproduct of the Ularan conditioning. The operative's eyes grew wide, and she jumped up from the bench. She is a fool! We must stop the procedure now! I reached out and grabbed one of Sale's arms. She only had her epidermis, bone, and muscles enhanced, nothing more. Once she is healed, she will be resistant to cuts and abrasions. Her bones can sustain impacts without breakage, and she will be much stronger. Sale sat back down and whispered something unintelligible. I frowned, trying to decipher what she had said. What did you say? She looked me in the eyes. When we were in conflict the first time I met you, I struck you in the head. It was a killing blow. I have killed more than I care to remember with such a strike. I was stunned when you only flinched. Holy shit! I thought she was just trying to knock me out, to shut me up. Since we are being honest with each other, I had every intention of taking your head off with that machine spar. She smiled at me. Had it not been for my enhanced reflexes and the quality of my armor, you might have succeeded. Enhanced reflexes? Yes. We Chalt have a similar military program. It is a closely guarded secret. Ranking field commanders are enhanced to ensure their survivability. Good leadership is hard to come by, so there are some who are modified. I was selected for modification. The procedure is quite painful, and the lingering side effects take considerable getting used to. It is why my physique appears to be not of my gender. Trust me when I say the Ularan procedure is extremely unpleasant. The healing process takes an extended period of time, but there are little to no side effects. Sale made a disturbing noise and said, I would argue the demon that possesses you should be considered an undesirable side effect. The so-called demon was an artifact of the combat training and conditioning downloaded into my implants. It was designed for Ularan soldiers. It was my understanding that the Ularan people were a docile species. They developed the imprinting to meet the cruel threat and to ensure the survivability of their race. You must have been insane to infect yourself with technology you know nothing about. It was not one of my better ideas. But I could also point out I have survived a number of conflicts that I should have never walked away from. Sale just nodded her head in agreement. After the Quill engagement, she knew I could be a murder machine when the beast took over. How much longer will it take to get your armor complete? We should have enough for my crew in another hour or so. I want to act on the outpost intel before we lose the opportunity. As for the derelict ship and the Scrun base, they are not going anywhere. I also think you are correct in stating we will need some serious backup to take down the Scrun base. Yes, the Scrun base does pose a larger risk factor than your other targets. When we exited the system, we left several surveillance drones to monitor the base's activities. There is a possibility we can develop a strike plan based on the traffic patterns in the system. My intelligence teams are crunching the data. If it is revealed there are times of minimal base usage, we can formulate our assault around that time frame. When Clutch and I discovered the base, there was only a single ship in orbit, and a handful of shuttles that were observable. With the right coordination, we might be able to get in and take the base with the SIG's help. Once we free any slaves, and whatever we determine to be of value, we will turn it over to the SIG and let them worry about holding it. The operative stood up, staring at me. I agree with you. Agree with me? Yes. Moving against Iger's clan should be the current priority. The longer you wait, the more likely you will lose that opportunity. It is what I would do. The old warhorse was truly a kindred spirit. She just didn't like not being the one in charge. The more I thought about it, I realized she probably never had anyone jerk her around before either. Sail. I apologize. She snorted. For which of your actions? I frowned and said, I should have never tried to mislead you. She let out a barking laugh. Ha! It is what most primates do. What makes you think you are any different? My frown faded to a smile. You old witch. I will attempt to be more forthcoming in the future. See that you do. I am going to take my ship to the outpost's location and surveil the situation. We will gather intelligence and await your arrival. If a Murloc Warbringer transitions into the system, I will not be standing by waiting for orders from you before I take action. As she was walking away, I called out to her, We will be there as soon as possible. She never turned around and threw all her arms up. I did not know if it was acknowledgement or exasperation. I moved off to check on young Felix's progress on our armor. Justice called to me. Commander, I have moved Tria to your quarters. Thank you, Justice. Please keep me posted. Looking over at the replicator, I could see the stacks of crates and supplies were less than before. When the engineer completed his task, I would have Jaren and the scientists build a dedicated enclosure around the replicator. I would have them make half of it a warehouse for our supply of materials and the other half the production floor. I would let Felix have a hand in the design and tell him to build his private quarters inside as well. When I stepped around the pile of crates, I could see 4 large, black, pulsating blobs where our armor once stood. They were encapsulated in Justice's mechanical nanite extrusions. Felix stood staring with an incredulous look on his face. When he noticed me approaching, he met me halfway. Mr. Myers, your AI is hampering my work by barring me from my final inspection. If it continues, I will disavow the validity of my work, and the responsibility will be placed on the AI to ensure quality control. Felix, you have done well. Justice will take responsibility for the armor from this point forward. I know you have been working very hard with little to no rest. Take some time off, and when you are rested, I want you to submit a design for a building enclosure for the replicator that will include your personal quarters. Submit it to the scientists for any additions they might feel it will need. When you feel the design is satisfactory, turn it over to Justice so he can verify my final approval. This seemed to mollify the Zane, and he headed to the lifts. Justice, what is the status of the armor? Commander, I must commend the young engineer for his precision execution of my designs. His meticulous attention to detail is brilliant. He is a worthy addition to your team. Hopefully, his bouts of immaturity will quickly pass when he realizes the importance of his new duties. So, I take that as meaning we can confidently go into combat knowing the suits will perform as designed? Commander, all of my system checks indicate you will notice no significant difference from the previous model battle armor. As for the additional weapons, my subsystem will ensure seamless integration. Is Eagle 2 loaded aboard the Legacy and ready for combat? Yes, Commander. All systems are optimal, and dead core operations are available for immediate use after our departure from Alpha Base. Tria's status? She is recovering surprisingly well. Her chalt physiology is adapting quickly. She will experience some discomfort from the bone lamination process, but shows very little system stress from the other procedures. In your opinion, will she be combat capable? I suggest you ask her yourself. She wishes to speak with you when you are available. Thank you, Justice. Please alert the crew that we will depart when our loadout is complete. Better give the scientists a heads up on our plans as well. Roger that, Commander. ETD is 1 hour and 40 minutes. I made my way to the Legacy and quickly went to the command deck. I stood for a moment in the hallway leading to my cabin. I steeled myself so as not to alert Tria to what I might be thinking. It was probably a worthless gesture because the girl was very much attuned to my emotions. I entered my cabin and looked to my bed, where Tria lay. I quietly stood looking at her. The first thing I noticed was her skin was almost black from bruising. She had a blanket over her, but I could see her shoulders were a little broader and her arms thicker. It was not what I expected. I thought she might go all out and end up looking more like me. Tria must have felt my presence. She opened her eyes and held an arm out to me. I carefully sat on the edge of the bed, and she looked up at me with a look of concern on her pretty face. She placed a hand on my lap, and I held it. I am sorry that I did not consult with you before I ordered Justice to proceed with the weaponization protocol. I knew you would attempt to talk me out of it. With all of the events that have been taking place, I felt that if I did not proceed now, there was the possibility our future missions would not allow the time necessary to do so. I was not sure what to say to that, and the truth of the matter was that she might be correct. I was lost for words, and could only come up with the weakest attempt at a useful conversation. Are you in pain? She rolled her eyes and released my hand. She pulled the blanket off her body, and my eyes got bigger. My mouth was suddenly dry, and I attempted to swallow, but was having difficulty. I was thinking she would be the muscle-bound caricature the operative turned out to be. Her muscles were more defined, and she was not quite as willowy. Other than being 5 or 6 shades darker from bruising and her thighs being more muscular, she was magnificent. Justice placed a glass of water on the nightstand, and I was so flustered I could not comment on the intrusion. Tria looked at me with those big, beautiful green eyes. I hope you are not disappointed. I did not wish to resemble the operative. I gulped down the water in 2 big chugs. Things were going to get awkward quickly. In a move that hinted at her new strength, Tria grabbed my uniform and pulled me down to within inches of her face. She could not hide the pain her effort caused, but she tried. You have not answered me. I was not sure if it was the warrior or the woman talking to me. There was little doubt she expected an answer. Now. Tria, you could never disappoint me. She gave me a warm smile and kissed me. That is acceptable for now. Justice broke the magic of the moment. Commander, Justice, if the operative is en route, please inform her I am indisposed and will contact her when I am available. No, Commander, that is not the case. If you would have let me finish, I was going to alert you that Clutch and Kuntz are outside of your cabin requesting permission to check on Tria's status. I reached over Tria and pulled the blanket back over her. She smiled at me and pulled it up to her neck, then shooed me away. Clutch and Kuntz were part of Tria's extended family, and I would not deny them time to check on her. I kissed her once more and went to the door and let them in. They both nodded to me, then went to Tria. I was headed to the bridge when Justice hailed me again. Commander, the Groll scientists have gathered outside of the Legacy and wish to see you before we depart. Thank you, Justice. I am on my way. I made my way down tube and to the personnel boarding hatch. All the scientists were gathered around the boarding ramp, and I was pleasantly surprised to see Felix among them. He was having a discussion with Jaren, but turned his attention to me when I exited the Legacy. Graf came forward and met me. Nathan Myers, Justice has informed us of your amazing generosity. You have made us wealthy, beyond any of our expectations. We came to thank you, and wish you luck on your missions." I looked out over the crowd, and I smiled. With the exception of young Felix, all were holding a hand up to me. The Zane looked confused by their gesture, but reluctantly did the same. I walked out among them, touching each of their hands, and stopped in front of Felix. I reached out and touched his hand, and he looked puzzled. One by one, the scientists came forward and held a hand out to the Zane. He reluctantly held his hand back out, and each scientist touched it. He looked at me with a questioning look. "Felix, it seems all have accepted you into our clan. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. Everyone here is devoted to changing the galaxy for the better. We are at war with the corruption that takes place on a daily basis. Even though we are but a few, we are determined to stand and fight for the good of all." Felix looked at me grim-faced. "I have had a hard time believing all of the incredible stories I have been hearing since I got here. The Grolls say you were the one who killed Drayan and destroyed his outpost. They also say you did the same to Iger's outpost, and now you seek him out to kill him as well. Is this true?" I wondered if the young Zane was getting ready to bail on me. The look on his face had me thinking yes. For the most part, I guess you could say it was true. I could not have done it without the help of my crew. We are a team that believes anything is possible. Even if our goals seem unrealistic, it will not keep us from trying to help those who cannot help themselves. Are you up to the task? We could really use your help long term. When I saw the monstrous images the AI put on your armor, it made me wonder about the rumors that are being whispered by many races. The stories say there is an alien who hides behind the mask of a demon. They say the demon mercilessly slaughters any who prey on the weak and defenseless. Are you that demon? I did not know how to answer that question, and wondered if I even should. So I didn't. I stood with a neutral look on my face until the Zane finally looked away. When he made eye contact with me again, he said, "I will stand with you." A cheer rippled through the crowd of scientists, and they pushed in close to touch the Zane's hands once more. I smiled at him and waved goodbye to the gathering. I will see you all when I have completed my mission. 25. Justice, are we ready to get underway? Yes, Commander. Our loadout is complete, and I am prepared to jump to the operative's location. Take us out and jump at your discretion. If you need me, I will be in my cabin. Affirmative. As I walked past the ready room, I stopped and backed up to take a second look. Kuntz and Zul were inside, standing next to Kuntz's old battle armor. Kuntz waved me over. Commander, since we now have 4th-generation armor, I am going to instruct Zul on the operation of the older model. The suit fits him well, and one never knows when we might need a helping hand. Zul did not look convinced this was in his best interest. His expression suggested he would rather be doing something else. Just behind the two stood 4 very ominous-looking battle suits. After I checked on Tria, we would give the suits a test drive. I hoped the smile I gave Zul would give him encouragement. His reaction said otherwise. I gave them a thumbs up and moved on without further comment. I exited the lift tube on the bridge level and met Clutch heading in the opposite direction. Commander, Justice says that our armor is ready to test. Roger that, Clutch. I will be down after I check on Tria. The Tybor disappeared down tube, and I went to my cabin. The door opened, and to my surprise, Tria was attempting to get dressed. Whoa! Where do you think you are going? The pain on her face was not well hidden. She sat back down on the edge of the bed, with her smart cloth uniform only partially covering her. I have been lying around much too long and feel physical therapy will be required to shorten my recovery time. I know for a fact that is a load of scat. Take the uniform off and lay back down. At first, she frowned at me, Then the look changed to something else. I have been wanting you to tell me that for some time, but now is not the time. That wiped the stern look from my face and replaced it with a smile. I held my hand out. I am going to need the uniform. The look in her eyes made me feel hot and flushed. She gave me the tiniest touch of her aura as she let the uniform fall free of her body. If it were not for the deep, dark bruising on her body, it would be hard to say what might happen next. I took the smart cloth and backed up a step because my legs were feeling rubbery. Justice! Justice! Commander, Tria has ordered me to mind my own business and to not report her actions. While I might find this behavior unacceptable coming from you, I am inclined to take her directives with more credence. Say what? My temperature went up several degrees, and it had nothing to do with Tria's chalane. I pointed at Tria. You are confined to quarters until further notice. That is a direct order. Tria carefully lay back on the bed with all her arms crossed. I could not tell if the expression on her face was pouting or mild anger at my order. It was all I could do to maintain my stern look. It was extremely difficult to be angry with a beautiful, naked warrior lying in my bed. The room suddenly got brighter, and everything started fading from reality. That was one surefire way for justice to shut me up. When we faded back into existence, I pointed my finger at Tria and waggled it. That got me the smallest of smiles in return. I walked out into the hallway and made it a point to stand there until I had Tria's full attention. She looked at me, wondering what I was up to. I took her smart cloth and made a show of throwing it down the corridor. This had the desired effect when I heard her lovely laugh. The door closed, and I headed to the bridge. Justice, open a secure IST channel to the operative. I sat in my command chair, and Justice acknowledged my order. We were back to business as usual. The operative came on the transmitter, and she was her normal, irritable self. Nathan, it took you long enough to get here. I am glad we did not need your assistance for any reason. The one thing I did not need at the moment was more irritation, and it showed in my response. Sale, you should really find a mate and get yourself laid because I'm getting tired of you being a bitch all the time. The transmission went quiet for almost 30 seconds. Then I heard a raucous laugh. You are an intolerable moronic primate. If any other being in this universe was to speak to me like that, I would slit their throat. I love you too, Sale. What intel do you have on the target? She quickly recovered from my pleasantries. For one thing, there is still good quality scan shielding present in the outpost. It is hard to say if this was by design or it was installed at a later date. I have no good return information other than the superficial information gathered from the damaged and decayed areas. The other thing would be the fact that there has only been one ship to pass through this sector, and it landed on the outpost several hours ago. I haven't got a clue what to make of that, so you will have to tell me what you think. She snorted out loud. Of course I will. I did not expect a mindless throg like you to do anything smarter than stack your scat. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. My humanity rubbed off on aliens in all of the wrong ways. I sighed. Sale, please enlighten this backward-thinking alien before I grow old and wither away. The operative regained her composure. Hold while I send you a data burst. I heard an electronic tone. Justice, did you get that? Yes, Commander. It is a video of the target area. I will put it on the view screen. Shithole would have been a kind description. The outpost was in total decay. From what I could see of the side we were facing, it was a corroded, fractured, falling apart hazard to galactic navigation. Justice, what are all the emissions coming out of that thing? Most are sewage and atmosphere. There is some potable water and a mix of gases, both toxic and harmless. Sale, judging by the wreck's appearance, there can't be a lot of habitable living space. You would be surprised, Nathan. This place was known as a gathering place for the worst scum in the galaxy. If you had no other place to go, you would figure out a way to survive, even on a death trap like 79584. We would be doing ourselves and everyone else a favor by destroying that cesspool. I would agree with you if it were not for the fact that there are Murloc from Iger's clan hiding in that mess. I want to talk to them first, and kill them second. I guess we can do it in that order. The large boxy protrusion on this side of the station is where the Sitch fighting pits used to be located. I have no current intelligence and can only assume that is where they are. Surprising as it may sound, that particular area is leaking less atmosphere than the rest of that dump. We are bound to find someone or something there, and it is as good a place as any to get started. Okay, Sale. I usually shoot my way in. Since you have had eyes on the target, I will follow your lead. How do we get our feet in the door? We have good scan data on 3 entry points. My team and I are going to make a combat entry and open that hangar door closest to the target location. You bring your shuttle in and join up with me. We will fight our way down to the Sitch pits and see what there is to see. My flagship and the Legacy will ensure that we do not get any surprise visitors that might feel obligated to help the locals. If the scat gets bad, we get back to your shuttle and clear the area. Would it not be easier if we jumped in with you? We can go in place of 3 of your strike team members. Not going to happen, Nathan. That is one rule I will not be breaking. The transporter is off-limits. Our systems carefully record all biometrical information on any strike team personnel that uses the device. I will not test the theory whether or not it would transport an alien, let alone me allowing one to try. Fine, Senior Operative. We will follow your lead. Give me some time to get organized, and I will call you when we are ready to launch the shuttle. I will be ready when you call. Before I sign off, I do have a request. Sure, Sale. What can I do for you? Nathan, I need you to keep a leash on the vile creature that resides in you. If you endanger my team, we will leave you to your own means. With that last statement, the transmission ceased. The tone of the operative's voice made it more than clear she was dead serious. I went back to my cabin to check on Tria, and was honestly surprised she had not moved since I saw her last. She did, however, have her arms crossed, and a look on her pretty face that said her patience was being tested. I sat on the edge of the bed and reached out for one of her hands. When she did not acknowledge the gesture, I knew where this conversation was going to go. Before I could say anything, she said, I will not claim to be 100% combat capable, but I am going with you one way or the other. There were times when I knew not to argue, and this was one of those times. I came in here with a plan A and a plan B. The determination in Tria's eyes told me to go right to plan B. I needed it to sound like there was never a plan A. Tria, I need you to pilot Eagle 2, and make sure we have a ride out if things turn out to be more than we can handle. Tria reached out and grasped my hand. She squeezed it hard enough to make her wince from the effort. It was also a hint of her new strength. She pulled me over and kissed me, then whispered in my ear, Was your plan A to come in here and beat on your chest and tie me to the bed? Freaking Chalt. I hate it when she does that. Her uncanny ability to know what I am up to was irritating as hell. I needed to be more spontaneous. I threw a wrench into her mind-reading act. Perhaps when you have healed. She threw it right back. Perhaps I am healed enough now. While I did not mind where this was going, it was neither the time nor the place for such pleasantries. Perhaps if you weren't the color of a raisin. She frowned. I had her on that one. I could tell it irritated her as well. You throg. What is a raisin? Tria, I have to get prepped for the mission. The operative is waiting, and you know how she loves doing that. She threw off her cover and eased her feet to the floor. Justice! What is a raisin? I momentarily stopped in anticipation of Justice answering her, and when he didn't, I could not help but laugh. I made my way quickly out into the corridor and headed for the ready room. When I got there, I noticed there was only Tria's armor and mine. Kuntz and Clutch must already be playing with their new toys. I stripped off my uniform and put on my new suit liner. I noticed right away it felt colder and wetter than the old design. Thinking I would put it down on my suit bitch list, it surprised me by tightening around me and warming to a pleasant temperature. I should have known Justice would incorporate smart cloth technology in the liner's design. I climbed up into the back of the armor suit. It was more than a foot taller and much bulkier than the original Zane design. The large ammo pack closed over the opening, and I felt the armor tighten around me. The limbs moved with almost no effort. It was nice not having a helmet to talk through. With a simple thought, the helmet closed around my head, and the HUD came up for my inspection. The display rapidly verified that all suit seals were 100%, and the checklist disappeared. I took a few steps, and then a couple of hops. Justice was correct. There was no difference in suit movements. If anything, it was now easier. I danced a little jig and laughed at the ease of doing so. I did it again and added a spin. This was absolutely cool because it was so effortless. I made a third spin and came to a stop, face to face with an incredulous-looking Tria. She squinted her eyes at me. "Nathan, are you well? You appeared to be suffering from bizarre seizures." I cleared my throat. "I am fine. I am testing the full range of suit motions." I left her standing there with a look of doubt on her face. Walking into the hangar, I saw Kuntz and Clutch working out with their armor. Zool was to one side in Kuntz's old armor. He was trying his best to imitate Clutch's combat striking sequences. Even with Justice helping him to manipulate the suit, I could tell his heart was not in it. Kuntz and Clutch, on the other hand, were moving much faster with each repetition. I was confident with Justice operating the suit systems, there would be very few missteps, if any. I could feel the beast in me yearning for combat. This would be a trial by fire, and for some strange reason, it did not bother me in the least. It was go time, and I waved my crewmates to the shuttle. Tria walked by us without comment. I knew she was feeling like crap. The way she was walking was a dead giveaway. It was not her normal, graceful, fluid gait. She was pissed she could not join in on the mayhem. I really needed her to be in charge of our only means of exit if things went south. I turned to Zool before I boarded Eagle 2. "I am hoping things will go smoothly. If they don't, you and Justice need to cover Eagle 2 until we can get off the outpost." Zool looked nervous as hell. This would be his first combat mission. "I will be ready if you need me, Commander." I patted him on the shoulder and boarded the shuttle. I calmed Tria. "Launch at your discretion." Taking a jump seat next to Kuntz and Clutch, I gave them both 2 thumbs up. They returned the gesture. If they were nervous, neither one showed it. They had their helmets in the down position, and Kuntz looked excited. Clutch looked bored. I started wondering where the operative was located. "Justice, have you got a lock on the operative's flagship?" "Yes, Commander. We are currently 4,000 yards to port of her position." I beeped Sail with a secure IST transmission. "We are launching Eagle 2, Senior Operative." She came right back at me. "It's about time you decided to join the hunt. What is your position?" "Justice says we are just to port of your current location." The channel was silent for several seconds. "Impressive. Our sensors are not detecting the legacy." Tria called out, "Launching now!" Justice opened the hangar door and spit the shuttle into the void. The operative called back, "We just got a brief fix on your position. Your new cloaking capabilities are noteworthy. Have the legacy take up station on the far side of the outpost. We are moving in close for insertion." "Affirmative. We will move in close to the target and wait to hear from you." I closed my helmet, and Justice gave me a forward view from the shuttle. The lack of activity around the station was ominous. The beast inside of me brushed aside my feeling of trepidation. I held up my left arm, and my HUD verified each weapon was in 100% condition and at maximum ammo capacity. I did the same to the right arm, and started getting small shots of adrenaline from anticipation of using my new armor for its intended purpose. Clutch seemed preoccupied with his new minigun and sat spinning up the weapon and pointing it at different objects in the back of the shuttle. Kuntz, on the other hand, sat staring at me. It was not hard guessing why. 26. The operative called over the group channel. "We are in, and there is no resistance. It is black as the void in here, and the contaminants in the atmosphere have condensed into a thick fog. We are moving to hangar control." Tria called down from the cockpit. "Commander, there should be more activity on and around the outpost. This does not look or feel right." Tria, if the operative did not want to go in, she would have said so. Now that she is in, we are committed. If for no other reason, we have to watch her back in case she can't transport off that piece of scat. The operative interrupted our conversation. "Nathan, we have encountered no one in any of the passageways. Something is not right. We should have run across someone by now." "Senior Operative, Tria doesn't like it either. Pull your team out. Can you transport from your current position?" "Negative, Nathan. We are going to backtrack to our starting point and extract—" The operative being cut off mid-transmission gave me a feeling of dread, but Tria's broadcast filled my veins with ice water. "Commander, I just picked up a large detonation on the outpost." "Justice, are you detecting any movement on the outpost?" "Negative, Commander. I can pinpoint the location of the explosion detonation, but nothing else. The area of operation may have been purposely shielded to prevent detection of hostiles and their movements." "Tria, I don't care how you do it. Just get us in so we can get Sail and her team out." "Roger that." Tria nosed the shuttle over and dove for the closest hangar door. Turning at an angle to the big door, she hit it with a barrage from the shuttle's main weapons. The door, and a generous portion of its frame, blew out into space. Justice broadcast a warning. "Tria, be advised I have multiple power sources coming online. They appear to be weapons batteries." As Tria pulled the shuttle out of its dive, I called out, "Tria, drop the ramp. We are jumping from here." Tria rolled the shuttle hard over and dove back for the gaping hole in the hangar door. I was going to protest her actions, but she dropped the ramp, and the atmosphere explosively burst into the void, taking me, Kuntz, and Clutch with it. We were tumbling wildly toward the outpost. Our suit systems quickly righted us, and we hit our gravity drives. I tried to see where Tria was, but she had already cloaked the shuttle and was gone. Clutch took the lead, and Kuntz came up tight to my side. We shot through the destroyed hangar door, and Clutch rapidly changed our vector in case anyone survived the flying debris from Tria's attack. We sat down behind a huge pile of downed girders from the overhead door tracks. I was going to call Tria for a sitrep, but the outpost suddenly vibrated under our feet. Tria called out, "One weapons battery down!" The outpost shook again to almost simultaneous concussions that almost floored the three of us. Justice called out, "All detected weapons batteries destroyed." Tria yelled another warning, "They are launching missiles!" Justice came over our comms and corrected her. "Negative, Tria. They are launching multiple comm buoys. I will attempt to shoot them down." I was not sure what the operative's flagship was doing, but my backup was busier than cats covering crap. We yanked our weapons from our packs, and Clutch took off toward a pressure door. The controls were junk, and it was apparent we would have to shoot our way in. The beast inside of me was screaming out in joy. It was all I could do to give Kuntz and Clutch a warning before I threw my right arm up. "Take cover!" They both dove to the side and behind piles of debris. I gave the door a beam shot that blew it into the airlock. My crewmates peeked over the rubble they were hiding behind to make sure I would not make any follow-up shots. Justice called out again. "Be advised, Commander. I was only able to destroy 5 of the 8 buoys. The rest have transitioned." Shit. It was just a matter of time before whoever they signaled would show up, ready for a fight. Clutch leaped up and ran into the now open airlock. Kuntz ran in front of me and held his arms up. I cleared the image from my helmet and tried to give him a reassuring look. He responded by turning and running into the airlock with Clutch. I quickly followed and found Clutch working furiously on the inner door. "Commander, I can bypass the safety relay long enough to get us inside without destroying the inner door." They both had a look of worry on their faces. I gritted my teeth, thinking my crew could not trust my actions. The beast in me was trying to take over, and I wanted to scream out in frustration. I would bend this madness to my will and not let the monster have his way. The door suddenly opened, and the rancid atmosphere came bursting in on us. Clutch jumped through the hatch and went right. I was just behind him and went left with Kuntz on my heels. The safety relay slammed the hatch shut, and we found ourselves in a rolling fog bank of unknown contaminants. My no-light sensors were being degraded by the atmospheric conditions. It was difficult to get accurate readings beyond 20 feet or so. Clutch should have let me blow the door and let the void suck the noxious gases out of this shithole. We were at one end of a large corridor, and I could make out a hatch up on the right-hand side. The rapid decompression and the lower temperature associated with our entry made the atmospheric conditions even worse. There was a good chance we just sucked the worst of the filth in this place right to our current location. I checked my heat sensors and got no active sources. I tried my backscatter transmitter, and to my surprise, got the operative. We were evidently inside of the shielded area. "Nathan, one of my recon teams tripped an explosive trap. It cost them their lives. It is no longer possible to reach our entry point. I think this place is set to lure other unsuspecting riffraff to their deaths. We are being forced to go deeper into this scat hole. What is your location?" "When we detected the explosion and your transmission abruptly ended, Tria took out the hangar door you were trying to open for us. We are in a pressurized corridor just beyond the hangar." "You must use great caution, Nathan. That is where my recon team was killed. The trap collapsed a large portion of the overhead onto them. I advise you to find another route." "Roger that. We will attempt to go around. Can you hold till we link up?" "Affirmative, Nathan. Be careful. If you find yourself in a corridor that looks clear, find another route. I think we are being purposely directed to a location of our enemy's choosing." "We are on our way. You will hear us coming." Kuntz and Clutch had been listening. I pointed at the wall on the opposite side of the corridor. "Kuntz, make us a hole. We are staying away from all the obvious routes." We took a knee behind some debris. Kuntz selected a spot on the wall with the least amount of wiring, pipes, and conduit. The beam shot lit the area like an arc welder. The wall blew inward, leaving a bright orange circle of molten metal. He changed the angle and hit it again, making it large enough for us to enter. As I started to get up, Clutch held up a hand, stopping me. He pulled a Chalt smart grenade from his leg storage and set the friend or foe identifier. Then threw it through the hole Kuntz had made. Since I did take the time to read up on the weapon, I knew that we, as well as any Chalt, would be excluded from its targeting systems. We were surprised when we immediately heard the staccato blasts from the grenade's fragments. When we no longer heard any fragments detonating, we got up, ready to investigate. We were almost to the hole when there was a bright flash and a large explosion. We could feel the thump through our boots. Clutch called out, "That was the core. There must be a nest of throgs hiding in there." Clutch, as a rule, always thought more was better when it came to munitions. He ran to the edge of the hole and threw another grenade into the opening. We stood back, waiting to see what would happen. When nothing did, Clutch's voice had the sound of disappointment when he called out, "Moving up!" He leaped through the hole, and Kuntz and I were right behind him. The first thing I could not help but notice was the large assortment of body parts just inside of the room we found ourselves in. There were weapons scattered about the floor as well. Kuntz put words to our surprising find. "Commander, evidently my choice of entry points interrupted an ambush. There are the corpses of many different races, but the majority are wearing Murloc and Scrun armor." Clutch had been scouting just ahead of us and came running back. "Commander, I just saw a large group of armed combatants moving away from this location." "Okay, Clutch. We will follow your lead." Clutch turned and headed back to a junction in another corridor. Out of the corner of my helmet, I saw the Chalt grenade hovering close to the overhead. I gave it a wide berth, and Kuntz did the same. We stacked behind Clutch as he cautiously peeked down the corridor in both directions. To our right, we could see a big pressure door, and to our left, a long hallway that hit another junction. The atmosphere in this area was much better than the hangar area we had just left. Clutch called over his shoulder to us. "Which way, Commander?" Kuntz commented. "I cannot be sure, but I think the operative is somewhere to our right." The beast in me wanted to chase down every piece of scat we could find and kill them, but Kuntz was putting our priorities in the correct order. I pushed the Uleron beast from my thoughts and reached into my leg storage. I pulled a smart grenade out and threw it as far down the corridor as I could. "Clutch, see if you can get that door open." Clutch went right and started working on the door control. Kuntz and I took a knee behind him and covered his back while he worked. I took the opportunity to call the operative. "Senior Operative, we took a different route and stumbled upon several enemy troops that may have been heading in your direction. If you are pinned down, we can attempt to find you, but we will be forced to move cautiously. I do not wish to lose any more personnel in this scat hole." "No, we have eliminated the threat. Stay in a defensible position. We are still moving in your direction. I do not want to risk firing on you if we stumble into each other." "Acknowledged. We will hold at our current position. Operative out." I was pretty sure it was not Sale's normal game plan to wait on anyone for any reason. She had seen the beast on the rampage, and she wanted no part of that action. "Clutch, how are you doing on the door?" I had barely got the words from my mouth when the Chalt grenade hovering near the hall junction fired a couple of fragments. The results were a low, moaning wail. Kuntz ripped off a burst of HE into the end of the corridor, and the noise promptly ceased. I did not like standing around at the dead end of the corridor. Kuntz was thinking the same thing. "Clutch, the opposition is probing us. It would be advisable to move from this position." Clutch turned on Kuntz, but whatever rebuke he was going to utter was cut off by a bright explosive flash on the front of his armor. He was thrown violently against the door he was trying to open. Kuntz and I were knocked sprawling to the floor. I had been trying to contain the Uleron beast, but now all bets on whether I would be able to were off. I rolled onto my side and sent a 20-round burst of high explosive to the end of the hall and followed it up with a beam shot that took out part of the side wall and corner of the junction. To my surprise, Clutch rolled into me, temporarily disrupting my murderous thoughts. He broadcast out loud in the clear. "Suck on this, you cowardly throgs!" He threw his launcher up and discharged a single round that had my HUD blinking orange. There was a tremendous explosion that tossed us off the deck and back into the pressure door. My thoughts and worries about restricting the actions of the killer inside of me were forgotten. A seemingly endless barrage of rubble rained down, partially burying us. The true irritation of what just took place finally sunk in. Justice did not issue any antimatter rounds to me. Before I could start bitching about it, Kuntz and Clutch pushed the wreckage off themselves and took off running in the direction the attack came from. I did the same and joined them. At the rate the atmosphere was clearing, it did not take a genius to know this place was no longer airtight. The operative decided someone was stirring the pot too harshly, and she decided it was me. My transmitter went live with her less-than-happy voice. "Nathan, cease your destruction before you bring this sewer down on all of our heads." I could have sworn I heard my teammates snicker at the operative's comment. It might have been a little funny, and I even considered letting the operative know it. That is, until Kuntz took a quick peek around the corner, and the wall just above his head disappeared in a huge, flashing explosion. We were all knocked sprawling a good distance up the corridor we just came down. Obviously, the bastards had bigger and badder weapons to use on us. The bloodthirsty Uleron in me ruled out most all sensible courses of action. I thrusted with my suit gravity drives so hard that when I attempted to turn the corner, I careened off of the wall and then the ceiling of the corridor. The reckless maneuver probably saved my life. The large anti-ship weapon's follow-up shot went straight up the middle of the corridor and through a bulkhead. The entire area violently decompressed with a shitstorm of flying debris. Several of the enemy combatants went sailing by on a one-way trip to eternity. My HUD highlighted the shielded gun platform. My first beam shot brought down the shield, my second blew the weapon from its mount, and my third reduced the whole mess to slag. I had at least 20 enemy targets attempting to escape the area. I gave them a generous dose of high explosive, killing several outright and sending the rest spinning in free fall in all directions. With as much effort as I could muster, I regained my human sensibilities. I became aware of my comms being overwhelmed by Justice, Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch all yelling at me at the same time. Justice and Tria sounded somewhat concerned, but everything coming from the Troopmaster and Kuntz was quite colorful. Just when I thought it could not get any worse, the operative came on the backscatter transmitter, squawking something about the outpost breaking apart. My HUD picked up 5 targets wearing Zane battle armor crawl out of the debris in the target area. They all took off with their gravity drives, heading in the direction of a large doorway at the end of the passage. I threw my arm up and hit 2 of them with a beam shot that blew arms and legs from the suits. The rest were blown into the walls and ceiling. I accelerated to maximum to catch them before any could recover to return fire. My continued weapons fire had the desired effect of silencing my comms. I could see Kuntz and Clutch rapidly approaching from my 6. I slowed to let them catch me. In a relatively calm voice, Kuntz called to me, "Commander, we will need some of them alive." I stopped and hovered in place, letting Kuntz and Clutch fly past me. Clutch called out, "We have 3 survivors." I saw him extend his fighting hooks and slash at the launcher feed tubes on the Zane battlesuits. When he was satisfied they were inoperable, he waved to me. Now that it was quiet, I called to Tria. "Tria, do you have a visual on the opening shot through the outpost's hull?" Her answer was short, clipped, and to the point. "Yes, Commander. I need you to move in close to it so we can transfer the prisoners." "Roger that, Commander. ETA 20 seconds. Kuntz called to me. "Commander, one of the survivors is badly wounded and his suit repair systems are failing. What are your orders?" The only reason Kuntz would say something like that was because he knew we could probably save the Murloc's life if we tried. He also knew the outcome of our interrogations did not hold a bright future for the pirate piece of scat. The beast in me wanted to speed the process along, but the vengeful human wanted him to suffer for what they had done to Tria. The little Grawl must have known what I was thinking. He extruded his fighting hooks and jammed them into the opening the suit was trying to repair, fully decompressing the Murloc. He kicked the corpse away and grabbed onto one of the other survivors. Clutch did the same, and they made their way to the breach in the hull. I could see through the sizable hole that Tria had maneuvered Eagle 2 in close to the outpost. She had the back ramp lowered, and Kuntz and Clutch disappeared into the back with the prisoners. Justice suddenly called out over the group comms. "Commander, there is a shuttle launching from the outpost. I will attempt to disable it." My HUD came alive with the outside view that Justice was seeing. The Legacy rapidly closed the distance and fired on the shuttle with the rail cannons. The shuttle's shields held up to the pounding, so Justice switched to the heavier point defense weapons. One shot was all it took to blow the rear off the fleeing target. What remained of the spacecraft was flipping end over end. The Legacy caught up with it and arrested the spin rate and stopped its momentum with a tow beam. I wondered if they were wearing pressure suits, because the shuttle was venting atmosphere out of the hull at a fairly good rate. I would find out one way or the other when we were done on the outpost. 27. I sat down on the deck near the remains of the cannon the Throgs were attempting to use on us. When my boots touched the deck, I could feel vibrations from explosions somewhere on the station. I called to the operative. "Senior Operative, are you making this a competition to see who can dismantle this sewer the fastest?" "I have no time for your mindless chatter." The transmission abruptly ceased. I noticed some of the vibrations I was feeling were quite jarring. I think the operative and her team were in it up to their eyeballs. "Kuntz, keep watch on the prisoners. Clutch, get your big ass in here now." A blue triangle appeared behind me, moving at high speed. Clutch sat down next to me, sending a flurry of debris rising up around us. I called for a little help. "Justice, can you pinpoint the location of the detonations on the outpost?" "Yes, Commander. There appears to be a pitched battle taking place 1,022 feet to the right of your current position." "Can you guide us there with your scanners?" "I was only able to pinpoint that position due to the high amount of vibration propagations from the area. The battle has yet to breach the scan shielding throughout that location." "Give me a target reference point well to the side of the battle." "Let's make a hole, Clutch." We ducked down behind the remains of the cannon. I snapped off 2 shots with my beam weapon, and Clutch put 2 more in the same hole. When the wreckage went flying past, we jumped up and ran to the tunnel we had just made. We crawled in and stood up in the next room over. We ran across and took a knee behind some large pieces of equipment. My reference point was a little more to the left this time, and I snapped off 3 shots in a row. We got a rapid decompression on the 3rd shot. Not to be outdone, Clutch grabbed my shoulder before I could stand up and sent 3 more down the gaping hole. His face mask cleared, and he gave me a toothy grin. "More is always better." We ran to the hole and scurried in. We found ourselves in a large open hangar. There was a cargo shuttle sitting in the middle of the bay, with 2 big glowing holes on the side of it. The hauler was in terrible shape, judging from its appearance, but now it was a wreck. When we cleared the rear of the shuttle, we came under fire from an upper boarding hatch. Clutch beat me to the punch and turned the hatch into a ragged hole. I followed it up with a Chalt smart grenade. I was a little disappointed when it did not go off. We moved on to a position where Justice gave us another aiming point. We raised our arms in preparation to fire, but the flash of the grenade detonating behind us made both of us involuntarily duck. We looked back at the gaping wound we had inflicted on the ship and were showered with shuttle parts and alien entrails. Clutch casually flicked something wet and gory from the visor of his helmet. I thought maybe we should find out if there were more hostiles hiding in the shuttle. The troopmaster did not seem to care either way, so we moved on to the business at hand. We had to be close to the operative's position because the vibrations from explosions were more pronounced. Sale was giving the opposition hell for the loss of her teammates. Clutch decided we were a little close to our aim point, so we moved back to the shuttle for cover. I held my arm up to fire, and a large hatch to our left opened. Several species of aliens retreated through the door. The ones that held my attention were the Scrun and Murloc troops. They stopped to the side of the door and were setting up a device next to it. The fools were pointing their weapons toward the doorway and were oblivious to Clutch and I standing at the back of the freight hauler. They obviously thought they were in friendly territory. I slowly dropped my arm with the beam weapon and held up my left arm. A circle appeared around the would-be ambushers, and I spun up my minigun. It was not hard guessing what expression was on the Tybor's face right at the moment. Before I could utter the word, "Fire," Clutch let the .44 caliber explosive projectiles fly into the flanks of our targets. I did the same, adding a side-to-side motion for finesse. The aliens, and pretty much everything around them, went to pieces. Clutch's decision to use the freight hauler for cover was the correct one, because one of us hit the device the Scrun was setting up. There was a tremendous flash that knocked us flat on our backs and sent us sliding across the deck. The hulk of the old shuttle absorbed the brunt of the blast. I sat upright with my eyes wide when I noticed the old freight hauler was now on its side. It would have been bad for the operative and her crew if they had pursued the enemy through that door. Regaining my footing, I decided to give Clutch credit for the boondoggle before he could hang it on me. Interesting target selection, Troopmaster. Clutch cleared his visor and gave me an incredulous look. Before he could spew a toxic retort, the operative broadcast on the backscatter transmission. "Nathan, check your fire before you kill us all." Clutch stood staring at me, shaking his head in agreement. I should know by now I would get the blame when shit goes wrong. Since there was no longer evidence to support my side of the story, I dropped any attempt at explaining what happened to the operative. I could already tell Clutch was not going to be helpful with my plea of innocence. It would be best just to move on. Senior Operative, all opposition has been eliminated, and we have completed our mission goal. The operative shot right back. Nathan! Unless you have Iger's corpse at your feet, you have not completed your mission goal. The operative sounded very testy, and I could not blame her. I don't know what I would do if I had lost one of my crewmates. It is why I spent countless millions of credits, so my crew could have the very best protection. I could not afford to lose an ally, because I had so very few. Senior Operative, we have secured 2 of Iger's clan in custody. We are ready to link up with you and evac the target area. Affirmative, Nathan. We will hold our position until you link up. It was hard to tell if the operative was afraid of us firing on them, or she did not wish to risk another booby trap. At this point, it did not matter. I was sure there was more scum lurking on the outpost. It was time to get out of this sewer. Clutch, take point and get us to the operative. I will cover our backs. When we cleared the side of the freight hauler, we were stunned at the destruction of the explosive device. We would not have to make a door or worry about another explosive device. The wall and a huge section of the deck was missing. There was now a gaping hole weeping contaminants of every kind down to the lower spaces. Clutch used his gravity boosters to clear the rend and called out, "Commander, there is a lot of dead and wounded hostiles in here." I quickly boosted across and saw what he was talking about. There were bodies scattered everywhere, and some were still moving. The enemy was in full retreat, away from the operative, and was booby-trapping their escape route. I smiled, thinking Sale must have been kicking their asses pretty good for so many to be retreating. I looked up when my HUD beeped a warning. 2 hostiles in Zane battle armor jumped up from the floor and ran for an open hatch across the empty hangar. The beast in me had been quietly biding its time. It was almost like I had no choice in my reaction to the pop-up targets. In a knee-jerk spasm of reflexes, my arm came up and gave the retreating combatants a beam shot. The beam caught the trailing soldiers square in the back, disintegrating all but a boot and part of an arm. The blast sent the lead soldier flying violently into the bulkhead next to the hatch. The battlesuit was missing a leg, and the decompression proved fatal as the suit bounced from the wall and went prone on the deck. My lack of fire discipline netted me a less than appreciative response from the operative. "Nathan, control yourself before this scat hole comes apart under our feet!" Clutch came up beside me and pulled my arm down. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. Clutch said, "Commander, you should take a look at some of the Scrun soldiers. Several are wearing heavy exoskeletons and are much better armed than the others." Forcing the Uluran soldier from my mind, I turned and followed Clutch back to the blast zone of the Scrun ambush weapon. As we approached the body, it was easy to tell what was left was Scrun. The long, gangly arm that was still intact was a dead giveaway. The armor, or what was left of it, was not anything I had seen before. The large shoulder-mounted weapons were reminiscent of the equipment Corum heavy gunners packed around. Glancing around the blast area, we could make out a large number of remains that more or less looked like this one. Clutch was bent over another and rooting through its gear. "What are you thinking, Clutch?" "I am thinking this was one of the hit teams tasked with killing us." I frowned. How could they possibly know we would be coming here? "They would not. But it is not a stretch to assume that wherever Iger's clan is, you will eventually show up." I did not like the implications of Clutch's statements. If the Scrun could predict my actions, then Iger should be able to do the same thing. We needed to collect the operative and get the hell out of here. "Clutch, I am going back out to the hangar and breach the shielding barrier so we can have active comms." The Tybor gave me a thumbs up and followed me back across the area of devastation we had created. There were no signs of life in the hangar, so we ducked back behind the wreck of the shuttle, and I gave the spacecraft entry door a double tap with my beam weapon. Justice came over our comms net. "Commander, The area of operation is clear of hostile spacecraft, and I have detected no transition signatures. The shuttle I disabled has ignored all of our hails, and Eagle 2 is orbiting the outpost, waiting to extract your strike teams. I am downloading the data from your battlesuit, and will be standing by. Roger that, Justice. Keep us covered. The operative is close by, and we are moving to that location. Tria, get a lock of my location and move Eagle 2 in close for evac operations. I was surprised when Kuntz came back over the net. Affirmative, Commander. I am moving to your location now. I did not know what to think of Kuntz talking instead of Tria, but I had more pressing matters to take care of at the moment. Kuntz, give us 5 minutes to clear the area and take down the hangar door. Roger, Commander. Counting down from 5. Clutch took the lead, and we hauled ass back to the next hangar over and through the hatch I had killed the 2 Murloc troopers in. We had not gone more than another 100 yards when Clutch sent a burst of HE from his launcher tube behind some large pieces of equipment and containers. I saw something fly up like a rag doll, and then all hell broke loose. Something large caliber struck me on my left arm, knocking me spinning to the floor. Everything around us started blowing up. We were being pummeled with large pieces of debris and shrapnel. I had red warning lights on my needle gun and tube launcher. My arm felt numb, like I had hit my crazy bone a solid lick. I started sliding backwards and realized Clutch was pulling me into the corridor out of the ambush area. Since I was still facing the enemy, I spun up my minigun and emptied it in one long burst that brought a lull to the intense incoming fire. Clutch elbowed me aside and stuck his arm out and sprayed out a non-stop barrage of high explosive. The operative must have decided that Clutch and I were just screwing around. Nathan! Cease fire! The overhead is collapsing! If you continue your madness, we will be trapped in the debris! The beast was on the verge of freeing himself from my efforts to contain its wanton ways. It was all I could do to yell out a warning over the backscatter transmitter. I don't have time for your bitching. You better take cover now. I stood up and unloaded with the beam weapon as fast as it could cycle. Clutch knew it would be pointless trying to appeal to my current mindset, so he did the same. We reduced everything to the front of us to glowing slag. When my weapon finally overheated and shut down to cool, we could see stars peering back at us through the carnage. For a moment, it was eerily still. Then, we felt thumping vibrations, and they were close and to the right of our position. Kuntz came over the comms. Commander, the hangar door is down, and I am standing by for extraction operations. Justice has warned me to move away to a safe distance. He says you are destroying the outpost with your beam weapon. Do you need assistance? It was a pretty ballsy request on Kuntz's part, because he knew the Uleron in me was responsible for what was happening. I was glad when Clutch spoke up and called him off. I was trying my best to calm the wicked bastard that was possessing me. Clutch gave me a hard rap on the shoulder to get my attention. Commander, we need to press the attack. The enemy has retreated and is now attacking the operative. We have them trapped between us. You must not use your beam weapon. To emphasize his point, he stepped in front of me and grabbed my shoulders. He pulled me down to his visor and cleared it. Commander, we must use caution so we do not cause harm to the operative and her troops. I cleared my visor to let him know I was indeed back in control. I shoved the demon aside and forced the grimace on my face into a small smile. I unclipped my high-tech scattergun from the side of my backpack and charged the barrels. Lead the way, Troop Master. That comment got me a toothy smile, and he rapped me again on the shoulder. Let's go kill some Throgs, Commander. We had only gone a couple of dozen strides, and to our front there was an alien I did not recognize. He had just fired his weapon and turned in our direction. Clutch made sure I would never get a chance at recognizing whatever race it was. He unloaded a 12-round clip of explosive buckshot into it from about 30 feet. We charged past the mess and turned the corner. Standing very close in front of me was a scrun wearing the power armor we had examined earlier. I gave him 3 quick double taps with the penetrator slugs before the suit threw in the towel on its job of protecting the Throg wearing it. My 2 follow-up shots burst the suit like a water balloon. I was surprising myself in my ability to hold the beast in check. I could feel it egging me on, and the thought of giving the enemy hell with my beam weapon was very much on my mind. But I felt like I was the one in control. I didn't know if the operative knew we were in the enemy's flank or not, but if she suspected it, Clutch and I could not tell. The Chalt troopers were pouring non-stop fire and explosives into the area directly to our front. Clutch pulled a grenade out and held it up to me. I followed suit, and we tossed them behind the enemy troops and stepped back into the corridor. The twin blasts bowed the corridor wall inward, and some of the overhead piping and structural supports collapsed onto us. Shoving the debris aside, we peeked back around the corner. A large number of the combatants were sprawled on the floor, and several still moving. Clutch stepped out with his minigun and gave anything moving a dose of "sucks to be you." The sight of Clutch and me standing in the enemy's rear, hosing them down, managed to get the operative and her strike team to cease fire. The surviving enemy soldiers finally figured out what had befallen their comrades. They threw down their weapons and slowly stood with their hands out in front of them. The operative called to us over our backscatter transmitters. "Nathan, you and Clutch should make sure our extraction point is secure." I was a little confused at first, and was going to say we would help her round everyone up. Clutch's visor cleared, and he jerked his head in the direction of the hangar. He turned and headed for the corridor. I started to say something to the operative, but she cut me off. "Now, Nathan!" Without another word, I turned and headed back the way we came. I called to Kuntz. "Kuntz, do you have enough room to set Eagle 2 down in the hangar?" "Affirmative, Commander. I am on my way. ETA 30 seconds. The trip back to the hangar gave me a little time to think clearly. I opened a secure backscatter channel to Tria. "Tria, I thought you were going to be our pilot on this mission." When I did not get a return answer, I became a little concerned. Was she mad at me for something I had done? Or was it something else? I caught up with Clutch. "You have done well controlling your inner demon, Commander. With time, I think you will be rid of the ill effects of the Uluran imprinting." I cleared my visor and gave the Tybor a smile and clasped him on the shoulder. I could not have done it without the help from my friends. When we got back to the hangar, Eagle 2 had landed just inside of the mangled doors. The cargo ramp came down, and I was surprised to see Tria standing there in her recon armor. She debarked and walked toward me. She had blood on her hands and the front of her armor. Clutch stepped away without comment and boarded the shuttle. Tria stood in front of me. I guess she thought I was going to chastise her because she did not say a word. I glanced into the shuttle's hold and could not see the Murloc prisoners. It did not take a genius to figure out the rest of the story. Rather than ask a bunch of awkward questions, I cut to the chase. "Were you able to get Iger's location?" "A vague location on the fringe." The finality of her comment left no doubt as to the validity of the statement. The method she chose to gain that information must have caused her great discomfort. I knew it would take a week or more before the ill effects of her weaponization were completely healed. Justice called on my comms net. "Commander, the operative's flagship has moved into close proximity with the outpost. I believe they will use their transporter technology for extraction." "Okay, Justice. We will be ready to depart when they have cleared the area." As if on cue, the operative called me on the backscatter transmitter. "Nathan! Now that hostilities have ceased, we will no longer require your services for extraction. We have taken select hostile personnel for interrogation and will debrief you on our findings. I have obtained coordinates for a star system that I recommend we meet at. I believe you will be familiar with the location." The transmission promptly ended. The operative's statement verified my belief that she took high-ranking prisoners and killed the rest for retribution. I took Tria by the hand, and we boarded the shuttle. Kuntz closed the hatch and restored atmosphere in the hold. We launched from the outpost and quickly rendezvoused with the Legacy. Justice took us aboard with the tow beam, and we headed for the disabled shuttle. Clutch was reloading the ordnance he had expended on the outpost. When he saw me looking, He gave me a thumbs up. His armor looked like it had been chewed on and spit out. The scarring and pockmarks from our battle made the new armor look years old. I stepped over to our makeshift armor rack and stepped out of my armor. There was only a small piece of the needle gun's mount remaining on the armor's left arm. The rest of the weapon was missing. The tube launcher wasn't all that bad, but the magazine feed was severed. I am sure Justice had taken note of our battle damage and would recommend upgrades to Felix when we returned to Alpha Base. Judging by the amount of hits I had taken from enemy fire and flying shrapnel, the armor performed flawlessly. A great deal of the hits had gone unnoticed in combat. It was a testimony to the amazing strength and rigidity of the design. I would also recommend increasing the amount of onboard ammo for the minigun. With the exception of the Zane battle armor, none of the other enemy armor suits withstood the torrent of explosive fire from the weapon. 28. Tria changed out of her recon armor and now wore her smartcloth uniform. I was not going to ask when Justice had loaded her light armor onto the shuttle. There was a good chance I would get stonewalled by some obscure answer or excuse. I was, however, going to ask her about the interrogation of the prisoners and the information they divulged before their apparent demise. Before I could corner Tria on the subject, Kuntz ran up to me. "Commander! Now that Tria is available to pilot the shuttle, I request permission to join you on the boarding mission." The little Grawl was fidgeting and had an expectant look on his face. I could not chastise him for his collusion with Tria's disregard of my orders to pilot the shuttle. I knew how hard it could be refusing the Chalt warrior her way. The best way to have a word with Tria would be to let the Grawl and Tybor handle the boarding, and I would stay behind. "Carry on, Kuntz. You and Clutch can do the boarding, and I will wait for your report when you return." That put a smile on the Grawl's face. He went to get geared up, and I turned back to Tria. She made sure she got the first words in before I could chew on her ass for ignoring our agreement. "They were personally responsible for some of my injuries. I return their kindness. I have heard you use the expression tit for tat. That is what I did." "Since they are not here to question, I take it you threw them out the airlock?" "Once they gave me what useful information they had, I gave them a choice. Something, I might add, they did not give me while trying to beat me to death." "And?" "They took the less painful choice." There was not much I could say to that. I instead decided this was as good a time as any for debriefing, and asked what she had gained. "Other than the supposed location of Iger, the only intelligence of note was that one of the Scrun teams assigned with the task of killing us was stationed here recently. It is my understanding they killed a large number of the inhabitants of the outpost. When the Murloc asked them why they did so, the Scrun claimed it was the best way to develop attack strategies while biding their time on the outpost." "I appreciate their spirit of cooperation. I hope to personally thank them in the near future." By the sour look on Tria's face, the nuance of my sarcasm was lost on her. "You can thank the Scrun right after we kill them." Justice interrupted our testy exchange. "Commander, the operative has sent a data package. The data contains coordinates to a star system that closely matches the location given to Tria during her interrogation of the Murloc prisoners." Now we were getting somewhere. To have corroborating information from two different sources was a step in the right direction. It was enough to warrant an investigation of the location. "Thank you, Justice. Please send the operative the information Tria collected." "Roger, Commander. Message sent." It was less than 5 minutes before I heard a secure tone on my BS transmitter. "Nathan! While there is always the possibility the hostiles concocted a mutually beneficial story, I doubt that is the case. I obtained my information from the Murloc and one of the higher-ranking Scrun. The Scrun also admitted to being a part of a team to terminate you and your crew. Did you get anything on the Scrun base we found?" "Yes. I have certain reservations about the information, but it is still interesting enough to pass on. The Scrun stated that one of King Lashmos's heirs is in charge of the base, and it is indeed a major slave processing center. Even if the information is not completely credible, I still plan on striking the base and freeing any slaves we might find. You can count me in, Nathan. That is one foray I plan to attend. I am sure you have not forgotten about the derelict ship. You and your crew have certainly earned the right to be some of the first boots aboard when we have finished cleaning up our more pressing matters. I am counting on that as well, Nathan. For now, we should continue prosecuting the more time-sensitive intel as soon as we finish matters here. I thought we were finished here. You might be, but I am not. Get clear of the— Nathan! We are detecting a transition wave. Now 3 transition waves. Prepare to engage if they are hostiles. Wait for my attack and clean up any stragglers. Commander, I have 4 ships of similar design to Scrun motherships. They are heavily armed, and their shields have just come online. They are broad-spectrum scanning at full military power. The Legacy is still in stealth mode, and they have not detected us. I have a hard lock on the operative's flagship, and it has not been detected. Can we keep track of Sail's ship? I have accumulated considerable knowledge on the Chalt negation and cloaking technologies. I will develop a tracking algorithm to keep us alerted to Chalt ship movements and surveillance techniques. It was nice knowing that Justice soaked up and processed even the most obscure information. He was truly a data sponge that never missed a trick. Roger that, Justice. When the operative starts the party, let's make sure no one gets to leave early. Commander, the probability for collateral damage is high if the Scrun ships are carrying slaves. It will be extremely difficult to attempt to disable the warships without destroying them. I further postulate the senior operative has no intention of boarding any of the vessels. I understand, Justice. Keep us out of the operative's missile envelope and take us in behind the enemy ships. If Sail does not take them out in the initial attack, we will hit them from the rear and divide their return fire. Roger, Commander. Moving now. Kuntz and Clutch looked pissed their boarding operation would be put on hold. I called to them. Keep your gear on. Knowing the operative, I don't think the battle will last long. I headed to the lifts so I could watch the battle in real time on the bridge view dome. Tria followed, and as we made the ascent to the bridge deck, she pulled me close and kissed me. I hope I did not anger you by interrogating the prisoners. It was not my intention to purposely ignore my agreement to pilot the shuttle. Kuntz volunteered to fly the mission, and it left me time for physical therapy. It was a lame excuse at best, and I really did kind of wonder whether or not Kuntz had something to do with Tria's little scheme. Now I knew for a fact he did. This was not the first time the little Grawl had pulled such stunts. As we stepped out of the lift tube, Justice alerted us the battle had begun. Commander, I have detected minute distortion waves propagating from the location of the senior operative's flagship. They match stealth missile transition signatures I previously recorded during the Quill engagement. The count now totals 8. Roger that, Justice. Be prepared to launch a follow-up strike if necessary. Affirmative. All tubes loaded and weapons are in standby mode. Justice moved the Legacy to a point in space that was 30 degrees off of the operative's reciprocal targeting datum. The Scrun ship were rapidly closing with the decrepit outpost and were evidently oblivious to our presence. Justice gave us another alert. Commander, I just detected a much larger transition propagation wave from the operative's location. I believe it is a much larger weapon launch, possibly a torpedo-class weapon. There is a possibility the launch will be detected. I was wondering what the hell Sail was up to and what kind of weapon she was going to use on the Scrun. Justice called out again. The operative's flagship is maneuvering, and 2 of the Scrun ships have turned in the direction the Chalt ship has vacated. I have multiple hostile missile launches. All weapons have failed to track the Chalt vessel and appear to be in search mode. Justice put red boxes around the Scrun ships and displayed their missile tracks with red lines. I was just starting to wonder when the operative's first strike package was going to appear when all 4 of the hostile ships took hits. The first hit failed to penetrate the enemy shields, but the second round took them down. The operative had been closing the distance with the scrun and now opened up with her energy weapons. The two targets that had turned to attack were pierced by the Chalt weapons blowing through both sides of the hostile ships. The other two targets looked like they were attempting to maneuver behind the outpost when it disappeared in huge, white flash. One of the enemy ships was crushed by the expanding debris. The other sustained heavy damage and was in a spinning drift that left no doubt it received a fatal blow. Justice closed with the drifting ship, and we got a close-up view of the damage. There was a large piece of the outpost rammed through the side of the scrun vessel. The momentum of the high-velocity spin put an end to the ship as it broke in half. It might have taken sail all of 5 minutes to completely clear the battle space of targets. The missiles the scrun ships had fired never got a target lock and were circling in ever bigger loops farther and farther from the target area. I thought I would hear something from sail, but Justice alerted us she jumped out of the system. Tria looked over at me. It is why they used to call her Kala Mordi. She has always been very efficient when it comes to killing our enemies. That was an understatement. Sail had just sent thousands of one of the most hated races in the galaxy on a fast track to hell. I suspected she had every intention of doing away with the outpost just before the scrun showed up. It was time to see who and what was aboard the disabled shuttle. I could see the small, blinking yellow box high up on the view dome. In the blink of an eye, it filled the screen. Tria joined me, and we made our way back to the hangar to await a report from Kuntz and Clutch. Justice directed a comms burst at the shuttle in the Scrun and Murloc dialects, then threw in a mismatch of others, including Galactic Union Standard. He warned that any resistance would be fatal, and to send all of their weapons and armor out the airlock. He attached a countdown timer to the ultimatum. When it reached 7, the airlock on the shuttle opened, and several Scrun weapons mixed with a couple of Murloc sidearms floated out of the hatch. Clutch went across first, followed by Kuntz. They both disappeared into the airlock, only to return several minutes later with 2 Zane battlesuits in tow. That was an indication we might have just netted a couple more of Iger's clan. They went back into the shuttle and were gone for several minutes. I was wondering why we were not getting a video feed when I heard Clutch call to Justice. "Justice, can you move in closer to the shuttle and center the airlock on the hangar door?" Affirmative, Troopmaster. Maneuvering now. Justice put the Legacy alongside the shuttle and about 15 feet from the hangar door. Tria and I stood just inside the atmospheric retention field, trying to figure out what the hell our crewmates were up to. Clutch calmed me a warning. "Commander, could you and Tria please step away from the hangar door?" Tria and I shared a frown and stepped back away from the huge door. I was just getting ready to tell them to quit messing around when the airlock on the shuttle explosively decompressed. 2 Murloc and 2 Scrun were violently propelled across the short distance between the shuttle and the Legacy. The aliens flew through the retention field, and when the artificial gravity grabbed a hold, it deposited them in a heap on the deck. All were groaning loudly, and evidently the 2 Murloc without pressure suits were still alive. My ears were assaulted by Clutch's loud, croaking laughter, and I heard him tell Kuntz he owed him 1,000 credits. Kuntz's response was accompanied by several profane words, and him yelling out, "You cheated!" I wanted very much to be pissed at the two of them. But damn, that was some funny shit. I could tell Tria was trying her best to keep from laughing as well. I called to the 2 clowns dicking around on the shuttle. "If you are done screwing around, we need to go meet the operative." Kuntz and Clutch jumped across from the shuttle, and you could hear the heated argument going on between the two. Kuntz was carrying what looked like a small briefcase. It was apparent he was going to hit Clutch with it. "Hey, knock it off and put that scat in the brig. We need to get moving." Kuntz walked up and gave me the case, then turned back to Clutch, grumbling under his breath. I could see Tria give the 2 Murloc a close look before Kuntz and Clutch jerked them off the deck and headed for the security lockup. "Do they look familiar?" Tria shook her head no. "They got to keep their lives. For now. Justice closed the hangar doors and called out we were going to make a standard transition to the operative's location. Our ETA was only a few minutes more than the time it would have taken to charge the energy matrix. I felt the small discomfort in my stomach when we jumped to hyperspace. I held the case out to Tria, and she opened it. Inside was a considerable stack of credit vouchers and some small cubes that were data chips. Now I knew why Kuntz and Clutch let them live. They must have been the reigning leadership until we came along. The credit vouchers were probably once owned by the occupants of the outpost. As Tria and I walked past the science lab, I placed the data cubes on one of the tables. Tria did the same with the case containing the credit vouchers. Looks like the Planetary Protection Fund just got a boost in revenue. My comment wiped the grim look from Tria's face and replaced it with a smile. Mission accomplished on my part, because such a pretty face should not be flawed by a frown. She grabbed my arm and, with another hint at her new strength, pulled me toward her. Before I could say anything witty, she planted a kiss on me that let me know there was no longer any room for improvement on the Earth's sign of affection. She let go of me when we heard Kuntz and Clutch come out of the ready room arguing. As they passed by the lab, they noticed us, and the argument ceased. Tria's kiss made me forget all about asking the two what they had wagered on. We had just stepped off the lift tube on the bridge level when Justice called to us. "Commander, one of the data cubes is scrun and heavily encrypted. The other one is the navigation chipset for the shuttle. I find it very interesting that it has coordinates known to us. The shuttle was recently at the location divulged to us by Tam Lin and identified as the Scrun Strike Team training base. The other is the slave distribution center hidden on the volcanic planet in the Delta 1 system. There appears to be access codes attached to both destinations. It would be extremely foolhardy to leave such codes attached to their coordinates." It sounds awful convenient, doesn't it? The frown I had successfully removed from Tria's face a few moments ago returned. If the access codes are indeed a plant, it would be a very good way to identify friend from foe. Really makes me wonder what is on the encrypted cube. I turned around and went back to the down tube. The data cube was probably a plant and meant as a trap for any hapless fool. It irked me to no end thinking it might have been left for me in particular. If this was the case, then the Scrun were convinced I was a sucker and a fool. The beast inside of me was laughing at my new titles. I would prove the Scrun wrong on both counts. Tria was following me, then abruptly stopped. She must have sensed my inner demon. She was capable of pushing the Ularon monster aside and clearing my thoughts of its deadly intentions. She instead chose to turn and walk away. 29. When I exited the down tube, Kuntz and Clutch were approaching. Kuntz immediately picked up on my dark mood. "Commander, is there a problem?" It was all I could do to grind out that I was going to interrogate the prisoners. Kuntz hastily stepped aside, but Clutch turned to follow me. I thought I had done well on the outpost and was capable of controlling the Ularon soldier. Right at the moment, my desire to bring death and destruction down on the heads of my enemies was all I could think about. I went to the ready room and dumped my smartcloth uniform on the floor in front of my locker and slipped on my recon armor. As I turned for the door, I saw Clutch was doing the same thing. The short, wide lout had a sinister smile on his face. Kuntz was nowhere to be seen, and I suspected he was looking for Tria. I entered the brig and cleared the cell doors so the prisoners could see each other. In reality, it was so they could see what was going to happen if I did not get the answers I was looking for. The first cell had a Murloc casually lying on a bunk and his companion pacing the cell in front of the door. The other had the two Scrun in it, and they were standing by the cell door, looking surprised and staring wide-eyed at us. Clutch quickly pushed past me, and the cell door with the Murloc opened. The Murloc that had been pacing the floor jumped back and screamed, "No!" Clutch stalked past him and grabbed Mr. Calm and Cool from his bunk. He threw him out of the cell with such ferocity he bounced off the wall, leaving a bloody faceprint from the impact. Clutch leaped off the floor and landed on the Murloc's legs. The sound of the bones snapping was loud and sickening. The other prisoners pushed back into the corners of their cells and stared on in horror. They were used to doling it out to others and were completely shocked by the concept of it happening to them. I was pleasantly surprised how little Clutch was stinking the place up while he went about his business. He was relentless, and I could feel the beast in me applauding his actions. The unconscious Murloc was awoken to Clutch stomping his hand flat. His screams had the other yelling out, "I will tell you whatever you want to know!" Clutch yelled back, "I know you will." He gave the Murloc he had been beating a kick to the head that once again put him out cold. He left him bleeding on the floor and stomped into the cell for his squalling partner. He grabbed the alien by the fur on his head and pulled him down within an inch of his face. "Where is Iger?" "He has taken refuge on one of our homeworlds." Clutch balled up his fist and drew back to deliver a punishing blow. "Wrong answer. That is not the information that we have uncovered." The Murloc covered his face and yelled out, "You are hearing what we want you to hear!" The outburst put a halt to Clutch's blow. It also had my attention. The Murloc slowly lowered his hands from his face. "Iger and the Scrun are conspiring to kill you and your crew. They have planted the information they want you to hear long ago. There is a large number of Iger's fleet and several Scrun warships hidden in an asteroid field on the fringe. You are to be lured there by the Warbringer solar wind. Once you are in the asteroid field, you will be swarmed and destroyed." Clutch looked at me and raised an eyebrow. He turned back to the Murloc. "So, you are saying Iger is not with the fleet?" "No. He is on the Murloc homeworld of Jurlaw. He claims to be wounded and is recuperating in his compound in the Crisberry Mountains." We heard a gurgling grunt, and the Murloc lying on the deck yelled out, "Silence, you cowardly fool!" I walked over and jerked the Murloc off the floor. He spat blood on my armor and yelled out, "You are going to die!" For reasons unknown, his comments seemed to calm the beast in me. I turned and walked out of the brig. The Murloc's eyes grew wider, and he attempted to break free of my grasp. I rewarded his efforts with an open-hand slap that had his head lolling from side to side. When we arrived in front of the hangar doors, they slid open, revealing the shimmering gray of hyperspace. The Murloc's eyes refocused on me, and it looked like he might have additional taunts to unleash on me. I cut him off with a final terse remark. "I actually respect that you are not the coward your partner turned out to be. If it is any consolation, he will die as well." The Murloc snapped his mouth shut and closed his eyes as I threw him into hyperspace. I called to Justice. "Do you think there is any truth to what the Murloc is telling us?" "The Murloc claims the Scrun have proof he is telling the truth." "It would be hard for me to take anything those slaver pieces of shit said seriously." "The Murloc says the proof is on the encrypted data cube one of the Scrun attempted to barter his freedom with." "Have you been able to hack the encryption yet?" "Negative. I lack a proper primer to help me unlock the algorithms necessary to decode the device." "One or both of them might have access to the information. I guess I will just have to ask nicely and see if that will work." I went back into the brig. Clutch was standing in front of the Murloc's cell. I guess he was waiting for me to decide what to do with him. The Murloc called out to me, "The information I have given you has surely saved your lives. All I ask in return is for you to drop me off at any outpost, and you will never see me again." I sat down on the bench across from the cell. Clutch had a look of expectation on his face that turned to ugliness with my next statement. "Okay. I guess I am good with that." Now Clutch's face had shock, anger, and disbelief all rolled up into one horrible stare. I cringed when the atmosphere in the brig turned to an eye-watering toxicity. I hastily closed my helmet and started a purge cycle. He started to protest, but I interjected my next comment. As long as you can convince the troop master to do the same. The Murloc got an instant look of terror on his face. Clutches turned to an evil sneer. He grabbed the alien by his furry head and started dragging him out of the brig. I stood up and walked to the Scrun's holding cell. They both backed up several steps when I used my implants to open the door. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. Both of the grotesque, hair-lipped aliens stared at me with their large, cyclops eyeballs. I want the access code for the data cube. If I had to guess, I would say the arms and legs of a Scrun are of equal length. One of the despised aliens appeared to be slightly taller than the other. I pegged the taller one's reach at about 6 feet. That meant the shorter of the two's attempt to punch me came from a shorter distance. That being said, the strike still had to come from a long way off. I caught his wrist with my right hand and reached out and grabbed his elbow. I used my body weight to push his forearm down and toward his back, while pulling the elbow sharply back over my head as I stepped under the swing. The arm could not negotiate the opposing thrusts, and the shoulder made the strangest popping noise. I instinctively ducked when I saw motion out of the corner of my helmet. A metallic boot glanced off my shoulder, making me let go of the shorter Scrun's now useless appendage. I could feel the Ularan soldier taking over and a big rush of adrenaline sweeping through me. The loud, grunting noises I was hearing did not translate, so I assumed they were some wonderful new Scrun curse words. I shoved the short one aside and saw the momentum from the other's kick had him facing away from me. I brought my armored boot up with as much force as I could generate. The act lifted me several inches off the floor. I made a punter's contact right at the junction of the Scrun's legs. While I did manage to drive my foe up and off his feet, I did not get the reaction I would have garnered from the same blow to a human male. I was getting ready to go for another field goal when the Scrun behind me grabbed me around the faceplate with his good arm. It was strange how the adrenaline rush I experienced made me feel calm and carefree. A smile formed on my lips. The other soldier got to his feet and whipped around with his boot to deliver another roundhouse kick. I grabbed the Scrun's arm that was holding me and kicked my legs out, dropping me to my butt on the floor. The Scrun bent forward from my weight. He caught his partner's kick square in the faceplate, knocking him back into the corner of the bunk behind me. I looked up to see Clutch with his face pressed to the transparent cell wall, laughing his big ass off. I could not help but laugh myself. That was dumb shit funny. I swept my attacker's other foot before he could regain his balance. He went crashing to the floor, and I lunged forward, grabbing the boot the slaver was going to feed me. Pulling his leg out straight, I rolled over and locked my legs around it, pulling backwards against the knee. The joint let go, and the Scrun's leg took on a very unnatural appearance. The slaver squalled out in pain and pushed away from me, dragging his damaged leg. He retreated to the corner of the cell and sat upright against the wall. The beast in me was not finished, and I drove several heavy blows into his sides. Clutch caught my attention. He was frantically pointing behind me. I leaped to the side just as the other Scrun came barreling in, leading with a knee. He hit the edge of his buddy's faceplate with such force they both lay in a heap on the floor. Clutch's croaking laugh was becoming annoying. I looked out, and the Tybor was bent over, slapping his knees and roaring with laughter. Shaking my head, I turned back to the Scrun lying on the deck. The festivities are over. Tell me the access code, or I will cut you up a piece at a time. There was a possibility they were going to tell me to jump out the airlock, until they saw me extend my climbing hooks. The shorter of the two blurted out a string of alphanumeric code. Justice? I have access, Commander. I opened the cell door to a still-laughing Tybor. I rapped him on the helmet as I walked by. Clutch, can that crap and get these slaver throgs off my ship. Clutch's guffawing ceased long enough for him to say, Commander, I have not been that entertained since my days at the training academy. I rolled my eyes and went to the ready room. As I stripped off my recon armor, I called to Justice. I need a secure IST link to the operative. Link active, Commander. Senior Operative, what is your current status? It did not take but a few seconds for Sail to come back on, and she did not sound happy. Then again, I doubt that she would ever be completely happy, knowing I did not have to take orders from her unless I chose to do so. My current status is needlessly holding in the void, waiting for a primate to learn how to pilot his ship to my location. I love you too, Mother, but I really don't have time to exchange pleasantries. We have interrogated some Murloc and Scrun prisoners. They say there is an ambush waiting for us somewhere near your location. I thought I had eradicated all of that sewage. How can you be sure what they tell you is the truth? We have a data cube Justice is currently deciphering, and it should verify the information we have collected. We will be entering your area of operation shortly. Stay cloaked, and whatever you do, do not follow or engage any Murloc warships you detect in the area. Ha! If you think I am going to sit idly by until you show up to take down Iger, you would be mistaken. Sail, if the information I have is proven to be correct, Iger is nowhere near your location. He is on one of the Murloc homeworlds, claiming to be injured and recuperating. Please hold at your location, and I promise you will receive a full debrief on our findings. The IST link promptly ended. I wondered if Sail had parents on her homeworld, and how they handled her impatience. Thinking about it a little longer, I smiled. She was a lot like me. Commander, I have disabled the malicious security on the data cube and have recovered noteworthy information. First of all, there are communication buoy recordings from a relay in orbit above the Murloc world of Jurlaw. I cannot verify they came from Iger, but it does give some credibility to the Scrun's statements. There are numerous communications that originate from the location that has been identified as the Scrun Strike Team training base. I now have its exact location on the small planetoid it occupies. The information also suggests that the Scrun ships that came to the aid of the outpost were stationed at that location until summoned by the comm buoys that were launched from the outpost. The final entries are communications to the Murloc Warbringer Solar Wind. They alert the ship to begin Operation Retribution. Thank you, Justice. What is our exit ETA? 11 minutes, 32 seconds. Can you locate Sail's ship without wandering all over the target area? I have selected an entry point far enough from the AO to allow me time to locate her position and lessen the chances of our transition being detected. I made my way to the command deck, and as I stepped out of the lift tube, I could hear laughter coming from the bridge. I walked in to find everyone watching my little free-for-all in the Scrun's cell. Justice had it on the view dome. Clutch was flailing around, giving a blow-by-blow description, accompanied by my crew's riotous laughter and applause at his antics. I loudly cleared my throat, and the view screen went blank. You could hear a pin drop as everyone made themselves look busy at their stations. Justice called out over the PA system. Exit transition in 30 seconds, Commander. I took my chair and felt mild nausea grip me as we exited hyperspace. The Legacy went to stealth mode, and Justice began sweeping the system with our passive scanners. We cleared our transition point and went in search of the operative starship. The system was a dark place of rock and dust. The local star was a brown dwarf. It failed to gain enough mass to fuse hydrogen, so its fizzled attempt left it small and dim. It was more like a very large planetary body than a true star. The rest of the system was a massive, rock-laden waste zone, barren of any planets. If the operative was hiding amongst all this galactic clutter, she might be hard to find. Justice, can you pick Sail's ship out of all this crap? I have not sorted her flagship out of the 14 targets I have identified as Murloc and Scrun warships. The target list will grow as I eliminate the large number of probable detections. Once the target list is complete, I can compare data and should have her location in a matter of minutes. Before I could say anything else, my IST came online in secure mode, and the voice of the operative filled my head. Nathan, we have detected your transition, but cannot get a lock on your position. The information from your prisoners was correct. We have 18 confirmed hostile targets and several more probables. Acknowledged, Senior Operative. Please hold your position while Justice confirms a complete target list. The operative shot back a curt, "Holding." Justice came over the PA system. Commander, I have located 25 hostile targets, the largest of which is maneuvering slowly to the edge of the largest dust field. I have identified that target as a Murloc Warbringer-class battleship. The other 24 targets are scattered in a rough circle in the largest asteroid field. The operative's flagship is between the Warbringer and the ambush fleet. It appears that they have detected our transition distortion waves, but cannot locate us. I believe the same is true in the operative's case as well. We will know shortly if the Warbringer swings out, away from the dust field, and moves in the direction of the other hostile ships. I believe they will radiate telltales strong enough for anyone in the area to detect them in hopes of getting a follower. Transfer the latest targeting data to Sail's flagship and move us in close to her location. Data sent, Commander. My crew sat quietly listening, each fastening their seat harness in anticipation of combat. Tria looked back at me expectantly. I fastened my harness, and she gave me a small smile, then turned back to her screen. Evidently, Justice did not think we could be detected by the Scrun or the Murloc. We made a maximum speed interception of the operative's flagship, guiding through the hostile fleet's location. The new Guardian technology we installed on the Legacy was magnitudes above any of the tech the pirates and slavers could get their hands on. My IST came alive with a secure message beep. The operative's voice had an edge to it. "Nathan, we should attack all the targets before they start wondering why we have not appeared on their scanners. What is your position?" I looked up at the view dome and saw the blue box of the operative's flagship leap at us and quickly fill the entire front of the display. I was sure my next report was going to thrill her. "We are below and just aft of your position." The oath the operative blurted under her breath was still loud enough to put a smile on my face. She really despised having less than the latest tech. I am sure she realized she indirectly had something to do with our current advantage. I knew we had something she and her people wanted, now that we had demonstrated its potential. She acknowledged my thoughts with her next statement. "Perhaps when this ugliness with Iger is brought to a proper end, we can revisit a technology exchange that will be beneficial to both of us." The one item that was still at the very top of my wish list was transporter technology. 30. I decided to throw Sail a bone and let her take on the role of commander. I would let her decide how this battle was going to play out. The data we had collected from the Murloc and Scrun seemed to be authentic and accurate. This led me to believe the information we had obtained on Iger's whereabouts was also true and correct. This made the entire enemy fleet targets of opportunity. Senior Operative, I feel the information we have on Iger's location is possibly accurate. It was my intention to board the Warbringer to ensure Iger would be apprehended. I now feel like it would be a waste of time and energy. I propose we attempt to disable as many of the hostile ships as possible and jump to a safe location to discuss future strategies. Sail shot back. "We will not attempt to do anything. We are going to destroy all of the sewage-sucking throgs that infest this scat hole. You boasted that you will not turn a blind eye to these cowardly killers. When my crew and I decided to join your little wet dream, we vowed to do the same. Do not dishonor my crew members who lost their lives following you because you changed your mind." Phew! The old witch must have slipped off of her broomstick, and it somehow became lodged in her ass. She was out for blood, and did not give a crap what it might cost us to get it. In the back of my mind, I felt the Uleron soldier stir, and give a mirthless laugh. I was thinking the monster now had a sister. There was only one way to answer her. "Okay, Sail. Pick out what you want, and we will take the rest." "We must strike now while the fools are playing with themselves, trying to determine if we have entered the system. With a properly coordinated stealth missile strike, we can eliminate them all. On my signal, you destroy the Warbringer, and then come back for any stragglers. We will commence launching a 4-missile-per-target strike package that will be timed for simultaneous detonation." Justice interrupted our planning with an alert. "Commander, the Warbringer just launched 3 comm buoys, and they have transitioned. This act may be an attempt to draw us out, or the opposition already knows we are here, and they are calling for help. The Warbringer has now brought its shields online and is moving toward the ambush zone." "Is it accelerating?" "Yes, Commander, but at a fraction of its capability. It is making itself an obvious target." "Okay, Justice. Let's give them what they are wishing for. Move us in close enough. We can hit them with the beam weapons for maximum effect. When their shields come down, give them 6 of our new Chalt antimatter missiles." "Roger that, Commander. I am detecting a continuous salvo being launched from the operative's flagship, and it has ceased at 96 missiles. All have transitioned." I looked up at the view dome as the entire screen filled with a massive, blunt-nosed Warbringer. They did not have a clue about the hell we were getting ready to unleash on them. I felt a small twinge of guilt that passed as quickly as it came. The pieces of shit deserved everything that was about to happen to them. Justice called out again. "Commander, I am detecting the transition emissions from the operative's missiles and estimate they will impact the targets in 60 seconds or less." Sale linked with me. "Are you in a position to strike, Nathan?" "Affirmative. We will attack on your mark." 30 seconds and counting down." "Roger that. Good luck and good hunting." The signal ended, and I watched as Justice put up a diagram of the Warbringer's overlapping shields. He illuminated the weakest areas, and then chose an area that appeared to have very little coverage below the battleship's massive hangar doors. The asteroid field on the backside of the dome lit up from multiple simultaneous antimatter explosions. Justice ramped the power to the beam weapons to maximum and put a continuous beam shot into the side of the Warbringer. The view dome flashed a brilliant white, then quickly faded, leaving a picture of a giant hole in the Warbringer we could have flown through. We could see the star field through the burning hell that was once the hangar deck. 6 green missile tracks jumped from the Legacy into the hole, and the Murloc ship came apart in a blinding flash that blacked out the view dome. When the screen reset, we were plowing through a massive debris cloud that had our forward shields blazing from the continuous strikes. Justice called out, "Commander, there are 7 remaining targets that are attempting to get a lock on the operative's ship. All targets appear to be unloading their entire arsenal of anti-ship missiles. The missile count is climbing above 600. Let's give the operative a hand. Target anything Sale does not have a lock on, and lock down as many missiles as you can with our point defense weapons." The view dome started stuttering from the non-stop point defense fire. There were sparkling flashes across the screen as our weapons started knocking out hostile missiles. 2 of the hostile ships closest to our position had bright red crosshairs appear on them. Justice gave each a 4-missile salvo. The missiles blinked out of normal space-time and transitioned to a point in close proximity to the targets. They reacquired the fleeing ships and dove headlong into the most depleted areas of the enemy ship's shields. One of the targets disappeared in a ripple of 3 detonations. The 4th missile made an impossibly sharp turn back toward the other target and bore in for a frontal engagement. The 2nd scrun ship was pouring out fire with their defensive weapon systems while making absolutely crazy maneuvers in the dense, rock-filled asteroid field. They were doing fairly well until the wild tactics intersected with a large rock fragment, sending the ship careening end over end. The 2 remaining missiles, along with a lone attacker from the first engagement, found their mark, adding to the dense, debris-laden rock field. Justice zeroed in on the operative's location and placed a blue box around her ship. We turned back in her direction and started a jinxing dive back into the rocky hell the asteroid field was quickly becoming. I had to admit, when it came to cleaning house, Sale was deadly and efficient. She had 18 instant kills and was methodically mopping up the remaining stragglers. Justice decided we had enough time to go in for one more kill. One of the survivors was a Murloc cruiser-class warship. The captain was apparently abandoning the engagement and was trying to get to open space. If he managed to do it, he would transition before we could catch him. In an insane move, Justice lined us up with the smallest of openings in the debris field and made an eye blink of an inter-system jump. When we returned to normal space-time a second later, the entire view dome was filled with a hostile ship. I heard more than one oath yelled out in alarm. Justice blasted a double beam shot point-blank into the Murloc ship. I gripped the arms of my chair, expecting a collision as it blew apart. The flash of the explosion obscured the entire view dome. I was shocked, speechless, when the screen reset. We were plowing through a large number of bodies, along with the contents of the ship. I was in awe as both halves of the ship went spinning away from us in different directions. There was a horrible stench in the air. I was relieved to find it was coming from Clutch and not the lower half of my uniform. My crew did not seem to notice. They all turned, staring wide-eyed at me. I returned the look, giving them a small shake of my head and a shrug. Justice called out to us, ending my non-stop adrenaline rush. "Commander, all targets accounted for and eliminated." I had trouble finding my voice, and it came out in a hoarse whisper until I cleared my throat a second time. "Did we sustain any damage?" "Our forward lower hull and outboard star drive nacelle have sustained minor damage. The hull bots are moving to those locations to begin repairs." "Open a secure IST channel to the operative." "Secure channel transmitting, Commander." "Senior Operative, what is your status?" "We have no casualties, but have hull and shield emitter damage we will have to repair before we can engage in combat operations." "The Legacy has sustained minor damage, but is combat-capable. The Warbringer launched 3 comm buoys, and we cannot be sure if it was a ruse to draw us out or a call for backup. I suggest we move to a secure location so you can make your repairs, and I can brief you on our intelligence findings." "We detected the launches as well, and what you say is of sound tactical reasoning, but I still feel the need to bloody the murderous throgs." "Sale? The Scrun and Murloc claimed that we were being led here, because we were hearing what they wanted us to hear. If reinforcements show up at this location, they will see what we want them to see." The transmitter was silent for what seemed like 30 seconds, but was probably a lot less. "Very well, Nathan. It sounds like you have a location in mind." "As a matter of fact, I do. Justice will transfer the coordinates to you now. It is a location just outside of the system the Scrun training base occupies. When you complete your repairs, we are going to burn that scat hole to the ground." "I find myself liking you a little more every time I talk with you." "Ha! Where I come from, we call that bullshit. We will wait for you to jump and then follow." I heard a small chuckle escape her lips, and then she said, "Transitioning in 30 seconds. Don't keep me waiting." The operative's ship disappeared from the system. I had Justice leave a little surprise behind before we transitioned. There were more than 200 hostile missiles still wandering around the system, aimlessly seeking a target to lock onto. We added a dozen of our own. Justice set them to go dormant. If a spacecraft matching our targeting data happened to enter the system, the stealth missiles would come back online and transition to the target's location from multiple vectors. With all our parting gifts launched, we made a dead-core jump to Sale's location. Justice now had all the data he needed to identify and lock in the operative's location. He moved us to within 1,000 yards of her flagship. He magnified her hull damage, and we could see repair bots and visual inspection teams going about their business. My IST went live with a secure beep. "Nathan, we detected your transition, and I know you are close by. When you are finished playing games, I am ready for the debriefing." Justice pulled us close alongside Sale's flagship and uncloaked. The inspection teams became so alarmed at us appearing within several hundred feet of their ship, most went jetting at high speed for cover in the shuttle hangar. I chuckled, thinking several were giving their suit disposal systems a workout. It was not but a few minutes before a lone figure stood in the hangar entrance. I was a little miffed because Sale had never once invited us aboard. I suspect It was a major infraction of the rules to let another alien board a Chalt warship. I thought after the Quill engagement, my crew and I might be an exception to that rule. I guess I was wrong. I called to Justice. Open the shuttle bay for the operative. Evidently, she wishes to visit in person. I got up to go meet Sale. Kuntz and Clutch stayed at their stations, but Tria got up and intercepted me on my way off the bridge. She locked one of her arms around mine and walked without comment to the down tube. When we stepped in, she embraced me and said in a quiet voice, "Do you still think I look like star-withered old fruit?" I could not help but laugh at the question. It was not the reaction she was wanting, and a frown crossed her pretty face. I was wondering when she would find an interpretation of what a raisin was. While she did not have a completely accurate translation, it was close enough. My humorous response must have irritated her more than I thought. She started to pull away from me as we descended to the hangar deck. I refused to let her go and pulled her close and kissed her. Her natural, deep, dark, tanned appearance was slowly returning to normal from the almost black caused by the bruising from the Ullaran procedures she had undergone. She was hiding her discomfort fairly well. I could tell her facial expressions were an exercise in control. I wish she would stop trying to prove she was as tough as nails. I already knew it. She relaxed in my arms, and I whispered to her, "You should know that a raisin is a sweet delicacy on my homeworld, and it is cherished by many for its unique flavor and healing qualities." We stepped out of the down tube, and she looked at me with those big emerald eyes. "I believe where you come from, statements like that are called bullshit." Even though there was truth to the statement, it would be hard denying it wasn't laced with just a little livestock excrement. As we walked hand in hand into the hangar, we saw that the operative had already leaped across the void between our ships and was swiftly approaching. For reasons unknown to me, Tria spun me around and planted a wet one on me that left a look of surprise on my face. She was definitely much stronger than she used to be. It would have taken effort to resist the sudden move. She turned back to Sale Nolan and gave her an almost smug look, leaving me to wonder what was up with it. I let the surprise slide from my face as I started to greet Sale. Sale held up all her hands and said, "No thanks. I would find the Fusra pus virus more comforting on my face than your lips." Tria and I both burst out laughing. Get the hell out. The old witch was developing a sense of humor. She had a neutral look on her face when she turned to Tria and said, "Could we please get on with the briefing before your primate ways start affecting me like other members of my race?" The smile on Tria's face was reduced to a grimace, but she held her tongue. Justice was right on cue with a call that put any tension in the air at ease. "Commander, I have prepared the briefing room, and the crew has been alerted." The walk to the lift tube was quiet, so I asked a question that had been on my mind for some time now. "Sale, have you heard from your council since your disappearance with your ship and crew?" We stepped into the lift tube and were whisked upward. She finally commented on my question. "The threats of execution for traitorous desertion have ceased, if that is what you want to know." "Sale, I have known you long enough to know you would not let such charges stand against your crew. I surmise your participation in my operations have been reported in detail to superiors who favor your continued service." We stepped out on the command deck. Tria and I both turned to the operative with expectant looks on our faces. "I find your continued use of logic irritating. You are giving me little grounds for calling you a primate." While I smiled at the comment, Tria did not. She took my hand and gave me a tug. "Save it for the briefing room." Tria apparently wanted Sale to fess up to being in communication with her superiors to the crew as well. Sale made no comment and followed us to the briefing room. We took our seats, and Sale looked at all of us and quipped, "I am glad the defective AI that runs this relic has figured out how to select proper seating." That brought a round of polite laughter from all of us. I was relieved that any perceived tension in the air was now gone. Sale helped herself to one of the glasses of water Justice was so kind to supply us. She stood and cleared her throat, then started off with an explanation to her comments in the lift. As you have evidently conjectured, my military council has come to its senses. They have gone through a reorganization that has long been overdue. The new leadership is composed of progressive, younger minds that are not tied down by the old status quo. The new leadership has come to the same conclusion I have. The continued cooperation between you and your followers is one of the most important alliances our people have made in a very long time. In short, your recent discoveries have the ability to bring yours and my people into a new technological age. The Guardian tech you have uncovered, along with a live Prool hunter, are truly amazing. We were all smiles at her disclosures. There was the very real possibility we would now have access to some of the Chalt's best tech secrets. The smile left my face when I saw Sale was not sharing our joyous occasion with the same zeal. Senior Operative, I take it we still have complications that will have to be addressed? Kuntz surprised me when he said, Commander, what the operative has not stated is the fact that the military council still has to answer the leaders of the Chalt homeworlds. The leaders of her race are some of the oldest and considered by many to be the wisest of the Chalt people. The Grawl people, and many others for that matter, have attempted such alliances only to be turned away by the Chalt leadership. The operative gave Kuntz a steely-eyed stare that insinuated she did not like the interruption, but she did not deny his claims either. I knew of the Grawl attempts to gain Chalt technology. Not all were an honorable effort. Sale centered her attention back on me. What I was going to say before I was interrupted was that the Chalt people cannot be seen showing favoritism to a group that many might consider to be vigilantes. We are already in direct conflict with certain agreements we have made with the Galactic Union. The leadership of my people will not risk further deterioration of these agreements by openly acknowledging our association with you or your followers. I should have figured this angle all by myself. Many governments back on my homeworld operated in the same manner. It was called plausible deniability. It was a way of getting the nitty-gritty done without having the cooperating powers' fingerprints all over it. Tria asked the next question on my mind. Senior Operative, how do you fit into this covert scheme? You cannot be seen using Chalt military assets to attack what could potentially be Union allies or trade partners. Your reputation is well known by many. Contingencies are now in place to spread the story of my departure from the Chalt military. It has been made public that there was a major changing of the guard in the military council. Rumors have been spread to all of the outlets that usually leak information. There is now a story circulating of my great displeasure with the change in power. Since I essentially took a Chalt warship without the proper clearances, the record will show that I have been stripped of my command status and released from service. It has already been well documented by my former colleagues, many of which have greatly perpetuated the stories currently circulating to all of our allies and others. Many are already speculating on my mercenary status. The Chalt security services are reporting several covert inquiries from my known talents. Clutch asked another obvious question. What does this mean concerning your ship? They cannot let you get away with taking a military asset without revealing this ruse for the deception it actually is. You are correct, Troop Master. I will be given a new ship to command. It is a prototype fast attack ship that was designed from Ularan discoveries, among others. It was placed in storage when we determined the cost to integrate all of the various systems into one ship was a drain on our other military projects. It is our hope that you will be able to contribute to its completion. That statement got everyone's attention. All eyes turned from the operative to me. They were going to leave it up to me to ask the next big question that was on our minds. My crew looked back at the operative. Contribute in what way, Sale? Justice has the knowledge to help us make use of the Uleron systems we have recovered while salvaging the Void. I also know that many of your scientists have studied the legacy for an extended period of time. We would like your permission to move our prototype to your facility for completion. We would pay you an extraordinary amount of credits to finish the project. Wow. To say we were all surprised by this turn of events would be an understatement. What I did clearly understand was the Chalt really needed us if they had any hopes of completing the project in the near future. I also knew we now had a big enough bargaining chip to get something that I really wanted. 31. My crew looked like they all wanted to start talking at the same time, and I knew what the subject was going to be. I had to put a halt to the direction this was going until such time we could discuss it at length in private. This would involve all of my scientific staff. I was not going out on a limb without talking to them first. The steady gaze coming from the operative said she knew where this would lead as well. Without discussing the matter with my scientist, I will neither confirm or deny your request. Your new council is taking a lot for granted. We have not forgotten about the deceit perpetrated on us by your superiors. It makes me wonder why they would make such a request in the first place. If you were to look at it through my eyes, it would seem like a very good way to place a large number of spies in my complex under the guise of scientists and engineers. Sale did not like my rebuttal, but she did not refute it either. Before I could get an opportunity to say anything more, Justice interrupted my current thoughts on the subject. He calmed me on my backscatter transmitter. I stopped with my mouth open as if to say something. Sale frowned, trying to decipher the strange expression on my face. Justice's message left my mouth agape. Glancing around the table, I saw it was a group announcement because my crew looked the same way. Sale's frown became more menacing by the moment. Don't sit there pretending you are not getting a message from the defective machine that runs this ship. You are not hiding it well. What has happened? I thought about it for a moment, and decided, if anything, the information could only help our bargaining position. The timing could not have been any better. Justice, would you please enlighten the operative? Senior Operative, we have had a breakthrough on the research we were conducting on the spacecraft designated as Daggers. We have discovered the AI access code sequences necessary to gain entry. I am now researching the capabilities of the spacecraft and have every intention of making them an operational asset. Now, Sale's mouth was gaping. She promptly snapped it shut with yet another frown. I could tell she was carefully digesting Justice's statement. While I don't care if you play mind games on my council, I would like to think you're beyond doing the same to me. Justice left enough awkward silence after his statement to let me know he was messing with the operative for her defective machine comment. I was going to intervene, but he cut me off. Senior Operative, some of the amazing revelations I am currently collecting from the Dagger's processing cores directly contradict information your council stored on the data cube for us to review. Sale looked like she was on the verge of a meltdown. Are your cores faulty? You are well aware I had nothing to do with the council's deceit. What is your point? Senior Operative, I am not referring to the misleading information left by your people to draw me into their architecture collection algorithms. I speak of the informational theories your scientists determined to be facts. Based on my initial studies, many of the suppositions are in error. Some aspects of Dagger technology surpass the current technological advancements incorporated into the legacy. A situation, I might add, that will be addressed in the near future. Whoa! Justice was getting a little vindictive. He wasn't just picking at Sale, he had her face down, rubbing her nose in it. He must have decided that she was ordered to report on our technology to the new management on the Chalt Military Council. I felt a little sorry for her, because it was probably a requirement for immunity to her recent transgressions. The look of anger on the operative's face was replaced by a forced neutrality. She would not look me in the eyes, choosing instead to stare at her clasped hands. The reaction confirmed Justice's suspicions. Sale finally looked up at me and said in a quiet voice, "You must know. I now walk a very fine line. Many have questioned my loyalties, and for good reason. My recent actions have several council leaders calling me a rogue. However, the one thing they can all agree on is that no single operative has ever advanced our technological gains as much as I have. They attribute this success to my relationship with you and your followers, and rightly so." I was now scratching my head, wondering if Justice knew all along the operative was hiding information she was ordered to withhold from us. He certainly seemed to be compelling her to divulge her secrets. The manner in which he chose to reveal the breakthrough with the daggers was interesting, to say the least. I could only describe his efforts as the old carrot-on-a-stick routine. He was leading her to a rock and a hard place. It was working. "A new rank designation has been added to my senior operative status. I am now the principal investigator for my people. The new rank comes with a freedom no other Chalt military officer has ever been granted." I interrupted her before she could carry on. I wanted her to admit something that I had a suspicion I already knew. "Sale, did the new rank come before or after you revealed we might have another Proul discovery on our hands?" She cleared her throat and let the silence that followed answer for her. "You know, if we were to withhold information from you, it could easily bring doubt to the Council's minds, and to your new rank status." Her expression showed the displeasure my comment earned me. "Nathan, neither I nor my council are oblivious to your ambitions of acquiring transporter technology. You would do well to continue your cooperation if you wish to achieve your goals." Touché. Eventually, we would have ended up at this crossroad, and it was foolish for me to think otherwise. The pissing contest was over, and Sale had a bladder beyond my capacity. It was time to move on. We would discuss this new cooperation at a later date. Justice had forced Sale's hand and, at the same time, leveraged our position if any meaningful tech trade were to present itself. I held my hands up to Sale. "We have a briefing for you on the new target. How much longer will your repairs take?" "The damage to our shield emitters was worse than we thought. We have to completely replace 3, possibly 4. A good estimate would be 5 hours minimum, 6 if we have to replace the 4th. If you have the exact target location, you should recon the area. Once you have coherent data, brief me, and I will put together a plan of action." Sale got up and headed for the door. I was going to escort her, but she held up her hand and gave me a look that said she would not be good company. She was being granted almost unlimited power by her people, but it meant nothing without our full cooperation. She was learning the hard way that regardless of the wonderful tech she has already given us, we were under no obligation to toe her line. After having it her way for who knows how long, she still found it difficult to understand why we would not submit to her authority. Justice put a view screen on the wall, showing us Sale's progress. She did not deviate from her march to the hangar, where she closed up her armor suit and jumped back to the hangar bay of her ship. "Justice, stealth the Legacy and take us to the target." "Affirmative, Commander. I would also like to add that I am preparing a briefing on the daggers. It will take some time because my inquiries to Alpha Base are ongoing. I have some of the information available for viewing in the science lab." I looked at my crew members, waiting for the questions I knew they were about to ask. Tria commented before anybody could get a word in edgewise. "While Sale might act at times like she is conceding to your authority, I can assure you that it is not the case." I smiled and nodded. I had already figured out that little jewel of information all by myself. Back where I come from, they call it a love-hate relationship. She doesn't have to like it, but she does have to deal with it. Kuntz and Zool promptly stood up, and Kuntz said, "Commander, if you have need of us, we will be in the science lab." I waved them off, and they disappeared out the door. That left Clutch sitting on the other side of me, and he was mysteriously quiet. I leaned forward and studied the expression on his face that did not change with my move. Looking closer, I saw that the troopmaster had his eyes closed. He was leaning precariously back in his chair, and it dawned on me the big wanker was asleep. I looked at Tria, and she had her hand over her mouth to keep from laughing. This made me frown, and before she could stop me, I stuck my boot under his chair leg and levered it upward. Tria got up and raced for the door as Clutch got dumped backwards out of his chair onto the deck. The scent that filled the room was instantly nauseating and eye-watering. Clutch bolted upright, swearing. He looked around the room, figuring out what just happened. He gave me a big, toothy smile. "My apologies, Commander. I must be suffering from battle fatigue." He got up and made a hasty retreat from the room. Battle fatigue my ass. I was trying to hold my breath to keep from gagging, but had inhaled enough of the Tybor's warrior scent I could almost taste it. I got up and ran from my cabin in hopes of retaining what little I had in my stomach. Ultimately, I failed. As I washed my face and rinsed my mouth, I could hear Tria giggling behind me. "I tried to warn you." I grimaced. "You should have warned me harder." She laughed again and gave me a hug. She turned her head away from me, just to make sure I would not attempt to kiss her. I gave her a wicked smile and attempted anyway. She retreated out my cabin door and closed it behind her. Freaking Tybor. I took a shower and lay down on my bed for a quick catnap. Justice woke me 2 hours later. "Commander, a Scrun mothership entered the system and made a close approach to our target. 3 shuttles debarked and landed at the facility. The mothership appears to be leaving the system." "Okay, Justice. I am on my way to the bridge." Jumping up, I threw on a fresh uniform and made my way to the bridge. One by one, my crew joined me and took their stations. As if on cue, my IST transmitter went live. "Nathan, why are you letting that Scrun ship escape the system?" I wasn't about to tell her I was sleeping and did not have a clue what was going on. I hoped the irritation I felt when I responded was not picked up by Sale. I needed a little more from Justice before I could give her an answer. No matter what I said, I'm sure she would not agree. So, I did the next smartest thing. "Senior Operative, please hold." If Sale was trying to muzzle her oath, it was a failed attempt. I ended the transmission. "Justice, I know there was a reason you did not stop the Scrun ship. Could you please enlighten me?" "Commander, destroying or stopping the Scrun vessel would have alerted the base, and possibly others, to our presence at this locality. The Scrun mothership entered the system at high speed and only slowed enough to dispatch the shuttles. It then made a high-speed exit. While it would be speculation on my part, I believe there is a possibility the ship was en route to the system we had previously vacated. Even if that were not the case, I found it unwise to reveal our location. I suggest we make a covert assault on the Scrun facility and attempt to recover one or more of the shuttles intact. I believe the AI systems aboard the shuttles will provide us with the codes necessary to access the slave distribution center. This is only a recommendation, and I stand by, ready to follow any orders you might issue." My crew were all in agreement. It was a proven fact the evil robot knew what he was talking about 100% of the time. I opened a secure IST channel to the operative. "Sorry for the delay, Senior Operative. I was in the middle of planning a covert insertion into the Scrun facility. It is my belief we should try to capture one or more of the shuttles that just landed and use them to gain entry into the slave distribution center." This got my crew's heads to shaking and their eyes rolling. I guess they thought I should have gave the credit to whom it was due. It proved to be a waste of time because Sale saw right through my glory hog ways. "Oh, really? And what else did the defective machine inspire you to say?" The snickering I heard from my crew made me turn and give them the stink eye. How much longer on the repairs to your ship? We are making better progress than I had estimated and should be battle-ready in another 2 hours. If you have current data on the target, I suggest you share it with me. That is, if you still want to make this a joint operation. The operative always had a way with words. Her suggestion was a veiled order if I had ever heard one. We are on our way to your location. When we were well clear of the target area, Justice sent a data dump to the operative, and we waited to hear back. The Scrun base was like our home base in many ways. It was an underground complex with a tunnel entrance. Justice had detailed enough scans to allow the operative to insert her team into the tunnel entrance, but not the complex itself. The main complex, like most military facilities, was heavily shielded against scanning. If Sale's team could get the entrance secured and the doors open, we could land a shuttle in the tunnel to block any attempts by the occupants to escape. It did not appear to have another escape route, at least not for spacecraft. Sale took more than an hour to get back with us. It was not time wasted. We prepped our armor and weapon loadouts. Tria was going whether I liked it or not. At times, she was a lot like the operative. I had no choice but to let her find out the hard way just how painful the bone lamination healing process could be when you rushed the recovery period. Justice had done a great job restoring clutches and my armor. The suits were shiny clean and only showed minor wear and tear from our last engagement. Out of curiosity, I ran a check on my munitions load. I was more than a little miffed discovering Justice once again decided that I did not need antimatter explosives in my kit. Obviously, the control I had exhibited over my inner beast did not impress him enough to change my loadout. Sale snapped me out of my sour mood. Nathan, the plan to capture a shuttle has merit. The scans you have sent have enough detail my team and I can make an insertion into the tunnel entrance. From there, we will attempt to secure the access doors. I am surprised you have detected no defensive weapons outside of the complex. It has been my experience to remain cautious. Not detecting defensive weapons does not mean they are not present. I knew Sale did not like interruptions, but Clutch made a simpler recommendation. Don't worry about securing the doors. Just blow them, and we will secure the tunnel with one of our shuttles. Sale, your time would be better spent trying to secure at least one of the shuttles. Justice will keep the legacy closed to suppress any pop-up defenses. My comments brought the expected ire. If the Tybor would have not interrupted me, I would have explained our contingencies to you in detail. Since that was not the case, we can use one of our backup plans to speed the operation. I assume your team will be covering our flank while we seize the shuttles? Yes, we will move our shuttle through the entrance, taking out any hostiles that attempt to stop us. We will take up a position at the edge of the hangar area and use the point defense weapons for close support if things get nasty. I will deploy my team from there and flank any organized resistance. Justice believes this is a Scrun military outpost, and the chance for slaves to be present is near zero. If we have an opportunity to capture leadership-level personnel, we will do so. If not, my contingency is to level the place once we have a shuttle. Sale cleared her throat loud enough I understood it was out of frustration for my changing her plans. Changing might not have been the right term, because I suspected our plans were very similar. All right, Nathan. I have no objections to Justice's plan of action. I propose we start this operation in 2 hours. I would like you to monitor the facility and keep me updated in case we need to fine-tune the mission. Once my team is in, the ship will defend the orbitals. I recommend you keep the Legacy near the base for emergency extractions if necessary. With that said, the transmission ended. Giving Justice credit for all the planning was Sale's way of taking a swipe at me. Our plan was based on Justice's observations, but it was a group effort. Our final plan of action included input from all the strike team members. 2 hours passed quickly, and we were geared up and waiting when we got the alert from Justice. Commander, the operative is moving her ship toward the Scrun base. My IST started transmitting. Nathan, I am maneuvering in preparation for insertion. Do you have an update for me? No. The base's status is unchanged, and we are ready to proceed. Do not let your inner demon bring the base down on our heads. The transmission halted with that final statement. I was wondering when she would get around to rubbing salt in that particular wound. I could not find fault with her comment, because she was only thinking about the safety of her team. I expected nothing less. I would do the same if the tables were turned. We boarded our shuttle and waited for Justice to give us the go for launch. Sale started giving us a play-by-play on our group IST channel. Justice put up a live feed on our view dome. We saw Sale's ship swoop down and hover momentarily above the base. We are in. No contact. Wait, 1. I have automated defense warnings. I will get back with you. The transmission went dead, and Justice called out to us. Commander, the base is now covered by a defensive shield, and a powerful transmitter is jamming signals within the base and surrounding areas. The operative's ship is turning back to the target. I believe they will attempt to breach the shield barrier at the tunnel entrance. Okay, Justice. Open the hangar door. We are out of here. Negative. I am detecting movement on the surface of the mountain overlooking the complex. Justice put the close-up live video of the base on our visors. There were several rocky outcroppings that appeared to be moving. When the movement stopped, more than a dozen missiles launched from hidden silos. Justice did not hesitate and dove toward the mountain. Our point defense weapons firing non-stop at the oncoming barrage. Sale's flagship was closer and took one hit before the missiles were destroyed. It did not appear to have inflicted any damage on the Chalt ship, and it went back to work on the shields protecting the entrance to the base. Justice! Let's give them a hand. Justice parked the Legacy over the missile silos and fired our main weapons point-blank into the shielded mountainside. The fourth volley made the shield flicker and fail. Another missile barrage was just clearing the tubes when our point defenses detonated them. The location of the hidden silos was reduced to a crater. I smiled grimly as a large secondary explosion from somewhere deep in the mountain gave it the brief appearance of a volcano, before it collapsed into itself. My IST came back online. Nathan, you have taken down the base's power generator, and the automated defenses have ceased functioning. The Scrun are retreating deeper into the complex. My ship has destroyed the tunnel entrance, and I am deploying additional assets. I ask that you secure the orbitals and let us continue with our current contingency plan. Just like that, the mission turned from a joint venture to a Chalt operation. Looking at my crew, I could tell they were pissed that we just got bumped aside and relegated to an overwatch. The oath that escaped Tria's lips was less than ladylike. She was looking forward to working out with the new armor and weapons. Sale Nolan was quickly becoming a very unpopular ally. I was again having second thoughts about revealing our discovery of the derelict ship. If she thought she could pull a stunt like this on the salvage mission, she would be wrong. Justice took us to a low orbit, and we observed the Chalt order of battle. Sale deployed more than a dozen mobile weapons platforms into the complex. 15 minutes later, 2 Scrun shuttles flew from the base and landed aboard Sale's flagship. Within minutes of that event, we saw the Chalt forces withdrawing from the complex. I had my doubt about there being any survivors to question. As the Chalt warship joined us in low orbit, Sale removed any doubts when the entire Scrun complex disappeared in a bright flash. My IST was silent. If Sale expected me to call and congratulate her on a successful mission, she would be waiting for a long time. 32. Sale must have got tired of waiting to hear from me, and finally called. She had plenty of time to compose her story, and sounded almost apologetic in her tone. I pretty much knew it was bullshit. I was curious how she would explain herself. Nathan, before you comment, I want you to know that it was not my intention to exclude you from the operation. You yourself must know that combat is an ever-changing situation, and it demands a flexible and swift response to avoid unnecessary casualties. I exercised options and contingencies to safeguard my team. We executed the mission without a single loss and brought it to a swift and decisive end. Surely you can appreciate the results of the outcome. We now have shuttles and unquestionable codes to gain us access to the slave distribution center." I had to give it to her. She did come out smelling like a rose to her crew and her superiors. I could find no fault with the manner in which she did her job. Yes, it still stung to be excluded from an operation that we had developed the intelligence on, but the outcome was exactly what we planned for. I looked at my crewmates and could tell they were still unhappy, but each more or less shrugged and nodded their heads at our explanation. I should say, at least 3 of them did. The big-ass Tybor was sound asleep, leaning back in his chair. When Tria and Kuntz saw the expression on my face and followed my stare to its target, they both got up and quietly left the conference room. I got up from my chair and stepped around the table. I stood over Clutch with a raised eyebrow. The gurgling hiss that passed as the Tybor's snore was now gathering more irritation than the operative's actions. I would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I had left enough paws floating in the air to show the operative my displeasure. I replied in a manner in which she and her superiors would understand. "Sail, if you usurp another of my missions, you will be excluded from future expeditions." She started to say something, but I ended the transmission. With an evil grin, I placed the pitcher of water from the table on Clutch's wide bullet head and ran from the room before he could tip it over. As I walked down the hall, the cursing that erupted from the conference room had me laughing out loud. I got a secure beep from my BS transmitter, and Sail once again started to explain herself, this time in a more assertive manner and on a private channel. I would have none of it and cut her off. "Sail, I have moved on. But with that said, you had better take my last statement with the utmost seriousness." She stewed on it for a few seconds, as if reconsidering something. Her next comment proved she was doing just that. "Nathan, I have recovered Scrun assets I wish to turn over to you. Justice will be sending you coordinates to a rally point. I will meet with you at that location, and we will discuss any future collaborations." I ended the transmission. If she thought she could smooth over the last mission with Scrun credits, she might be partially right. Supplying the Primitive Planet Protection Fund with credits from slavers replaced the stern look on my face with a smile. My memories of home seemed like they were eons old, but in reality, only a couple of years had passed. I remembered the shows I used to watch on TV as a child. One of my favorites was Robin Hood. I went to the science lab, where the rest of my crew was watching a video briefing on the daggers. The first thing I immediately noticed was the size of the crew seats. They were very small, and there was 3 of them. The race that operated these craft were smaller in stature than Kuntz. They were being identified as Sentinel Race 13. If Justice was serious about adding the craft to our arsenal, it was going to take considerable effort to redesign the cockpit. He would have to remove all the smaller seats and replace them with one large enough to accommodate one of our crew members. The craft was well armed. I could see 2 internal rotary launchers that could hold 20 of the nanite missiles we had a generous supply of. The craft had 4 pop-out turrets. Judging by their ample size as compared to the craft itself, they might be dual-purpose defensive or offensive weapons. 2 were forward and 2 were aft of the cockpit. The side-mounted locations gave them 180-degree arcs of fire to both sides of the vessel. There was one large main weapon that appeared to fire through the sharply pointed nose cone. According to the diagram Justice was displaying to the side of the video, it had its own dedicated power source. While it still remained to be seen, I surmised that the compact little weapons platform was a formidable stick to beat the Prool or other combatants over the head with. The captain of the ill-fated freighter that had dumped them went to great lengths to keep them out of enemy hands. He and his crew made the ultimate sacrifice to hide and protect the spacecraft. That selfless act was testimony as to their value. I truly hoped that Justice could unlock all of their secrets. Justice, were you picking at Sail, or were you serious when you said you can make the daggers operational? I might have taken small liberties with my comments, but it is my intention to add them to our arsenal. There will be engineering tasks that will test the mettle of our scientists, but I am confident they will rise to the challenge. They were able to unlock many of my Uleron systems, and I am confident they will do the same with the daggers. I am sure between you and the scientists it will get done. Our next order of business is how I handled the way Sail sidelined us. I am still angry with her, and I am considering taking on our next mission without her. Commander, I have transferred the coordinates of a star system close to the Scrun target. The operative is insisting that I provide an exact time for our rendezvous. I would like to add, I am charging the energy matrix to give you additional options as to your choice of locations. She can insist all she wants. When you are ready, jump us within communication range of Tamlin's outpost. We are going to plan the assault on the Scrun as if we were going in with the SIG as our only backup. We will give the operative a taste of her own medicine. She can either join our operation or go it alone. Right at the moment, it makes little difference to me. My statement pulled my crew's attention away from the dagger briefing and earned me looks of approval from Kuntz and Clutch. Tria came over to me and hooked her arm in mine. She kissed me lightly on the cheek and whispered to me, "While I feel you are justified in putting Sail in her place with respect to our missions, I would use caution as to how you do it. After all, she has more or less offered one of my people's greatest achievements." I found it rather interesting that Tria was on the verge of choking the operative a couple of hours ago, but now was warning me not to piss her off too badly. Evidently, she would like to see us on the receiving end of her people's best-kept secrets as badly as I did. I'm still agitated at the way Sail sidelined us, but I can't argue the outcome. I want her to realize she is an ally and a technology partner, not our commander-in-chief. Since she is back in the Council's graces, it seems that she is more determined than ever to make us submit to her command. If this is something her superiors have demanded she do, then they are fools. If it is something she has told them she is capable of doing, she would be one as well. Nathan, you know her better than that. She is obviously being pressured into the actions she has taken. Have you not noticed her demeanor of late? I suspect this is the military council meddling in our affairs. They are going to make her prove her loyalty before they unleash her on the galaxy with a new class of warship. I looked at Tria and nodded. She was the voice of logic and reason. If we could help Sail pass the test her council was subjecting her to, we might get back the Sail I'd come to like and respect. Having a covert ally like the Chalt firmly in our corner makes our future goals not so unrealistic. I hugged Tria tight enough to make her wince and kissed her to make up for it. Justice? Change of plans. Take us to the operative. Affirmative, Commander. Jumping in 7 minutes. I turned to Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool. I gave them a rundown on what Tria and I had discussed. All were in agreement that we should help Sail win her untethered freedom, and as Clutch put so eloquently, "Get back to breaking scat and taking titles." The chatter in the lab suddenly went silent, signaling the beginning of our transition. As we faded back into reality, I took Tria by the hand, and we went to the hangar to greet the operative. Justice zeroed in on the operative's flagship and quickly brought us alongside. I stood in the open hangar door with Tria, wondering how long it would take Sail to cool off and come down to meet us. It was a surprisingly short wait. Sail leaped across the void and made a picture-perfect landing inside our atmospheric retention field. She had a case in one of her hands, and before she could say anything, I held up my hand. Justice, take us to our previously discussed location. Affirmative. Standard transition in 30 seconds. I will begin recharging the matrix for additional options. Justice closed the hangar door and jumped. Sail did not like the idea of being kidnapped and voiced her displeasure at the unexpected turn of events. "I do not have time for your games, and did not alert my crew that I would be leaving. Take me back to my ship now." I let Sail steam for another moment before Tria elbowed me. Sail, if you want to properly coordinate our next combat mission, we are going to need the SIG. They will handle the slave transfer once they are liberated. They can also secure the orbitals while we go about our business. In order for this to happen smoothly, you are going to have to brief them on our plan of action. Like it or not, they are my allies and will be an integral part of the operation. They will listen to what you have to say, and if they have any objections, they will voice them. Sail's mouth snapped shut, and she eyed the two of us. It was dawning on her that we were going to be complicit. She crossed two of her arms and threw the briefcase with her lower one. It was at me, or to me. Depends on whose eyes you were looking through. Either way, I put my hand up to catch it. But Tria took a step forward and snatched it out of the air like a praying mantis catches a fly. With that, we turned our backs on her, and I called out, "Come on, Sail. We can finish this in the conference room." She reluctantly followed. As we passed the ready room, Tria threw the briefcase rather haphazardly inside. "Justice, would you please set that aside for the Planet Protection Fund?" "As you wish, Tria." Tria grabbed my arm and pulled me close, and we walked to the lift tubes, with Sail staring holes into our backs. As we stepped into the tube, Tria embraced me, and I gave the operative a wink of my eye as we disappeared up the tube. It was almost a full 30 seconds before the operative stepped out of the tube. She had regained her composure and had a forced neutrality on her face that made me smile at her attempt. We made our way to the conference room where my crew awaited. We took our customary seats, and Justice gave us a sitrep. Transition time to our calm buoy array's effective transfer range is 22 minutes. 37 minutes after our arrival, the energy matrix will have sufficient charge for dead core operations. Thank you, Justice. Open a channel to Tam Lin when comms are available. I looked across the table at Sail. I know you have something to say, so get it over with so we can move on to more important matters. This little joyride will have my superiors thinking I have disclosed sensitive information I have been ordered to keep secret. Sail, your sudden change in attitude has us questioning our alliance. We were well on our way to working out a mutually beneficial relationship when you decided to make yourself our appointed leader. Trying to prove you were in charge by sidelining us on the last mission did not endear you to us. If it were not for Tria's interaction, I was going to marginalize your participation in our upcoming missions. It was a test by my superiors, and in many ways it was meant for both of us. To the remaining hardliners on the council, it was a way of determining if I could exert my control over you. I tried to calculate just how far I could push you before you pushed back. To my surprise, you capitulated. I gambled this would turn out as it has, and you would see my manipulations for what they actually are. You are turning out to be one of the smartest primates I have ever had the displeasure of meeting. If this test by my council turns out as I hope it will, we will be stuck with each other. I was glad she said that last part with a smile on her face. Tria was right as usual, and now I was hoping we could get this crap behind us. If Sail finally sealed the deal on her new command, we could get on with changing the way predatory races conduct their business. I had great hope and promise that we would start working together for the good of all. Since Sail was being truthful against her council's better wishes, I would make a big show of it and let her sit on my crew's decision on whether or not we would recommend her new ship to be completed at Alpha Base. I pretty much knew the Gruul scientists back at base would vote yes for any additional access to Chult tech. I was probably being petty and childish for the theatrical stunt I was getting ready to pull. But I couldn't pass up the chance to screw with Sail's head just a little for the game she ran on us during our last mission. I stood up and made eye contact with each of my crew members and settled my stare on Sail. Since we have once again determined the status of an irritating old witch, I would like each of you to voice your opinion on whether or not we should allow the Chult ship and construction crews into Alpha Base. The outcome of this consensus will be my recommendation to our scientific research team members. Sail held a finger up. I do have one more unfortunate bit of news that I must tell you. It would be better to air it now before you make your decision on allowing my people access to Alpha Base. My superiors confiscated the shuttles, along with the personnel we captured at the Scrun Training Center. Would you care to elaborate on why they would do that? Must you always place me in conflict with my superiors' orders? It may have something to do with the capture of Scrun royalty and certain information on the shuttle's navigation computers. I have nothing else to say. The looks my crew were giving me said they wondered what I was going to do about this sudden turn of events. Sale, for her part, sat stoic at the end of the table, with no further comment on the subject. Now I know why we ended up with a case full of credits. The Chalt got their hands on someone they could milk for information, and we got cash. I doubt that I would ever learn who got the better end of the bargain. Not that I really needed to guess. Sale, you better have a damn good Plan B to get us into the base, now that Plan A is no longer available. With a few modifications, we will go in the same way we took the last base down. Sale went on to lay it out for us, and it was pretty much the same plan as last time, only this time we would actually participate. It was good enough that I had nothing to add. She would once again be first into the meat grinder. She and her team would bear the greatest risk to get the rest of us in. She was a ballsy old bitch. Okay, everyone. Let's hear your thoughts on giving the Chalt access to Alpha Base. If you agree, then I will give the Chalt immediate access. Tria, let's start with you. Tria stood up, crossed her arms, and walked around the table to the operative. Sale had a mystified expression on her face. Tria stepped behind her and clapped her on the shoulders. As long as Sale can contain her uncontrollable habit of being an overbearing throg, then yes, I think we should take on the project. The other stipulation I have is she should be held responsible for the personnel that accompanies the program. Tria returned to her seat with a small smirk on her face. Sale looked like she was ready to explode. You could almost hear her teeth grinding, but to her credit, she held her tongue. Kuntz, how do you vote? The little Grawl got up and nodded to me. He then clasped his hands behind his back and approached Sale. He started pacing back and forth behind her. I wasn't sure what kind of Grawl crap or logic he was about to spout, but knowing him, it was bound to be good. If we did not have to continuously question the intentions of the Chalt Council and the operatives' commitment to our cause, we would already be well on our way to uncovering the mysteries behind our current discoveries. I find the greed and hindrance on the part of the Chalt leadership extremely annoying. From a purely Grawl perspective, I completely understand your people's wanting to be the sole recipients of our technological discoveries. It is understandable because the great majority of my people are like-minded and consider the sharing of discoveries for the good of all absurd. Kuntz continued pacing and had Sale on the verge of choking him. Each time he stopped to add to his dissertation, I thought she would pounce on him and render him unconscious. I was surprised when she let him continue unabated. He turned and stopped once more. I considered stopping him and moving on to Clutch before the big lummox could fall asleep from boredom. I instead chose to let Kuntz drone on, for some reason finding Sale's discomfort satisfying. However, with the appearance of Nathan Myers and the human interaction that has followed, I have been enlightened to the point I now have a new galactic outlook. It is my intention to see to it that my people will eventually share my assessment as well. While it is only a theory on my part, and many would consider it speculation, I believe that my commander's human predispositions and intuition has a direct correlation to the unprecedented amount of technological discoveries he has uncovered. Oh man, was he ever laying it on thick. I was surprised he did not mention the Ularon, or Justice for that matter. I hope this was not a start of another feud between him and the AI. It would be a good idea to shut him up before he let slip we had a Guardian transponder. As it turns out, I didn't have to. Sale had reached her breaking point. I have had enough of this mindless scat. I get it. You are angry with me for my actions. I have already explained why, yet you still choose to try and humiliate me. I need you to trust me on the decisions I have made. Once I have secured an agreement to finish the experimental spacecraft, there will be no more games. When the experimental ship is moved to Alpha Base, you will be able to make demands of my council that they will ultimately have to concede to you for fear of the project being halted. Please, Nathan, look at the end game and not the trials you must endure to get there. This was an interesting statement. If I had heard correctly, she just alluded to the fact we could hold her people's project for ransom. I thought about it for another minute and decided it was time to move on. The best way to do it was to cut to the chase. Justice, alert the Gruul scientists that the Chult will be bringing their project to Alpha Base, and they're to start on the project as soon as possible. The look of surprise on Sale's face turned to a small smile. Mine turned to a frown. Just remember, no more games. You're an ally, not our designated leader. Her smugness had me a little pissed, and I considered bearding the lion once more out of spite. But Justice interrupted. Commander, we will be exiting hyperspace in 60 seconds. I will activate our comm buoy and establish a link to Tamlin's secure network. It looked like Sale was going to get her wish, and our mental spanking would finally come to an end. Justice projected a large view screen on the wall, and Tamlin's image appeared on it. Tria and Sale both scrutinized the pretty Earth girl. Nathan, it is good to see you are still among the living. The Sig and I were just talking about you. The rumor mills are rife with stories of the alien demon. It seems he destroyed a convoy of Scrun and Murloc ships. The pieces of sewage have the audacity to claim they were on a peaceful mission to rescue members of their races trapped on an outpost with failing life support systems. Sale let out a snort that was loud enough to get Tamlin's attention. So, is this the rest of the crew you spoke so highly of? It looks like an interesting mix. With the exception of the Gruul, it looks like you chose well. Chult females have a reputation as some pretty badass warriors. Kuntz took exception to the comment and stood up to protest the slight aimed at him. I gave him a stern look and motioned him back to his seat. He slowly sat back down. Tam, as I have mentioned before, the Gruul who work for me work for the good of all. You cannot blame the whole Gruul race for your abduction. Besides, if it were not for you being kidnapped, you would not be the most successful interstellar entrepreneur in the galaxy. The frown slowly slipped from her face and was replaced by a small smirk. Yeah, well, whatever. Who were the Chult warriors? I reached over and put my hand on one of Tria's. This is Tria. She is my second-in-command. Tam stared at me for a moment, then said, Judging from the Earth Boy sparkle in your eyes, she is a lot more to you than second-in-command. Everyone except Sale gave Tam a small acknowledging smile. I felt my cheeks warm. I let the comment pass, but did not let go of Tria's hand either. I gave a quick nod to the other end of the table. This is Sale Nolan. That earned me a frown and a barking laugh. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're getting your crank yanked. I don't know who you got riding around with you, but she is not Sale Nolan. It is common knowledge that Sale is a grizzled old bitch that just as soon kill you as look at you. The Sig say she once had offspring, but the murderous old hag ate them. No one in their right mind would dare call her by her real name. She is called Kala Mordi or some such shit. Sale sprang out of her chair. You would do well to mind your tongue, Earth Girl, or I will make it a point to cut it out. Tam Lin just laughed. I gotta give it to her. That is probably something that would come out of Kala Mordi's mouth. The smile disappeared from Tam Lin's face. Whenever you grow a set of nuts big enough, come on over to Harass and take a crack at it. With that comment, Sushi and Pasta both leaned into the picture. The looks they were giving Sale would have stripped the new paint from my old pickup. I held up my hands to both sides. Whoa! That will be enough from both of you. We are all allies here, and I don't want any more bickering. We have more important things to do. Tam, I can assure you that this is Sale Nolan. She is soon to be released from her military commitment, and I have plans of adding her to my payroll. That brought a sobering look to Tam Lin's face. She stared hard at me, then looked once more at Sale. She let out a shrill whistle that made me flinch. "You aren't shitting me, are you?" "No, I'm not. This is the senior operative herself. Not everything you have heard about her is true. I know for a fact she hasn't eaten any of her offspring, because no one is crazy enough to mate with her." My comment earned me a venomous stare from Sale. I think she was more than ready to move on to another subject, but Tam Lin was not. "Man, you sure know how to pick 'em. Did you know she had a run-in with some SIG mercenaries? They were a bloodthirsty crew and had thrown in with a bunch of evil bastards that kidnapped some big Chalt dignitary. They were trying to bargain for tech or credits, but got Kala Mordi instead. She and her crew managed to kill more than 20 SIG mercenaries along with the Kasula slugs that masterminded the whole thing. The word going around is that the leader of the SIG mercs almost took Sale's head off with one of those big swords they call fighting knives. They say if it were not for her crazy cyborg reflexes, he would have succeeded." I looked over at Sale, and she was absent-mindedly rubbing her jaw with one of her hands. When she noticed me looking, her hand dropped back to the table. We needed to quit reminiscing about the past and plan for the future. "Tam, we are prepping for our attack on the Scrun Slave Distribution Center. We can't pull this off without help from the SIG. Once we go in, I am going to need the orbitals secured and a way to move the slaves to safety. The SIG have already agreed to help you. Tell Sushi your plans, and as long as it is not some suicidal nonsense, they will back you." That is why Sale is here. She has planned hundreds of these operations. If we can take the facility intact, the SIG can take possession when we withdraw. Sushi leaned back into the picture. "That is an acceptable bargain, and you have our backing. We will move one of our fleets to a location of your choosing. Send us the coordinates, and we will prepare signal codes for communication purposes." I turned to the senior operative. "You're up." 33. With Sale's plan ironed out, I said goodbye to Tam Lin and ended the transmission. I glanced around the table and locked my eyes on Clutch. He had fallen asleep again, while Sale was laying out the details of the attack. I was considering ripping him a new ass in front of everyone, but Kuntz cued us in on his odd behavior. "Commander, Clutch has spent most of his sleep periods working out in the new battle armor. He seldom sleeps more than an hour before he goes back to training." Well, that explained his habit of falling asleep at our briefings. I could not have him half awake on a combat op. I would put a stop to it since we were so close to mission go time. "Clutch! Clutch! Wake up, Clutch!" The Tybor bolted upright and yelled out, "I agree with Tria. The operative acts like a throg." I knew Sale was developing a sense of humor, but not in this case. The Tybor's exclamation was accompanied by my crew's snickering and Clutch's eye-watering scent. We rushed to evacuate the room, but not before Sale gave Clutch a slap on the top of his bullet head that sounded like it was meant to hurt. To his credit, Clutch just shrugged it off with a big, toothy smile. Justice jumped us back to Sale's flagship so she could prep for the attack. She agreed to meet us at a predetermined position near the Scrun base. The SIG were moving a fleet into the sector and would contact us when they were ready. We transitioned to the rally point and made our own preparations. Since we were still set up for the last mission scenario, we had little to do until the operative jumped to our location. The Chalt had surveillance drones hidden all over the sector, gathering data on the target. We were hoping to find minimal traffic patterns to time our attack. It would be advantageous to take the base before anyone came calling. "Commander, the operative's flagship has arrived." "Thanks, Justice. Sneak in close to her ship. I know how much she loves that." My IST started transmitting. "Nathan, since we destroyed the Scrun fleet, the surveillance drones have recorded very little traffic in this sector. This information could mean we eliminated the local security, or they are waiting for us to attack the facility. Either way, I say we go in now and let the SIG deal with anyone who might come to their aid. What is your ETA to the rally point?" "We are waiting about 1,000 feet from your hangar door." "You primate! That defective relic you blunder around the galaxy in is becoming more than just a small annoyance. Quit being a whiny old witch. Justice reports no changes to our previous intelligence, and I agree. We should get this over with as fast as possible. The SIG should be arriving any moment, and we will be ready to move when we give them our updated information and signal codes. I am moving to the target area, and will launch the suppression package so it will be within striking distance when we start the operation. I will give you a current brief when you arrive. Acknowledged. We will give you the go-ahead when we are in position to strike any pop-up targets. The signal went dead, and Justice reported the operative had jumped. My crew was already in the hangar, geared up and ready to board Eagle 1. Commander, the SIG have arrived. I have detected 2 very large transport-class starships, along with 8 battlecruiser-class attack vessels. Our communication codes have been accepted, and I have an active video comm channel. A picture appeared on the ready room wall, and to my surprise, Sushi appeared on it. His unique uniform and the prominent S displayed on it, identifying him. Sushi! What a pleasant surprise. It is good to see you again.
Likewise, Nathan Myers. Tam Lin suggested I come along to see that we avoid any miscommunications during the operation. Our transports will remain at this location with one of our attack vessels. I will take the remaining 7 into orbit around the target and secure the orbitals on your signal.
Thank you, Sushi. We could not complete this mission without the cooperation of your people. We will attempt to minimize damage to the facility, if possible.
You need only to concern yourself with the safety of the strike teams. The facility can be repaired. The loss of life cannot.
Well spoken, my friend. I can see why Tam Lin likes you so much. Is there anything else I need to be aware of before we jump to the target?
Yes. As soon as we are in orbit, we will launch 7 assault shuttles. Each shuttle carries 16 Special Operations troopers. The shuttles will remain outside of the area of operations until you either call for backup or you have taken control of the base. The troopers are trained for slave handling and transfer situations, as well as other, deadlier skill sets. They will be at your command and will only approach the target on your orders.
Thanks again, Sushi. We will be launching comm drones, and my AI will transfer the necessary access codes for your people to make use of them once we are gone. I will speak with you again when this is over.
Good luck, Nathan Myers.
The transmission ended, and I climbed into my armor. It was good to know we had additional backup if it was necessary. I would only make that call if the shit got too thick for us. The beast was growing impatient and was sending spikes of adrenaline into my system. A feeling of anticipation came over me as the armor tightened its caress. The suit came alive on my visor display, showing the tools of my trade at capacity, and all in the green. With my lethal arsenal ready, and the beast prodding me forward, I felt an almost palpable feeling of invincibility. Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch were waiting by the boarding ramp to Eagle 1. I strode among them, and we each went over the other's armor to ensure nothing was loose or missing. With our inspections complete, we masked our faces with the caricatures of deathly demons Justice had chosen to loosen the bowels of our enemies. We took our seats in the shuttle. Justice, take us to the target. My awareness flared to a bright white and faded away. I came back to the sound of Justice calling to us. Target status is unchanged, and the shield is not active. I have located the operative's flagship and have tracks on 42 Chalt stealth missiles loitering close to their intended impact points. Roger that, Justice. Move us aft of the operative's ship and open a secure IST channel to sail. Moving, Commander. Comms active. Senior Operative. We are moving to your location and ready to go. Acknowledged, Nathan. The base's shield is down, and we are jumping to the insertion point. That will surely change once we are inside. Our missiles will take down the area defenses 10 seconds after we are in. We will attempt to gain control of the shield control room and any shuttles we might find. Be prepared to make a combat landing when the shield comes down. I do not know how long we will be able to hold that position with my team split between 2 objectives. Keep the legacy close to suppress any additional defenses. My flagship will fly cover and attempt to insert additional teams.
Understood. We are standing by. Justice gave us a live view of the action in our visor displays. The operative made an inter-system jump right above the target, and in the blink of an eye, her flagship quickly moved off when Sail and her team inserted. The area around the base was blanketed with blinding flashes seconds later as the stealth missiles dove into their targets. Justice rapidly moved us over the base, and Eagle 1 launched with Clutch at the controls.
Justice, tell the SIG it's time to join the party.
Signal sent, Commander. A shimmering, opaque dome appeared over the base. Clutch made a tight turn away from the target to put us in a safe holding pattern. Bright lightning, like flashes, stabbed down from the Legacy's cloaked position, quickly followed by massive eruptions of debris from the surface. The Scrun were exposing their additional defenses. The operative's flagship dove to the far side of the base and rained hell on other pop-up weapons. The atmosphere around the base was becoming obscured by the clouds of dust and debris. I was on the verge of calling Sail when the shield dome blinked off. Clutch nosed us over into a steep dive through the dense, dusty cloud. I sure hoped Sail had the access doors open. Justice called out, "Commander, the SIG are now in system and taking positions in orbit above the target area." To my relief, we flew out of the dust cloud and into a gaping access tunnel. Clutch had the shuttle's shields up and the point defense weapons firing non-stop at the access tunnel security systems. We were taking some hits that were rattling my teeth. We plowed past the defenses, and Clutch flared the shuttle for a jarringly rough landing. Our shuttle now blocked the tunnel entrance. Justice's subsystem took over the shuttle's weapons and commenced picking off targets of opportunity with single shots from the rail cannons. The loading ramp slammed down, and Clutch went running by as we got to our feet and unasked the shuttle. We came under fire almost immediately, but it was rapidly suppressed by rail cannon fire. My BS transmitter came online with an urgent call from the operative.
"Nathan, we are pinned down and under heavy fire. We need you at the shield control station before we are overrun."
Sail's location appeared on my HUD. She was in deep shit. The area around her was choked with red, hostile indicators. The beast pushed its way into my mind. I hit my gravity drives, sending me hurtling above the pitched battle and landing in the rear of the massed enemy troops. My comrades had no choice but to join me. To their credit, no one bitched about my rash move. The Scrun soldiers seemed oblivious to us until they started hearing the screams of agony coming from their fellow troops. I had my climbing hooks extended and was slashing open the atmospheric suits on any Scrun within reach. My crew joined the fray, and we slaughtered the enemy without mercy. Our close proximity prevented the Scrun from opening fire on us. That scenario changed as the Scrun realized who we were. The terrified troops started gunning down their own people in an attempt to stop us. Kuntz and then Clutch put a stop to the bastards by firing wicked long bursts from their miniguns. Tria stood back to back with me, and we took on all comers. The lull created by Kuntz and Clutch's suppressive fire gave Tria the time to rap me on the shoulder and get my attention. She was holding one of the big specialty grenades. Shit. The beast must have thought I didn't need them, because it never entered my mind to use one. Tria called out over our comms net, "Grenade out!" She tossed it over her shoulder and grabbed another. This time I did the same and threw two to our front. The devices came to a hover about 20 feet above the battle and started spitting their deadly fragments in all directions. Some of the fragments were exploding so close to us I could hear shrapnel pinging off my outer armor shell. The Scrun did not like the concept of being flanked by a bunch of demon-faced killing machines and broke ranks attempting to run. Kuntz cut them down with explosive rounds from his launcher. There were so many target indicators showing up on my HUD, I had to ignore some of them and concentrate on my immediate front. I was taking enough energy beam fire that I had temperature warnings flashing in my visor. When Tria got a clear field of fire, she let loose with all 4 launchers. Everything moving on our left flank was scythed down by anti-personnel rounds. We were being ringed in by the dead and dying and needed to move toward the operative's location. A flash so bright it blacked out my visor came from the right side. It was accompanied by a jarring blast.
My visor cleared in time to see a large crew-served weapon flipping end over end, landing on a squad of scrun that had been knocked down by the blast. Clutch gave me a thumbs up. As I returned the gesture, movement caught my eye. A large door on the side of a building structure directly across from us opened, and the twin barrels of another large weapon system swung in our direction. Justice did not issue me antimatter, so the monster in me cut loose with my beam weapon. The shot hit the right barrel of the big gun, blasting it from its mount and twisting the other to the side as it discharged. The corner of the building took the shot, collapsing the roof in on the occupants. Tria followed up with an antimatter shell through the wrecked doorway. The whole structure disappeared in a blinding flash of flying debris. The scrun were now in full retreat toward an adjoining cavern. Tria gave them no quarter. Once again, she opened up with all 4 launcher tubes, ripping the fleeing scrun to shreds. I was glad Sushi voiced no concern for the interior of the base. It was going to need a major remodel when this was over with. The operative called over the IST net. "Nathan, the scrun are retreating, and we have a firm hold on the shield control building. We are preparing perimeter defenses, and I have another strike team prepping for insertion. We should be able to hold this location. Get to the shuttle bay as fast as possible. I have lost contact with the strike team that was tasked with securing that area." This was not good. If Sale could not contact them on her BS transmitter, there was a very good chance they were no longer among the living. My grim thoughts were verified by the appearance of a scrun shuttle coming out of the cavern that served as the hangar bay. We dove behind a stack of empty slave crates as it opened fire on us. A huge blast blew the crates to pieces, burying us beneath the rubble. I had a sinking feeling in my gut that this might be my final resting place. We were bounced violently off the floor by another tremendous blast. That was followed by a horrific, grinding crash. "Tria, are you injured?" "No. Kuntz and I are buried under debris. I do not know where Clutch is." I was going to call out to Clutch, but there was no need. The slave crates and debris that had covered me were thrown aside, and a big, thick arm reached out and righted me.
"Commander, it is much safer to sleep during the team meetings than it is in combat."
The big, toothy smile of my comrade was a welcome sight. He pulled me to my feet, and I was stunned at the sight of the scrun shuttle that had attacked us. The cockpit and a good portion of the nose cone was a molten slag. Evidently, the scrun should have fired on Eagle 1 instead of us. The fools got a point-blank shot from our assault shuttle's main weapons. The wreck came to rest within a few feet of us. Tria and Kuntz made their way through the rubble to Clutch and I. Kuntz brought us back to reality with a sobering comment. "Commander, if the scrun were able to board a shuttle, I fear the operative's team may have been wiped out." My blood boiled at the comment, and I felt the beast wresting my will to restrain my suicidal ways. Tria picked up on my change in demeanor and cleared her visor of its morbid specter. She placed 2 of her hands on each side of my helmet. "Nathan, you must take control. Do not let the demon lead. Use your will to make it follow." My focus returned, and with it, my sense of duty. "Clutch, take the lead and make sure we don't walk into an ambush. We need to find Sale's strike team." I could hear the din of combat increase in volume. The scrun must be trying to retake the shield control building. I heard the distinct thunderclap of another Chult strike team inserting into the complex. The pitch of combat increased yet again. Tria wrapped me on the shoulder and pushed me in the direction Clutch was leading us. We skirted the hulk of the destroyed shuttle, and Clutch held his fist up to stop us. There was no activity to our front, and the Tybor did not like it. He leaned around an engine nacelle on the downed shuttle to take a peek, but jerked back as the rear of the shuttle blew up in our faces, sending us all sprawling among the rubble. Clutch was on all 4, scurrying toward me, when the rear of the wrecked shuttle blew apart from another weapon strike. I no longer wondered about the fate of the Chult strike team. If they were caught in the open by the weapon the scrun was using on us, there was little chance they would survive. The beast was cluttering my thoughts with hazardous mayhem. Tria saw me move in the direction the weapon had fired from. "Nathan, we must distract them before we attack." She pulled out 3 grenades and threw them one after another in the direction the hostile fire was coming from. Kuntz, and then Clutch followed suit. I regained enough control to do the same. At first, there was nothing. Then a series of blasts reverberated around the cavern. Clutch yelled out, "Hit them from above!" We launched on 4 different trajectories high above the Scrun gun emplacement. My crew rained antimatter and high explosive down on the enemy. The blinding blasts obscured the target area, so I took my revenge on the 3 shuttles parked on the hangar ramp, giving each multiple beam strikes. The ensuing conflagration filled the cavern with dense, black smoke. 2 of the shuttles had troops in them and must have been preparing to lift off. The beast would let no one escape, and I turned everything below me to scrap. My beam weapon shut down from overheating, and my minigun from lack of ammo. My crew was putting an end to all resistance. Kuntz called to me, clearing my thoughts and alerting me to his grim discovery. "Commander, I found the remains of the Chalt strike team." I located Kuntz and sat down next to him. I could see bits and pieces of Chalt military armor spread about. We quickly searched the area, which proved difficult because of the large amount of battle debris. We came up with a small quantity of eviscerated remains, but nothing more. I called Sale on my BS transmitter. "Senior Operative, we found your team. There are no survivors." "Acknowledged." The transmission ended with that clipped reply. Even if the Scrun were to throw in the towel and surrender, the slaves would be the only ones leaving here alive. Tria pointed to a large pressure door on the cavern wall. "The slaves must be on the other side of that door, along with the cowards who are in charge of this place." The sounds of battle coming from the entrance chamber had dwindled to almost nothing. What we continued to hear was the explosive report of additional assault teams inserting into the complex. I would keep the SIG out of the program until we were ready to transport slaves. It would not be good to have a misunderstanding as to who was hostile and who was not. Justice gave us a sitrep. "Commander, 3 Scrun motherships have jumped in system, and the SIG have engaged them. 1 has been destroyed, and 2 disabled. 1 SIG battlecruiser sustained heavy damage, and another has light damage. They are preparing to board the disabled Scrun ships. Sushi has informed me they are pulling the 7 special operations shuttles for the boarding unless you have immediate need for them." "Tell Sushi to go ahead. We will alert him when we have taken the facility and are ready to move the slaves." "Acknowledged." I needed to find out what Sale was up to. I was going to move our shuttle to give us some shielded firepower in case the Scrun had more of the big mobile gun platforms waiting on the other side of the door. "Senior Operative, what is your status?" "We have a large number of Scrun troops trapped in a large bunker complex. It appears they will not surrender, so I am moving reinforcements into the complex and prepping for our assault. I will keep you posted." "Roger that. We are trying to locate the slaves and will be moving Eagle 1 to our location for fire support." The transmission went dead. I called Justice's subsystem on Eagle 1 to remotely pilot to our position. The Scrun would get a rude awakening if they thought they could take us out the same way they did Sale's fire team. The shuttle swung gracefully around the corner and sat down directly in front of the big pressure door. The boarding ramp came down and we took shelter inside. We replaced our depleted ordnance, and Clutch went to the cockpit. He used our point defense weapons to blast the massive hinges off the door, and then bounced a single railgun round off of it. The huge pressure door rebounded out of the opening and crashed to the floor. The dust had barely settled when the shields on the shuttle flared yellow-white from Scrun heavy weapons fire. I heard a sinister laugh over our comms. Then Clutch yelled out, "Eat scat, you slaver throgs!" The shuttle's main weapons fired 4 times, putting a permanent end to the Scrun gun emplacements. It was overkill, but that was something the Tybor were famous for. Clutch came running from the cockpit. "Commander, they are surrendering. We should not give them a chance to change their minds." We quickly followed the troopmaster off the shuttle and charged into the cavern. I was not prepared for the sight that met me. The rear of the chamber was stacked to the ceiling with slave crates. All were occupied with aliens of every description. There had to be more than 1,000. I could feel my rage building and yanked my shotgun from its clip. Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch had a group of scrun cornered in front of a huge crater where one of the gun emplacements used to be. My HUD gave me a count of 37. Somewhere among them had to be the leadership of this operation. "Who is in charge here?" None of the prisoners made a move or said a word. That was not the recommended response in my deteriorating state of mind. Pulling my weapon up, I clicked it over to penetrator slugs. My actions had all of the scrun extend their hands forward with their fingers splayed upward. The beast in me decided it was a little too late for that. I cut down more than a dozen before the slugs ran dry. My crew raised their weapons, and the pleading slavers all pointed to a building with a large window facing the slave crates. They were yelling out, "Omaro Lashmos hides in the control room!" I stalked toward the big vault-style door of the control room with murder on my mind. Clutch called to me,
"Commander, what do you want to do with these pieces of sewage?"
Before I could say what was going through my mind, Tria decided she would make the decision for me. She pointed to several very unsanitary-looking crates that must have recently held slaves. For the scrun, it was going to be a very tight fit. "Get into the crates, or you will die where you stand!" A few balked. Kuntz and Clutch rectified the situation permanently. The rest hastily squeezed themselves into the crates without further ado. I threw my arm up and turned the control room door into molten slag with a single shot from my beam weapon. I felt a tug on my arm and saw Tria holding on to it. "Nathan, I am here for you." I stood for a moment, staring at her. And then, as if nothing happened, I blinked and shook my head. I hope that never changes. Her visor momentarily cleared, and she smiled at me. "Let's find Lashmos's descendant before Sale makes her way here." She unclipped her shotgun and waved it in the direction of the control room. "We must hurry. I no longer hear the sounds of battle coming from the entrance cavern." We ducked through the mess I had made out of the door and into the control room. It was obvious that someone had deliberately destroyed several pieces of equipment. We also noticed a large bag of credit vouchers setting on a control panel. What we were not seeing was Omaro Lashmos. Was this some sort of trick to lure us inside? If that were the case, and it was intended to trap us, they should have sprung it on us as soon as we entered. There had to be some sort of hidden chamber. The equipment on the walls surrounding us looked like it was performing some function. We gave everything a cursory tug to make sure there was not a door behind it. This was getting us nowhere, and I was starting to get pissed. I thought about getting one of the scrun to point out where Omaro was hiding, and if that did not work out, I had 20 more to choose from. I turned for the door to fetch my first volunteer, but almost tripped over Tria, who was on her hands and knees pulling at the rubber-like grate covering the floor. I backed up a couple of steps, and she pulled a large section up. Underneath was an almost invisible outline of a hatch. The Throg was hiding under our feet. There was no handle to open it with, and every weapon I had would make a mess out of the whole room. I thought about the other scrun, but it would not make much sense for them to know how to access the hidden chamber. Omaro was most probably the only one with the access key. The piece of shit was not going to get out of this that easy. I would turn the chamber into his grave before I would just walk away. 34. There was a very good chance we were being monitored by Omaro, and he had to have seen how easily we breached the entrance. It would not take a genius to figure out we could do the same to the hatch on his hideaway. I took Tria by the hand and led her back to the entrance. As we exited, I turned and pointed my beam weapon at the hidden chamber. It was going to be the grave option. Tria pulled my arm down. "Let me see if he will surrender rather than die." I stepped back to let her give it a try, but had my doubts as to whether it would work. The rumors of how the demon operated were widespread among the scrun and Murloc. "We are taking the slaves. Come out now and turn over all your credits, and we will spare your life. I will count to 3, and then my commander will kill you where you hide. 1, 2... The hatch popped open, and 2 gangly arms thrust 2 large cases out onto the floor. and then another.
"I am coming out, and I am unarmed!"
I calmed Clutch. "Troopmaster, put a slave crate in the cargo hold of Eagle 1.
"Roger that, Commander."
I stood back and watched as Tria marched Omaro out of the control room. She was carrying the 3 large cases and hurrying the scrun along with the toe of her boot. "Kuntz, help me search Omaro's hideout. I don't want to leave anything behind." "On my way, Commander." I climbed down into the chamber and looked around. I took a serious dislike to the enclosure that displayed the scrun's slaving awards. I knocked it over and stomped it to pieces. Kuntz came down the ladder and smiled at my tantrum. "I do not believe he will be receiving any more of those." Hanging on the wall next to a control panel were some very ornately decorated weapons. The fool had a chance to go out in a blaze of glory, but declined to give it a try. Judging by the numerous screens, the piece of sewage had a front-row seat to the battle from the time the operative touched down. Kuntz peeked around me and gave the surveillance equipment the once-over. "Excuse me, Commander." I stepped back and let him examine the displays. He ran his fingers over some kind of board while squinting at the displays. He frowned, and then his hands started moving faster. Multiple displays started changing from one scene to the next so rapidly I was becoming confused as to what he was doing. "Quit screwing with that thing and let's finish searching this place." "Commander, these are the recordings of everything the scrun did when the alarm sounded. If you will look closely, you will see Omaro's underlings pulling the data cubes from the communication equipment. They give them to Omaro, and he retreats to this bunker with them. Since I do not see any devices designed to erase or destroy the data cubes, they are still here somewhere, or Omaro has them. We are going to want to take a look at those. They might contain information exposing other facilities like this one, or persons of interest we may wish to talk to." Damn. I would have never thought to look at the recordings. Kuntz was right. This could lead us to others involved with the scrun. In order for the slave business to be profitable, it has to have a distribution network of reliable vendors willing to sell the illicit merchandise. If we eliminate the outlets and destroy the distribution centers, it will be a warning to those involved to find another line of business. Tria, ask Omaro what he did with the data cubes from the comms equipment. If he doesn't answer, start cutting things off until he does. Kuntz and I waited to hear back from Tria. Kuntz sat patiently. Me, not so much. When I had my fill of waiting, I decided to go ask Omaro myself. I did not have to. He made an appearance faceplate first onto the floor at my feet. I looked up out of the chamber entrance and saw Tria standing with her arms crossed and Clutch with a big toothy smile. I guess they decided they did not need to escort him down the ladder. The scrun finally quit groaning and crawled to where I stomped his trophy case to pieces. He turned to me with a look of contempt on his grotesque face. Apparently, he must have cherished his slaving awards. I extended my climbing hooks, and the expression promptly changed, and he quickly dug through the mess until he found what he was looking for. There were 3 faint indentations on the floor where the display case used to sit. He touched them with his fingers, and a tube extended from the floor. Kuntz reached down and grabbed it and examined the contents. Omaro started blubbering about something, and his cyclops eyeball was big as a basketball. I waved my razor-sharp climbing hooks in his direction, and he promptly shut up. I turned back to Kuntz, and he was holding an encryption key in his hand. Before I had a chance to comment, Justice called to us. "Commander, the SIG shuttles have returned, and Sushi is requesting a status report." The withering stare I was giving Omaro made him shrink back into the corner of the room. I tried to let my anger simmer with a call to sail. "Senior Operative, we have secured the slaves, and the SIG are ready for rescue operations." "We have completed our mission and are ready to withdraw. Unless you have further need of my combat troops, we will start extraction procedures. Give us 30 minutes to collect the remains of my strike team, and you can bring the SIG in. I expect a full debrief when you are finished here." The transmission ended, but not my growing anger at Omaro's continued deceit. Kuntz must have thought I was going to kill Omaro. He stepped between us and handed him the encryption key. "Your lack of complete cooperation has nullified our agreement to spare your life. I recommend you quickly rectify your transgression before my commander dismembers you and wears your entrails like the trinkets you are so fond of displaying." The murderous mayhem the Uluran beast was offering up took a back seat to Kuntz's grisly statement. No one in their right mind should find humor in what he said, but I had to bite down on the evil snicker that almost escaped my lips. The slaver grabbed the key and dove headlong into the mess I had made. He started tearing at the floor grating. Using the encryption key, he opened another smaller chamber under the floor and then crawled to the side, pressing himself into a corner once more. Kuntz and I leaned over the opening, and I stared, wide-eyed. I let out a piercing whistle. "Tria, Clutch, we are going to need your assistance." Kuntz pointed at Omaro. "Pull everything out of there." The scrun crawled back to the hide and started pulling case after case out of it, setting them on the floor at our feet. 15, to be exact. Evidently, they believed I would attempt to destroy or abandon the facility. They probably had a specialized team tasked with recovering their buried treasure in the event of a major catastrophe. I stood over Omaro. "This is your last chance. What else have you hidden from us?"
"I swear to you, I have held back nothing. We know that you took my clan sibling Judro and his staff from our military facility. If you have not killed him, he can verify what I tell you is true."
That statement gave me pause. It answered one of the questions I had planned on discussing with Sale at some point in the future. Kuntz calmed me privately. "Commander, this piece of sewage might be able to tell us why the Chult took his sibling and do not wish to tell us about it." It was exactly what I was thinking as well. If we carefully chose our questions, we might learn everything the Chult decided we didn't need to know. "Put him in his new residence aboard Eagle 1. Kuntz smiled. "Gladly, Commander." He quickly hustled the scrun from the chamber as Tria and Clutch came back for more of the cases. Between the three of us, we gathered the rest and got them loaded on the shuttle. I left 5 cases sitting at the base of the boarding ramp. It was time to bring in the SIG. "Justice, open a secure channel to the SIG and let them know we are ready to evacuate the slaves." "Affirmative, Commander. Signal sent." I let my crew know we would be leaving as soon as I spoke with Sushi. It was only a matter of minutes before the SIG combat shuttles started arriving. One sat down beside our shuttle, and Sushi disembarked. He strode up to me with a smile on his face.
"It is good that you are well, Nathan Myers. You have executed an admirable operation. To see so few take such a large installation is an eye-opening experience. My report back to Tam Lin will confirm that you are indeed quite formidable. Many of my people believe the information we have gathered on your exploits to be blown out of proportion. I am going to take great pleasure in informing them that all of the speculation about the demon's abilities are true."
I rolled my eyes, knowing Sushi would turn this into some kind of wild-ass tale. I wondered if he would even mention my crew or the Chult troops. I doubt that I could dissuade him from doing otherwise. I pointed to the cases. "Could you please see that one of these makes its way to Tam Lin? The rest is for you and your people." Sushi's smile broadened even more.
"You should know that we recovered a large quantity of credits on board the Scrun ship we captured. My intelligence report states that the captains of the ship had recently sold their illicit cargo and had come here to gather more."
I loved it. We were hurting the Scrun where it universally hurts everyone. The wallet. As I walked to Eagle 1, I called back to Sushi. The Throg in charge of this operation went to a lot of trouble to hide the majority of his credits. Evidently, he believed they would be able to retrieve them. If it were me, I would prepare a surprise for whomever comes to collect them. He waved me off.
"We sincerely hope they try."
I pointed to the remaining scrun that were crammed into the slave crates. "We tore the place up pretty good, so I left you some help to clean up the mess." Sushi saluted me, and I boarded the shuttle. I hoped this was another small step that would make the allies of the Scrun sit up and take notice. Slavers were an endangered species, and if I had my way, they would be facing extinction. I called to Clutch. "Take us to the Legacy, Troopmaster." As I walked by the slave crate O'Mara was crammed into, I rapped on it with my armored fist. "I hope you're comfortable." I heard a muffled, pleading response. I ignored it and sat down in the jump seat between Tria and Kuntz. Tria hooked her arm in mine and her helmet retracted, showing me a radiant smile. I did the same, then leaned over and kissed her. "Your efforts to control the Ularan imprinting are progressing well. Soon it will be nothing more than a tool to use in combat, and not a hazard to us all." I took Tria's comment for the compliment she meant it to be, and not a stab at my propensity for running amok when the demon was in control. Kuntz retracted his helmet. "The Scrun is complaining the enclosure is too small for him and was never designed for his species." I reached out with my foot and kicked the side of the crate. "You're a dumbass. I don't know which is more stupid, building something like that to begin with, or being arrogant enough to think one of your kind would never end up in one." Clutch calmed us.
"Justice is taking us aboard the Legacy."
I felt a light thump as our landing gear extended, and another when we touched down. Clutch dropped the ramp and shut down the power. As we debarked, he called out to me.
"Commander, do you want me to put this piece of sewage in the brig?"
"No. Leave him in there. Turn off the lights and close the hatch. I want him to know what it feels like to be a slave. I have some questions he needs to answer, and a chance to get out of there might get me the truth."
"He claims the confined space is inhibiting his suit's ability to properly dispose of his bodily waste."
"Ask him what he did when the slaves complained about the enclosure." I heard Clutch's croaking laugh, and then the hatch closing on the shuttle. "Justice, how long will it take to decipher the data tubes we confiscated from the Scrun?" "I am already familiar with Scrun encryption algorithms, and I estimate no more than 30 minutes to decode the information stored on the devices." "Thank you, Justice. Please call a crew meeting in the galley in 1 hour and jump us back to the rally point."
"Acknowledged, Commander."
I went to the ready room and stowed my armor in the modified repair crate Justice fabricated with the help of Felix. Kuntz had just completed the process. "I would like you to think about the questions we need O'Mara to answer, and give me your ideas at the crew meeting." "Of course, Commander. Once we have the data decrypted from the storage drives, I will have the background necessary for the interrogation." Clutch walked in and shed his armor.
"You should let me interrogate the Throg. It will take me very little time to get the answers you seek."
I suspected O'Mara would say just about anything we wanted to hear, whether it was the truth or not, if I gave Clutch his way. "I am always open to your wisdom, Troopmaster, but in this case, we will start out civilized before we get medieval on his ass." The Tybor looked puzzled at my response, but shrugged and gave me his usual toothy smile.
"Okay, Commander. I will see you in the galley."
I expected to see Tria, but her gear was stowed, and she was not present. I had a feeling I knew where she was. I cussed my faulty thinking for calling a meeting in an hour instead of 2 or 3. I felt the sensation of a standard transition, and decided Justice was not in a hurry to meet with the operative, and I knew why that was as well. I felt a little jittery as I headed to my cabin. It was a toss-up between anticipation and nervousness. If I did not find what I was expecting, it would be disappointment. I had just stepped out of the lift tube on the bridge level when my IST transmitter gave me a secure beep. I cringed and slapped my hand to my forehead. I was going to strangle that old witch. "Nathan, did you recover anything of interest during the operation?" "Who wants to know? You or your council? Surely you realize I purposely kept my troops and myself out of your area of operation, so there would be no repeat of my council's actions. I have already explained why I must cooperate with their deceitful directives. Your continued anger is unwarranted." I had more than one reason to be pissed at the operative, but was not going to break it down for her. "We captured one of Lashmus's siblings, and enough credits to buy a planet. I did not take a slave count, but I believe there was more than 1,000. Excellent! I was hoping for this outcome. Now that you have a legitimate source of information, I no longer have to worry about breaking a direct order not to reveal certain intelligence we gathered on our last mission. Sale, we can compare notes when I can meet with you in person. We will be at the rally point shortly. So much for all the sneaky crap we thought we were going to pull on the Chalt. It seemed like Sale was a step ahead of us and her superiors. The witch was a master of manipulation. The operative I had come to respect was still with us, but she was being forced to weave multiple layers of subterfuge to mask her true motives. The signal went dead, and I once again headed to my cabin to see what might await me there. The hatch opened, and Tria was sitting on the edge of my bed, putting her uniform on. My timing was absolute shit, and for that matter, so was the operative's. I did not know who was more disappointed, me or Justice. I started to apologize, but she cut me off. Justice opened my IST channel so I could hear your conversation with Sale. It will be interesting to hear what she has to say. I gave her a hug and a kiss. Sale will eventually have something else to do besides meddling in our affairs. I tolerate Sale's interference because she is a means to the end of our technology gap. I want you to know that Sale is drawn to your strength and warrior instincts. She may pretend you are undesirable, but I know that she is hiding her true feelings. Your aura draws us to you, though she states otherwise. There are very old customs on my worlds that are generally wrote off as history. One of them is to fight to the death for the right to take a superior life mate. I stood with raised eyebrows, digesting Tria's words. She had the most alluring smile on her face, but the look in her eyes said she meant every word. My legs suddenly turned to rubber, and I almost collapsed. She caught me in her arms and held me close. Her new, weaponized strength was noticeable. She whispered in my ear, I have made my choice. Sale must find another. With that, she kissed me lightly and left my cabin. I thought I heard her laugh, but wasn't sure. The strangest thought went through my head. Tria said she went ahead with the weaponization because she feared our continuous mission profiles would interfere with her ability to get the procedure done in a timely manner. Now I wondered if she did it so she could kick Sale's ass if she had ulterior motives. I did kind of wonder what made Sale have her battle scars repaired. It might be a healthy choice on my part to keep the operative at arm's length. What I considered innocent acts of friendliness towards Sale might have her thinking something else. I was giving myself a headache trying to figure out what part of being human would attract another species to me. I did know that I was very much attracted to Tria, so this was not a one-way street. Justice, what is our ETA to the rally point? 63 minutes 29 seconds. There is time for you to take a rest period. Should I alert Tria? The thought had actually crossed my mind, but I found the intention behind Justice's statement irritating. I chose to ignore him. What was the total on the credits we recovered? I was heading to the down tube, and it had been more than a couple of minutes since I made my inquiry. Just when I determined Justice was ignoring me back, he answered, in excess of 690 billion. I guess I really didn't need an exact count. It was a crapload of credits. The Scrun will be feeling the pinch of our latest attacks. A lot of slimy slaver palms were not going to receive their normal greasing. The uncertainty and unrest this would cause the Scrun underlings made me smile and forget all about the spite Justice was sending my way. Justice? When you are done being vindictive, I hope you have a briefing for us on the intel recovered from the data cubes. While he decided to not answer me, I knew he was not likely to display his less-than-admirable human traits in front of the rest of the crew. I entered the galley and saw that Clutch was already eating. Tria and Kuntz sat 2 tables away, quietly talking. They were trying their best to pretend they could not hear the less-than-palate-pleasing noises coming from Clutch. By the look of Clutch's tray, the rations we purchased from Tam Lin were taking a hit. I sat down next to Tria, and Kuntz cued me in on their discussion. "Commander, Tria and I believe it would be wise to question Omaro before we meet with the operative. It might uncover additional information that both Omaro and the operative might try to conceal. It could also serve as a way to verify what both might divulge to us. I had to admit, it would be a good way to see if Sale was leveling with us on the information she has access to. Justice, do you have a briefing for us? Yes. It appears the Scrun, and most undoubtedly the Murloc, are trying to improve their security. The decryption method they now use is much better than when we first encountered both races. It took additional time to decipher the information. The vast majority is communications with Scrun motherships and other spacecraft assets. After our recent engagement with their forces, 17 Scrun ships and 5 Murloc ships that the base was in contact with no longer respond to communication traffic. An evil smile crossed my face. E.T. was never going to phone home this time around. The looks on my crew's face said they were thinking the same thing. I refocused on the briefing. A call was sent out for reinforcements to investigate, but most all of those requests went unheeded. The 3 Scrun motherships that the SIG encountered were part of a larger rescue mission to the system they had set as a trap for us. They were delayed several hours by business transactions. When they attempted to rendezvous with the rescue force, they had already entered the system. They could not establish contact with them, and chose to come directly to the Scrun base instead of reconnoitering what may have happened to their cohorts. Clutch thumped his large hand down on his table, making us all jump. Ha! It sounds like the missiles we left behind found some worthy recipients. His loud exclamation liberated several pieces of partially chewed food from his mouth, and some found their way to the floor beside me. I pretended not to notice. The galley bots would have to work a little harder after the briefing was over. 35. After Clutch's outburst, Justice continued with the briefing. I have several communications that resemble encryption techniques that we encountered on Draen's outpost. I have yet to find the proper primer, but it is just a matter of time. I speculate that Omaro might have knowledge of a primer key that will assist us. The proper application of stratagem might get him to reveal the access code. Kuntz gave me a startled look. Commander, my internment on Draen's outpost revealed that the most sophisticated encryption was used exclusively for communications with Draen's closest allies. In this case, only one comes to mind. Iger. To even hear that son of a bitch's name got the beast in me stirring. Tria reached over and grasped my hand, but I still felt murderous intentions lurking in the back of my mind. We had already uncovered questionable intelligence that had Iger recuperating on one of the Murloc homeworlds. We might be jumping to conclusions, but now I wondered if that was a smokescreen to hide his true location. I would love to get another crack at the sewage-sucking Throg. As far as I was concerned, shutting down the slavers and bringing Iger to his final reckoning took precedence over investigating an old pile of garbage someone left corroding in the armpit of the galaxy. Now that I had the allies to pull it off, we should be able to go toe-to-toe with anything Iger could bring to the party. Clutch, get Omaro out of his cage. We need to have a talk with him. The Tybor jumped up and started to leave, but at the last second, in a small display of irritation at having his meal interrupted, he grabbed a handful of food and shoved it into his mouth. I was glad that he made no comment as he rushed by. Justice, what is our current ETA to the rally point? 17 minutes, 11 seconds. If we have to kill a little time to get the answers we're after, you have my permission to take as long as you like to intercept the operative's ship. Acknowledged. Tria, Kuntz, and I made our way to the hangar. Clutch had put his combat armor on and was walking up the shuttle ramp. The slave crate containing Omaro came bouncing end over end out of the cargo bay, landing on its side. Clutch stomped his way down the ramp and righted it. He jerked the door open and yanked the slaver out onto the deck. Without a word from me, the hangar door opened so we could have a view of hyperspace through the atmospheric retention field. When the Scrun turned and noticed this, he attempted to crawl back into the crate, but Clutch blocked his path. He looked over at me with a pleading look on his cyclops face and extended his hands out, splaying his fingers upward. I could feel no pity for the slaver piece of shit because of the pain and suffering he had no problem bringing to others. We have many reasons to put an end to your miserable existence, so you should give us a lot of reasons not to. Some of the information on the data cubes is heavily encrypted. I want you to supply my AI with the key. If you do that, we will not kill you. I was gambling the Scrun were smart enough to have different encryption codes for each facility. If not, the next part of our ruse would be exposed. Omaro's less than forthcoming silence told me he was calculating exactly what to say. It was an expected response, but not one he should be using, considering his precarious position. Turning to Tria and Kuntz, I shook my head. You both were correct. He is of no use. Judro values his life more than this fool. We will find other ways to verify the information he has given us. Kuntz took his cue and held his hand up to Clutch and made a shooing motion toward the open hangar door. Clutch grabbed Omaro and started to drag him to the opening, but stopped when the Scrun yelled out a string of code. Justice confirmed its authenticity. I have access, Commander. Clutch let go of the slaver, and he scampered across the deck on all four of his gangly arms and legs. He wedged his lower half back into the slave crate. It was ironic that he would think he could find shelter from his fate by trying to hide in a prison of his own making. Anger flashed through me like a torch at the thought that this is what the slaves must have done when they were in the same situation. Tria sensed the change in me and gripped my arm tightly. I tried to calm myself, but felt the beast stalking the fringes of my awareness. If I let my anger, and then the beast, control me, I could possibly reveal that we did not have Judro to question, or, even worse, kill our only source of information. Justice pinged my implants. Commander, we will be exiting interdimensional space in 1 minute. Do you still intend to meet with the operative upon our arrival? I took several slow, cleansing breaths to clear the homicidal thoughts from my mind, along with the instigator that was goading me. Yes. Make the rendezvous. We will give Sale a chance to prove she is not screwing us over to benefit her counsel. I felt the small discomfort of our transition back to normal spacetime. There was a static-like discharge that was visible through the open hangar door, and the sudden appearance of a normal starfield. Kuntz took my distraction as his cue to continue our interrogation. He approached Omaro, and the Scrun attempted to retreat farther into the slave crate. I was surprised by the Gruul's reaction. He stepped forward and grabbed the sides of Omaro's faceplate and hauled back on it till the Scrun stopped his retreat. He then leaned his face down till it almost touched the thick composite. Judro claims that you know where Iger hides. He has given us certain information to justify his claim. I advise you to think carefully about the next words that come out of your mouth. If they do not match what we have been told, or are verifiable by your communications, my fellow crew member will crush your appendages and reinsert you back into this crate. When my commander determines you have suffered enough, we will start the questioning process once again. The Scrun started pleading with Kuntz and trying to lean over and touch him. Kuntz batted his hand aside and reached inside of his uniform and pulled the Grawl-sized tie-bore pistol he now liked to carry concealed on his person. He stepped on one of the Scrun's hands and pushed the pistol against it. We do not necessarily have to crush your appendages. We can remove them, one at a time. The Scrun was easily 4 times larger than Kuntz, but he was terrified of the little Graull's menacing behavior. Apparently, he had never witnessed such aggressiveness from a Graull before. I had to admit, the look on Kuntz's face was sinister and served its purpose well. The Scrun started talking fast. Iger hides with the last of his fleet in a dense dust nebula near Outpost 6854. He has several siblings who operate the outpost, and he sells our slaves there. Justice pinged our implants with a startling disclosure. Commander, that is the location where the Zanes informed us about a large number of Murloc inquiring about battle armor.
There is now the possibility that the Zanes may inadvertently supply Iger with the armor we took from his clan siblings. If he is able to identify the armor, the Zanes could be in great danger. Iger would most assuredly torture them into revealing where they had acquired the battle armor. Their disclosures could prove to be fatal. Shit. I had put that piece of information on the back burner to address at a later date. We may have had a way to find Iger all along if we had prosecuted the data before we went after the Scrun. My lack of urgency was going to bite me in the ass, and may have cost the lives of my Zane friends. I'm sure, if that is what has come to pass, it would not sit well with Felix. If it became known that I cannot protect those who are willing to help me, then no one would take the risk of doing so. Justice pinged me again. Commander, we have come alongside the operative's ship, and I expect she will join us shortly. I was not in the mood to discuss current developments with Sail. I looked out the hangar door, and her battleship suddenly filled the opening. I could see a small speck standing in the massive opening on the Chult ship. As we drew closer, I could make out Sail in her combat gear preparing to jump across. I was miserable at the present situation, and the beast was transforming my despair into anger and revenge. I walked over to the Scrun. You are most fortunate that salvation has arrived. The Chult that is preparing to board has agreed to take you. Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch all gave me an incredulous look. They could not believe what had just came out of my mouth. For that matter, neither could I. The Scrun wriggled himself free of the slave crate and started hobbling toward the open hangar door. I waved my crew off before they could stop him. They again gave me looks of disbelief. I saw Sail leap from the deck of her hangar and hurtled across to ours. As she landed, she unfolded her helmet, and her face took on a look of confusion as she saw the Scrun heading directly at her. I did what any slaver-hating species would do in my boots. I yelled a warning. Sail! Watch out! The operative did what she has probably done thousands of times. She drew one of her swords, and in one smooth motion, slashed the Scrun's legs off just below his torso. The slaver's upper body did a single cartwheel off the deck and bounced out into the void. Sail leaned down and wiped her sword off on one of the legs, and then kicked both out to join the rest of the carcass. Clutch thought this was a hilarious turn of events and broke out in raucous laughter. Kuntz looked a little miffed. Commander, I might have been able to extract more useful information from him. Tria gave me a raised eyebrow, but refrained from any comments. Sail walked up to us with a frown and slid her sword back into its scabbard. Has the Tybor lost his mind? Why is he laughing? And what was that scat about? You can't let a Scrun loose on your ship. I hope you had a chance to question him. I got right to the point. Sail, why did your council order you to confiscate the shuttles along with one of Lashmo's siblings? Were they trying to keep information from us concerning Iger's whereabouts? Sail's frown deepened. Did you not question the Scrun before you were foolish enough to let him escape? My thoughts were swirling with conspiracy theories, but the most prominent one was probably correct. The more I examined the situation, the angrier I became. This was another not-so-subtle manipulation on the part of the Chult Council. Tria stepped close to me and whispered, Nathan, calm yourself. Let's not dwell on the past, but instead focus on the future. We now have a means to stop the machinations of my people's ruling caste. As Sail has pointed out, now that the experimental ship is in our hands, we have the advantage. Advantage or not, I was really getting sick of the interference from our supposed ally. I'm sure this was a universal practice, even on the planet of my birth, but I did not have to put up with this backroom bullshit here. Sail stood staring, wondering what I would say next. This is about the derelict ship, isn't it? Your council is only interested in gaining access to the technology that might be recovered, and don't like the delays my other missions might entail. I could tell she was carefully thinking about what she would say. Your assessment is most likely correct, but you left out the part about your death-defying behavior. I believe that more than a few council members think you will meet your maker sooner than later. If that should happen,
We will be back to searching the galaxy in hopes of recovering small quantities of useful trinkets. What a load of crap. The Chalt were looking out for me for my own good, or more aptly, looking out for their future good. Our technological discoveries were turning into a hindrance to goals that would benefit all races. I needed to get a handle on this before it turns into something more undesirable than what I was currently dealing with. But first things first. Sale, I am going after Iger, whether the Council likes it or not. The SIG would be more than happy to come along without attaching any strings to the adventure. I would readily share tech with an ally that had no interest in interfering with my goals. Sale cringed at my statement, but I knew it was theatrics. She knew exactly where this was going, and I was sure she somehow steered me in this direction. We were surprised when she turned and headed for the hangar door. I called after her. You are a lot of things, but I never thought a quitter would be one of them. She turned momentarily, looking confused at my words. She then made a noise with her mouth and a dismissive wave with two of her arms. You mindless throg! I am going to spin this in such a way my superiors will not think I used duplicity to ensure this outcome. When I am done, they will believe it is what they wanted all along. We will be jumping to Outpost 6854 and see what we can develop on Iger's location. If we find actionable intel, we will move on it quickly. Sale stopped short of the hangar door. Let me know what you find. If you need my help, I will back you, no matter what the Council has to say about it. That was good enough for me, and it managed to knock the edge off my irritation. Justice, take us to the coordinates the Zanes gave us. Affirmative, Commander. Dead core transition in 3 minutes. Clutch, get that crate off our ship. Clutch grabbed the slave crate and threw it out the hangar door. As he walked by to stow his armor, he made it a point to stop and talk to me. Unless you have further need for me, I will be in the galley, finishing my meal. I let him know what might lay ahead. I suggest you eat while you can, and get some rest. If we manage to find Iger, there will be no time for a nap or a lunch break. Kuntz and Tria were conversing, then turned to me. Commander, we must make an effort to locate the Zanes. Kuntz and I agree they would not be foolish enough to interact with the Murloc if it becomes known that several of Iger's siblings went missing at their former place of business. We should investigate the Zane market outlet and determine their whereabouts. I was going to say I agree, but my hearing muted and everything around me turned bright white, then faded away. When my awareness returned, Justice was talking to us. Commander, I have engaged our stealth systems and do not believe our transition has been detected. I am doing a passive scan of the outpost and the nearby dust nebula. There is light spacecraft traffic around the outpost, and I have detected power plant emanations coming from the dust cloud. I believe closer scrutiny will reveal the true number and identity of the spacecraft loitering in that location. Okay, Justice. Take us into the nebula, and let's get a hard lock on the opposition. Once we know for sure what is there, we can formulate a plan of action. Kuntz had another idea, and it involved him exhibiting a trait not common among his people. Commander, I volunteer to go to the outpost in an attempt to find Broza and Hylet. It would be extremely unusual if the Zane place of business was no longer operating. If I cannot locate the business, I will try to confirm the Zanes operating it have been detained. I could not argue with his reasoning. Tactically, it was the smart thing to do. Tria thought so too, and volunteered as well. Unfortunately, I was going to piss her off. I would try to dampen her anger with a factual explanation as to why. Tria, all too often our combat actions were associated with a Grawl accompanied by a Tybor troopmaster, or a Chalt warrior, or an unknown biped alien. I know you have to realize that a Grawl by himself is not considered a threat to anyone. Kuntz, in a display of his inordinately large nads, helped me out of a tough spot. Tria, if I go alone, I will draw very little attention. I will wear a standard-issue Grawl cloak suit that will hide my identity. Most will overlook me as just another possible customer for goods sold on the outpost. Should I run into unexpected trouble, I will not hesitate to call for your assistance." Tria stood with her arms crossed, but nodded in agreement. Kuntz gave us a thumb up. "I will alert Clutch to our new mission considerations before I board the shuttle." I was sure Clutch would join us shortly to offer going to the outpost in Kuntz's place. I shook my head and prepared my response to his request. I gave Tria a small smile and hoped she would return it, but that was not the case. The warrior in her wanted action, and I could not blame her. This might prove to be a chance to even the score with the bastard that had brutalized her. I knew that I would do everything in my power to make sure Iger did not slip through my fingers once again. Right on cue, I heard thumping footsteps rapidly approaching. As Clutch stopped in front of us, it was apparent he had not finished his meal. His attempt at speaking included a sprinkling of food bits on my feet. He hastily wiped the remainder from his face and apologized for the well-chewed barrage. Kuntz and Zuul came out of the ready room discussing the mission. Kuntz was wearing one of the Groll cloak suits from our large supply. He was holding a smaller version of a Tybor fighting knife in his hands. His face mask was transparent, and you could see the less-than-attractive smile on his face. "Look what Justice has presented to me. He has downsized one of the fighting knives so I am able to conceal it with my sidearm." He held it out, and Clutch grabbed it, twisting it several times in his big, meaty hand.
"It is a little flimsy, but will still do its intended job."
He handed it back to Kuntz, who slid it into a scabbard inside of his suit. Any thoughts of a feud going on between Kuntz and Justice were now allayed. While we were all gathered, Justice took the opportunity to notify us about some of the armor modifications he had been working on.
"Commander, the results of my experiments have yielded new capabilities for your equipment. I have incorporated what I now believe is an effective cloaking system into your current generation battle armor. My initial experiments revealed numerous inadequacies in the backlighting devices that kept the cloaked battle armor from casting telltale shadows. I have now overcome those limitations. The newly designed emitter arrays will allow me to closely monitor all encountered backgrounds and compensate for the constantly changing conditions. The one limitation that makes the cloaking of the battlesuits less than optimal is the sound emissions from the armored footgear on rigid surfaces. The sound-deadening qualities of the pads I have installed on bottoms of the boots will still require measured, careful strides to negate sound propagation."
I knew Justice had been working on the cloak system since he designed the new armor. The ability to cloak the large metallic monsters our suits have become was an outstanding achievement. Although we would again find ourselves entering combat with untested systems, Justice's record of success spoke for itself. Tria and Clutch wished Kuntz good luck and disappeared down the corridor into the ready room. When Kuntz turned away from the shuttle, I knew what the topic would be. To my surprise, I was only half right. "Commander, Zuul has volunteered to accompany me to the outpost. Since we do not anticipate combat operations, I thought it was an excellent idea. While not unheard of, my people are not generally known to travel alone. I also believe it would be wise to purchase food supplies and other goods while we are there. It will further our ruse and make reconnaissance much easier if we are seen making purchases in several different locations on the outpost. I would also like to take my battle armor as a precautionary measure in case unexpected circumstances arise. Zuul will be bringing his Zane body armor as well." I nodded in agreement and waved them on. They both took off to gather the rest of their gear. I called to Justice. "Justice, give Kuntz a credit voucher with a denomination on it that will not draw unnecessary attention. Please keep close watch over Zuul. I know he means well, but he will be stepping way outside of his normal comfort zone."
"Affirmative, Commander. I have carefully selected the loadout for Zuul's battle armor, and can take control of the Zane systems at any time, should it require him wearing the suit."
I should have known better. Justice looked after everyone under his care. 36. I suddenly felt a very familiar feeling that was always accompanied by Tria's presence. I turned around and saw nothing.
"Tria, I know you were close. I can feel your aura."
My legs turned to jelly, and I staggered forward, only to be caught by Tria's large, armored arms as she appeared in front of me. The cloaking technology was indeed a masterful stroke of engineering. Clutch appeared just behind me with a croaking laugh.
"Commander, Iger will never know what happened, because you can slit his throat before he knows you are near."
I didn't say it, but I wanted Iger to know who was coming for him. I want him to feel the terror he is inflicting on others. Justice alerted us that Kuntz and Zool were ready to depart. He pushed the shuttle out of the atmospheric retention field, then turned the Legacy on a course that took us into the dense dust nebula. We started picking out what we assumed to be Iger's fleet. There were 22 ships, identified as 3 Union gunships, 11 Murloc heavy cruisers, 6 Skrun motherships, and 2 that Clutch identified as very dated Tybor shuttle carriers. The carriers were giant discs with 4 hangar bays around their perimeter. They normally carried 16 assault shuttles with a dozen troops on each of them. We had no way of knowing if they had complete detachments with them or not. I already knew the Tybor assault shuttle was a formidable weapons platform. If the carriers had a full complement of mercenaries aboard, it could spell trouble if we mounted a rescue operation at the outpost. The one ship I had hoped to see was not present. There were no Warbringer-class battleships detected in our scans. Justice continued scanning the entire dust cloud until we were sure we had tagged all the ships hiding there. We were now at the farthest point from the outpost and skirting the outer edge of the nebula. It was time to turn back when Justice alerted us to a new turn of events. "Commander, I have an active transponder thread." I have been wondering if the Guardian transponder quit working. It has been a while since it has been active. I have come to the conclusion that the device is unable to function while making dead core transitions. I believe we have missed opportunities to make additional discoveries had we made normal interdimensional transitions. How long is the thread? More than 90 light-years and increasing. I recommend we let it run its course and map the destination before we return to the outpost. Okay, Justice. Show us the nebula and the ships you have located while we wait. We gathered on the bridge, and Justice displayed the dust cloud. It was showing the positions of the 22 ships. Each had a red triangle marking its location. If this was indeed Iger's fleet, his assets were dwindling along with his power base. Clutch was for taking a call from the operative's playbook and launching an immediate stealth missile attack. Tria, on the other hand, was the voice of caution. "We should not take action until we hear from Kuntz and Zool. Once we know what is taking place on the outpost, we can make our plan of action as well as any secondary contingencies." "Commander, Kuntz and Zool report they are now moving to the market areas. I will relay their voice communications through the shuttle IST." "Thanks, Justice. Alert me if anything changes. When you are ready, move us as close to the outpost as you can without putting us in danger of a collision with other spacecraft." Affirmative. Since Kuntz and Zool took our only shuttle, we needed to be close enough to bail them out in case Scat finds its way into a ventilator. "Commander, I have comms traffic from Kuntz." Kuntz's voice came online. "Commander, there are a large number of heavily armed Murloc and Tybor mercenaries prevalent throughout the market areas. We have been shadowed by 2 Murloc from the moment we exited our shuttle. We will stop and make purchases to see if they will continue their surveillance." It sounded like the overmaster of the outpost was expecting trouble, or trying to dissuade anyone from starting any. I did not want to be involved in another outpost shootout. The Uleron and me would have loved nothing better. I wringed my hands in a display of impatience. Iger was out there in the void doing I don't know what, and there was nothing I could do about it until he revealed his location. "Commander, the thread has terminated at a star system 141 light-years from our present location. I have mapped the coordinates, and we can now move back to the outpost." "Roger that, Justice. Take us back." Justice relayed Kuntz's comms transmission. "Commander, I have purchased supplies at 2 Grawl outlets, and the Murlocs that were following us have ceased their surveillance. Zool has identified a Zane supply shop 2 levels above our current position. We will investigate and report back to you when we have useful information."
So far, so good. No hostile actions were a plus, and my crewmates could move about freely. I was beginning to feel like we were going to get in and out with no trouble. I hated playing the waiting game, but had no choice but to sit back and see what Kuntz and Zul could find out. Tria seemed anxious, and Clutch looked bored. Tria, is something on your mind?
Yes. I had fears this was another trap designed to lure us to this location. I now think otherwise. Iger or the Scrun would not have enough time to set this up. There is no way they could have transferred the data on our last engagement before we arrived. Unless Iger has obtained dead core technology, they would have no reason to think we will come here. Tria was right. There was no way the information could have beat us here.
So, you think this is where Iger has been hiding?
I cannot be sure if that is the case, because his flagship is not present. It does make sense that he would frequent the area to collect the credits being earned on the outpost. He must keep his underlings paid, or they would most assuredly abandon him. I suspect that Iger spends little time at any single location. Our success at destroying his assets has him fearing for his life.
Commander, I have comms from Kuntz.
Commander, we made contact with the Zanes operating the outlet. They say that Broza was on his way with an armor shipment and never arrived. He is missing, and the merchants say this is a very unlikely scenario. They fear the worst. They are waiting for the right moment, and they are going to flee this location.
Shit. This was not turning out as I thought it would. Broza obviously confided in the Zanes on the outpost to some extent, or they would not be so forthcoming. I could not blame them for not wanting to hang around. An old Earth dictum came to mind. Snafu. It described my current dilemma perfectly. Not only was Iger still at large, but now the Zanes were missing as well. Okay, Kuntz. You and Zul get back to the shuttle and meet us at the rally point.
Roger that, Commander. We will load our supplies and leave as soon as possible.
I was relieved that Kuntz and Zul had no problems on the outpost. It was a definite departure from the shootouts that seemed to plague our every move. Justice, don't we have a way to locate the Zanes? Yes, through their star drive signature and comms. Unfortunately, one or the other has to be operating before I can attempt to get a fix on their location. They will have to be within our scanner range as well. Tria and Clutch were exchanging ideas and came up with what the most likely answer could be.
Commander, Clutch and I believe that with the large number of pirates in this sector, the probability of the Zanes being hijacked is a very likely scenario. It is not a stretch of the imagination to assume the Murloc or others would place an order for armor or materials that they can ill afford. Then wait for the supplier to deliver and intercept the cargo.
Although this did not indicate a direct relationship with us, and probably not the reason they might be detained, it did not rule out the possibility of the armor Broza was transporting being identified as captured by us. Commander, we have arrived at the shuttle rally point, and I have detected the transition of our shuttle. Kuntz and Zul's ETA is 7 minutes. Thanks, Justice. We will meet them in the hangar. Tria, Clutch, and I went down tube to the hangar. Justice had just pulled the shuttle in with a tow beam and was locking it down to the deck. The rear hatch came down, and Zul stepped off with a relieved look on his face. Kuntz joined him, and we congratulated them on a successful intelligence-gathering mission, one that did not involve shooting the place up. Kuntz walked us to the shuttle's hold and showed us the generous supply of goods he purchased on the outpost. The Grawl back at Alpha Base would be very happy to learn that there would be no rationing of Grawl-related consumables anytime soon. I was interrupted by an IST transmission from Sale. "Nathan, what is your status?" I filled her in on everything that had transpired, and the fact we were still no closer to finding Iger. I told her of our concerns for our allies and what we thought had happened to them. She was not a lot of help, and stated what we already knew. "If I were you, I would think long and hard about attacking until you can locate the Zanes. If they are being held on one of the ships, you could very well kill them with your preemptive strike. Another thing to consider is that Iger must know we are actively hunting him. If he does not have the Zanes,
and you make a big stink trying to rescue them, what do you think will happen if word gets out who is responsible? You may never get another shot at him. We will wait for the time being and concern ourselves with finding the Zanes. We can only hope that Iger does not have them. Keep me appraised of the situation, and I will make my way to your location as soon as I am able. The transmission ended with me wondering what was keeping the operative from joining us. My crew was having a discussion on how to find the Zanes. They came up with an idea, which, at the moment, was more than I had. It was simple and straightforward. We would make an IST transmission back to Alpha Base and contact young Felix. He would know standard communication codes necessary to contact Broza's ship that would not compromise our discrete code system. We would then put a message on a comm buoy and launch it into the system so it arrives close to the outpost. The message on the buoy would say that he was not able to contact the Murlocs on Outpost 9765 and was stuck with 20 suits of Murloc armor. We would have him say something to the effect he would sell the armor at a discount to recoup the investment made to build them. We had hopes that greed would take over if the Zane's comms were being monitored. If an acknowledgement is broadcast to the buoy from their ship, Justice would be able to locate them. I made the call to Alpha Base, and Felix wanted to help any way he could to find his clan members. He was more than just a little concerned for Broza and Hylet. It took him 3 tries to get the panic out of his voice while making the message. Justice snuck us out of the local system and prepped and launched the buoy. He programmed it to make 4 different jumps that would take it on a roundabout course. The buoy's last vector would jump it to the location of the outpost from the far side of the system. We would have plenty of time to pick a strategic location to observe the Dust Nebula and the outpost if our little trick raised a response from the Zane's ship. Justice hid the Legacy in the edge of the dust cloud near the most direct route to the outpost. I sat doing one of my least favorite things, waiting. I was slowly learning how to control the Uluran soldier that haunted my thoughts, but I could not stifle its constant goading. The yearning for combat was still highly contagious, and the anxiety that came with it an unwelcome distraction. I wasn't sure if Tria could sense my restlessness, but she got up from her console and stood by me. When she placed her hand on my shoulder, it was as if she was siphoning off my pool of bloodthirsty thoughts. I partially relaxed. Commander, the buoy has transitioned into the system and is broadcasting now. I didn't have any idea how long it would take to get a response, but Tria's touch was now having a different effect on me, and I wrapped my arm around her waist. She looked down at me and cocked an eyebrow. The damn fool machine put his 2 cents worth into an already increasingly awkward situation. Commander, perhaps it would be wise for all crew members to take a rest period while we wait to see if the Zanes respond. Clutch and Kuntz gave each other a frown, then both looked back at Tria and me. They both quickly turned back to their consoles, but could not contain the snickers that were easily audible. Tria rolled her eyes and let her hand fall from my shoulder. The spell was broken, and I leaned back in my chair, drumming my fingers on the armrest. Tria went back to her station, but not before walking by Clutch and cuffing him on his bullet head. The pair could no longer contain their laughter, and both broke out in a loud guffaw. Zool looked on with a very confused expression on his face. Sweet mother of my maker. My crew is turning into clowns, just like Carl and me used to be back in high school. I had my fill and got up from my chair. Tria, would you like to join me in the galley? Yes, I believe I would. As she got up to walk out, she passed by Kuntz, giving him a slap to the back of his head as well that shut up the cackle coming from his pie hole. Clutch found Kuntz's reaction to being cuffed even funnier than my embarrassed behavior. He was now laughing loud enough I considered it an assault on my ears, and wondered if he would commence rolling about the deck. Zool beat me to the drop tube and disappeared down. Tria and I quickly did the same. We had not been seated for more than a couple of minutes, and I was working on my 3rd bite of food when Justice alerted us. Commander, a response from the Zanes has been sent, and it originated from the location of one of the Tybor shuttle carriers. I will play the transmission, and I believe you will find the message very interesting. There was a short pause, and then Broza's voice filled the galley.
"Felix, I am so glad to hear from you. Yes, I can sell all of the armor suits. Can you let the shipping department know that the large shipment of Dorta sea snakes that was to be shipped to harass on Outpost 9765 needs to be shipped to 6854, along with the armor? Let harass know I will give them a discount on the replacement order for the inconvenience. I await your arrival schedule. Please transmit it as soon as possible."
Broza was one smooth operator. He just slipped us a warning about the Tybor pirates holding him. They probably thought the Zane was trying to bribe his way out of the mess he was in by stuffing their faces with their favorite delicacy. If I had my way, they were going to get stuffed all right. I heard some thumping footsteps, and Clutch rounded the corner into the galley with Kuntz right behind him. The expression on his face was pinched, and his large, dark eyes had tears in the corners. It was about that time that Clutch's scent caught up with him, and I shoved my plate away. Looking at Tria, I saw her take a quick breath and do the same. "Clutch, calm yourself. I can't think with your warrior scent choking me. Let's go to the conference room and figure out how to get the Zanes out of trouble." Tria, Zul, and I quickly headed to the lifts to get a breath of fresh air. Kuntz wasted no time bringing up the rear. Clutch had a disturbing look on his face and was pounding his fists together, but had the decency to give us time to put distance between us and him. He yelled after us,
"Commander, the pirates that hold the Zanes dishonor all Tybor clans, and they must be cleansed from the galaxy."
I put my arm around Tria and gave him a thumb up with my other as we disappeared upward. As we stepped into the conference room, Justice put a holographic depiction of the Tybor shuttle carrier over the middle of the table. We took our seats, and then Clutch joined us, but his odor was not quite neutral yet. I gave a slight cringe and shook my head. It would have to be enough for now, and I pointed at his chair until he sat. "Clutch, if you have additional knowledge on the carrier, please fill us in."
"Commander, the vessel you see was used very little because it has a large number of flaws in its design. It was never accepted into service, but led to a much better design. I know of only 8 ever built for trials, and of those, only 5 survived to be sold for scrap. How the pirates came into possession of 2 is anybody's guess."
"Well, they're here, and we will have to deal with them. What are the weapons capabilities, and what could we expect if we attempt to board that thing?"
The initial design had 16 shuttles, as Justice already pointed out. The number of troops he mentioned was also correct if all the shuttles have complete assault crews. The ship itself had 3 officers and 21 crew members to operate it. I have serious doubts as to the pirates having a complete crew.
Zul held a finger up to me and silenced Clutch for the moment. I gave him a nod. "Is there something you would like to add, Zul?"
"Yes, Commander. While Kuntz and I were on the outpost, I kept count of all the possible hostiles we encountered when we departed the shuttle. In the docking areas we passed through, there were 47 Tybor and 62 Murloc, including the 2 that shadowed us. I only counted these numbers because they were openly displaying weapons. All of the market areas we passed through had 205 Tybor and 171 Murloc that were armed. If we were to assume the rest of the outpost was as heavily guarded, that would make the chances of the shuttle carrier having a complete crew very unlikely." The little Groll took his seat. I looked over at Kuntz and could see he was embarrassed by the fact he did not think to do the same thing. "Thank you, Zul. That is an important piece of intelligence and will make a big difference in our threat assessment." We gave Zul a nod, and Clutch continued.
"What we are not seeing is whether or not the ship has its original armament. The ships had large quad energy beam weapons on the top and bottom, hidden in armored bays. Next to the batteries were 2 missile tubes for a total of 4. Around the perimeter guarding the hangar bays were 8 defensive energy weapons. Again, I can only speculate, because if the weapons are present, they are hidden behind armored hatches."
An idea was forming in my head. "Justice, can you get us in close for a detailed scan of the ship?"
"Yes. Moving now, Commander."
Clutch, what were some of the design flaws you were talking about?
For starters, the star drives were much too small and underpowered to give the carriers sufficient speed to keep up with normal fleet combat maneuvers. The power plants also lacked heavy enough armor to protect them in combat. Some brilliant fool decided that the extra weight would be detrimental to the already slow design, and gave it very good shields in an attempt to offset the shortcoming. Initial testing revealed the shields could withstand a good beating, but once they were overwhelmed, it only took a couple of strategically placed shots to completely disable the ship. This may sound like it would be an easy fix with a power plant and armor upgrade, but what really killed the project were the fire suppression systems. The piping supplied by a third-party vendor was substandard and not properly tested. It was internally plumbed throughout the ship and not tested until void trials. The first time the piping was pressurized, it leaked so badly the chemical suppressants flooded internal machine spaces, disabling critical combat and life support systems. More than a few military leaders thought that it was espionage and the project was abandoned to the scrapyards. If the throgs on those ships don't know that, we should start a fire to show them. In the back of my mind, the beast in me was contemplating a bonfire complete with a war dance. I shook my head, clearing the image from my brain. Justice put a view screen on the wall, and we got a close-up of the target ship. It was still ready for the scrapyard. I suspected it was more of a base of operations than a space-worthy combat ship. Justice, have you picked up any comms coming from the carrier or any of the other ships? Negative. Only the transmission from the Zane's ship. My scans detect 39 life forms on the Tiber carrier. I am unable to differentiate between the Tibor and Zanes. All of the target ships are running on minimal systems, and their power plants are working at negligible output. The probability of the vessels being maintained by nominal crews is high, and I believe that the remainder of the personnel are on the outpost.
Our view was growing larger by the second, and finally stopped when we were looking directly into one of the hangar openings. Sitting just inside hangar number 4, according to the identifier on the deck, was the Zane's oblong culvert, pipe-shaped starship. Scanning the rest of the opening, Justice put the images of 4 Tibor assault shuttles in the back of the hangar. It was obvious from his scans that at least 3 of them were partially disassembled. A plan was starting to come together in my head. Tria squeezed my hand and then called to Justice. "Justice, take us to the other carrier. If it is crewed in the same manner, we might be able to do a covert recovery mission and depart the area before any are the wiser." She must have been doing that annoying Chalt mind-reading trick, because I was thinking the same thing. 37. Our scans turned up 19 crew members on the second carrier. It seemed that most everyone was on the outpost, possibly out of necessity. Justice alerted us that the second carrier had no operational atmospheric retention fields. The sub-zero temperatures in 69% of the ship indicated that most of it was in perpetual vacuum. I wondered what sin the remaining crews had committed to be stuck aboard those wrecks. Sucks to be them, and they had no idea just how bad yet. Clutch, are you familiar enough with the deck plan to search for the Zanes if they are not being held on their ship? The Tibor looked thoughtful for a long moment.
Familiar would not be the optimal word I would use, but I do recall where the bridge and comms are located. From that location, there is a service tunnel that runs through the ship to the machine spaces. If we control those areas, we control the ship. Start working on a plan to rescue the Zanes. I want it to be a covert attempt, and if that fails, things will become difficult very quickly. Justice, we need to make contact with Felix so we can give Broza a reply message. IST transmitter is online and ready, Commander. I made the call to young Felix, and he was only partially relieved that we had located Broza and Hylet. The reputation of Tibor pirates was well known, and he feared his relatives would be killed in our attempt to free them. I could not blame him, because I was more than worried it might turn out that way as well. He made us a message that stated he would arrive with the inventory in 2 standard rotations. If the plans we were making panned out, we would broadcast the final message we had Felix make.
It was a call we knew would never be answered by Broza if we rescued him in Hylett. It was a request for coordinates to a meeting place to transfer the cargo. When he did not get an acknowledgement, he would broadcast he was leaving the sector. Looking at my crewmates, I made eye contact with each of them. We need to do this in such a way the Zanes won't be a target of the pirates' revenge. Since we haven't got a solid lock on Iger yet, we need to get in and out without tipping anyone off as to who is behind what is about to happen. Clutch, you said that thing was a fire trap. Well, we are going to make sure that is the case if we get the Zanes out of there. We need to make sure it looks like a tragic accident. If Iger does show up, we try to take him out with as many of these throgs as we can. Okay. Let's hear some ideas. Clutch stood back up.
The accident you speak of will be the easiest part of the operation. The hard part will be making sure no one can use the comms on the carrier or the Zane's ship to call for help. We must make those targets our first priority. Like I stated earlier, the bridge will be another important target once the comms have been silenced. As far as the fire goes, if we make it to the service tunnel unhampered, we open every service hatch we pass and start a fire in the lower spaces. The fire will spread quickly, so we will want to make a very hasty retreat.
Clutch sat back down, and Tria added something I really hadn't thought of. We should invite our new friends, the SIG. They tend to make all races nervous because their motives are always suspect. Everyone nodded, and Kuntz added to her comment. Commander, if they were to make a close pass, the security teams on the outpost would be on their highest alert. I liked the idea and wondered if it would trigger a call to Iger to bring his Warbringer into the system, or if it would scare the coward off. No matter the consequences, we needed to get the Zanes out of the dilemma they were currently in. Justice, launch a comm buoy to our closest communication relay and contact the SIG. Commander, I recommend we move to the outer reaches of the star system before we launch a buoy. There is a small possibility it will be detected this close to our target area. Roger that. Let me know when you reach them. I was going to wait until I knew if the SIG could free up some of their assets before we sent Felix's response to the Tybor holding the Zanes. Timing was going to be on the tight side if they were more than a couple of days out. They should have several vessels in the neighborhood around the Scrun base we captured. I knew those ships were within a day's jump to this location. Commander, Sushi has responded to our message. Justice put a view screen on the wall of the conference room, and Sushi's image appeared.
Nathan Myers, I hope you and your crew are well. How can I be of service to my fellow clan member?
It warmed my heart knowing we had made friends with another race, and it did not involve shedding each other's blood to do it. I have a favor to ask, and it should not include any major risk to your people. The look I got from Sushi indicated he was disappointed.
I was hoping you were going to tell me you had some more slavers that needed to be eradicated.
Not this time, my friend. I need you to make a flyby of Outpost 6854. The SIG looked puzzled.
I know of the trading post, and it is rumored that a large number of pirates are firmly entrenched in that sector. If you are attempting to capture the trading post, I will have to summon a larger fleet. We have had a few run-ins with the Scrun over our new base of operations. It has been quiet for a while, so we think they may have given up and moved on to other places.
I have no intention of capturing the outpost. I just need a small distraction so we can pull off a rescue operation without them discovering that it was me and my crew that did it.
Normally, we only purchase our supplies on Outpost 9765 at Harass. We like to keep our business within the family. But I think we could make a small exception in this case. I believe I could arrange for 10 battleships to make a supply run. If I recall correctly, they used to sell intoxicants of reasonable quality at that location. Perhaps we need to determine if they still do.
I will reimburse you for all of your expenditures involved in the operation.
Nonsense. The Scrun base we have inherited more than makes up for such a trivial pursuit. We will use the purchases to celebrate the opening of our new regional headquarters. When would you like us to swing by?
As soon as you are able. Sushi looked to one side and said something in his native language. He nodded and turned back to me.
We will assemble the fleet and jump within the next 4 hours. You can expect us in one standard rotation.
Thank you. I am in your debt. The SIG gave me a dismissive wave with his hand, and the screen went blank. I smiled at Tria. It would be a rare occasion if her ideas did not bear the sweetest of fruit. We now had a diversion that should get even the Tybor a little nervous. We needed to get back to planning our rescue. I could tell Kuntz had something to say. Kuntz, you have something on your mind?
Yes. The Zanes may not wish to leave with us.
What do you mean?
They will get out with their lives if we are successful, but they cannot take their ship with them. If we are going to pull this off, with no one knowing the better, it must appear as if the Zanes perished with the shuttle carrier. They must sacrifice their ship. You might not be aware of it, but Zanes consider their ships as they do their siblings. We may have to subdue them in order to get them to come with us willingly.
You have got to be kidding me. They would rather die with their ship than be rescued?
It is not unheard of. I can guarantee they will resist leaving it behind.
I silently cursed. Shit. They have to be rescued, and I will have to beg them to leave with us. All right, everyone. We will cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's continue planning how to pull this off. Kuntz and Klotch looked a little puzzled by my statement, but let it pass. Klotch took the problem by the horns. I was glad he didn't fall asleep on us like he had been known to do in the past.
Justice, put the surveillance video of the carrier's hangar on the screen.
Affirmative, Troopmaster.
Commander, the way I see it, we can easily slip into the hangar with our battlesuits in stealth mode. When we enter, an alarm in the launch control room will sound, so we need to go in all at the same time. Hopefully, when they do not see anything, they will assume it was a false sensor reading. We will then eliminate any guards that are present and secure the launch control room so word cannot get out if we are discovered. Once that is done, we have to disable their remaining assault shuttle and secure the Zane's ship. If all goes well, we leave someone in the hangar to watch our escape route. The rest of us will make our way to the lifts and go up 2 levels to the bridge and secure those areas without anyone calling for help. We have to go in with maximum surprise and maximum force. If we get bogged down in a shootout, they will call for help, and you can expect a conveyor full of scat. The next objective is to climb down the service tunnel, opening all unsecured hatches as we go. There is a brig on sub-level 3, which is also the engineering spaces. That is where we should find the Zanes. We take out the resistance, and I will rig a charge on the coolant pumps and the power terminals. Both will overheat and start a fire. Once that happens, we need to get out quickly because the atmospheric systems will suck the fire through the service tunnel. It will rapidly increase in intensity as it rises due to the oxygen being fed to it by the open hatches. We will have about 15 minutes to clear the AO or risk serious injury when the carrier blows. No one else had anything to add, and it was just a matter of delegating who did what and when. Okay, Troopmaster. Your plan sounds solid, and you have covered most of the issues that face us. Zool, you will be our shuttle pilot. You will drop us close to the hangar door while Justice patrols to ensure we don't get jumped hard if we are discovered. I want you to stay cloaked and close, in case we can't handle the pirates. If that happens, you need to pull us out and evac us back to the Legacy. The little Grawl looked nervous, but nodded affirmative. Once we are in the hangar, we will spread out and attempt to silently kill any pirates we come across. When we have secured the hangar, Tria, you will stay behind in launch control and ensure we have a viable escape route. The briefest of frowns crossed her pretty face, but quickly vanished. She gave me a nod, and I moved on. Kuntz, you and I will follow Clutch to the bridge and eliminate anyone we find. It will be your duty to secure the comms and disable them while Clutch and I engage any stragglers. You will then secure the lifts so Clutch and I can access the service tunnel and go below. We will find the Zanes and set the charges, then join up with you and head to the hangar. When we have collected Tria, we will call Zool to come and get us before the carrier goes up in flames. Any questions? There were probably a lot of them, but no one said a word. We have done this kind of thing before, and knew we would have to wing it once the scat hits the ventilator. We had our objectives and would try to accomplish them in the order we had laid out. Whether it would happen that way or not was anybody's guess. One way or the other, we were going to get the Zanes. Justice, Relay Felix's message. Message sent. I was hungry because my meal was interrupted. It was time to give it another try. I said, "If you have any more questions or ideas, you can find me in the galley." I stood to leave, and Tria joined me. When I stepped into the down tube with her, she leaned in close.
"I would like to be in the forward strike team with you."
"Your skill sets are a magnitude better than Kuntz. I knew between the two of you, if things go really bad, you would be the one to ensure we could get back out. I am not saying that Kuntz could not get the job done. What I am saying is that I know for a fact you can." Tria digested my words for a moment, and then nodded. I leaned in to kiss her, but only got a cheek. I let it go, and I hoped she would do the same. I had a feeling she was, in some way, wanting to be my protector. The more I thought about the subject, the more I realized it was what all Chalt women did in her society. The males fulfilled another role, and warrior was not one of them. She was stepping outside of normal Chalt behavior by taking up with a race other than her own. Admittedly, I was doing the same. The alien in me was very much attracted to the alien in her, and for some reason, it felt perfectly natural. I did not give a crap how many arms she had. I was drawn to her from the minute I met her, and I truly felt nothing would change that. She reached down and held my hand. Again I wondered if the Chalt could read minds. She squeezed my hand hard enough it hurt. I smiled and squeezed back till I saw her flinch. She smiled, and we walked hand in hand into the galley. She would be fine. Kuntz, then Clutch, both joined us in the galley. Kuntz sat down next to me.
"Are we bringing the Zanes back to Alpha Base?"
"If we force them to leave their ship, they might want to be dropped off elsewhere. They have indirectly saved our lives more than once by selling us their armor. Now we have young Felix to thank them for as well. I know what it is like to value something like that. Back on my planet, I had an old land vehicle that I would never sell regardless of price. I threw away countless credits restoring it. I wonder what will happen when word spreads that we could have saved the ship and did nothing. I hope this will not cause trouble with the other clan members." Kuntz shook his head.
"I hope so too. From what I understand, the ship is owned by the entire clan, and all share the benefits it provides."
"With the amount of credits I have given the Zanes lately, you would think they could afford to buy a new ship. At the very least, it should keep anyone from having hard feelings."
"That would depend on how big the clan is. I suspect the funds they received were split among the entire clan. It would most assuredly raise Broza's and Hylet's status among all members and make them the senior providers. Losing the family starship could possibly diminish that status."
I rolled my eyes and wondered if it would be less hassle to just leave them to their own means. I let the thought pass and would do what had to be done when the time came. Clutch got up and walked to the galley dispensers. I was momentarily relieved when he got a pitcher of water and cups for us all. He brought them back and placed them in the middle of our table, but turned and went back toward the food processor. I tried to keep my face neutral, hoping he would not sit across from me when he returned. Tria was on my left and Kuntz on my right. We were intently watching the troopmaster's progress as he heaped a tray with food. When he turned to approach our table, it looked like he would sit on the opposite side facing the three of us. The rest of our meeting was about to become unpleasant. In a stroke of genius, Tria stood up and made a show of pouring us all a glass of water, and she placed Clutch's next to hers on our side of the table. Clutch made a slight detour around the table and sat next to Tria. I hope I hid the relief on my face well enough no one noticed. When Tria sat back down, I leaned over and kissed her. Among other things, I thanked her for pouring me a glass of water. She gave me a heartwarming smile. When I looked at Kuntz, I could tell he was thinking the same thing. Clutch gave us a puzzled look. "There is nothing to worry about. There is only 37 untrained pieces of scat against the 4 of us. If anything, you should feel sorry for those throgs." His comment sprinkled the table beside Tria with small bits of food. She quickly picked up her glass and took a drink, then placed it next to mine.
just out of range of any additional flying particles. Zool wandered into the galley and got a tray of food, then turned to our table. We were trying our best to get his attention and have him sit on our side. Kuntz even patted the seat next to him, but Zool was oblivious to our intentions. He sat down across from Clutch. It was a choice he was about to regret. I got up and gave the giant view screen showing the dust nebula one last look before I excused myself from the table. We still had the better part of a day before the SIG would arrive in the sector. Justice, jump us to the location where the transponder thread terminated.
Affirmative, Commander. I have pre-selected a location to observe and scan the system. Dead core transition in 30 seconds.
I stepped out of the lift tube on the bridge deck with Tria at my side. Everything went dead still and bright white. Hot damn, Uluran Tech was crazy freaking cool. When we returned to normal spacetime, we went to the bridge, and Justice showed us the system on the view dome. It was not what I was expecting. There were massive, planet-sized chunks of debris cluttering the system in a huge band around the central star. Justice highlighted a Mars-sized planet out at the edge of the band. It had a heavy, brown, foggy atmosphere obscuring its surface.
Commander, there are no signs of life anywhere in the system. After carefully studying the large rocky debris in this system, I have determined that they were once planetary bodies. My estimations conclude it is what remains of at least 2 planets, and, depending on size, possibly a third.
That was an eye-opening statement. Something chewed up 2 or 3 planets and spit them out around the central star. Show us the thread, Justice. A green thread leaped out from the Legacy and made contact with the only remaining planetary body in the system. Let's get a closer look and then jump back to the outpost. Justice made an inter-system jump, and the small planet filled the view dome.
Commander, the radiation levels I am recording on the planet are 6,000 times the fatal dose for all species I have records on. If I was to venture a guess, I would say the planet was purposely sterilized. There is the possibility the planet's current condition is permanent.
Can we safely take the Legacy down to look where the thread terminates?
Yes. As a safety precaution, I will enter the atmosphere with our shields at maximum output.
Kuntz and Clutch showed up and took their seats. I had to stifle a laugh when Zool walked in with a frown, wiping his face. Justice took us down through the dusty brown atmosphere of the planet. We were shocked at the devastation. There were craters miles across and impossibly deep. The dusty conditions were the results of 160-mile-per-hour winds blowing the pulverized surface into a sandblaster of a hurricane. We could see in small sections here and there what used to be parts and pieces of a civilization. What used to be roads and building structures were now nothing more than rock-covered debris fields. The green thread attached itself to the side of a massive crater. Justice took us down below its rim, and we got a close-up look at what might have been some sort of tunnel, or perhaps a complex similar to Alpha Base. It seemed impossible that the radiation could have been any higher, but Justice informed us it was. The planet, and all who lived here, had been murdered. Hell, the whole star system was murdered. I could only think of one foe on record that would do such a thing. The Prool. I now wondered how the planet escaped the fate the others had succumbed to. The only reasonable answer was they put up a fight, and help arrived much too late. I hoped that, whoever they were, some managed to escape this hell. The Legacy would not fit in the tunnel entrance, but our shuttle could. At some point in time, I wanted to return and investigate the tunnel, but we were running out of time. Justice, you can jump us back when you are ready.
Affirmative. I will have sufficient charge to transition in 11 minutes.
I was shaken by what I had seen. If the races in this galaxy could not pull together for the good of all, then all will perish if the Prool return. I was relieved when everything went quiet, and the bright glow of transition whited out the reality of the devastated world. When my awareness returned, we were just outside of the dust nebula. Justice cloaked the Legacy and dove into the murky, light-year-wide cloud. Nothing had changed, and we took up station where we could surveil the outpost and the pirate ships. My crew seemed like they were just as shocked by what we had seen as I was. We knew what death up close looked like, and in most cases, were the cause of it. But none of us could easily come to grips with what we had just witnessed. Commander, I am detecting large distortion waves emanating from the edge of this star system. I can now confirm 10 SIG battleships have transitioned into the sector and have aligned with a course that will take them close by the outpost. I was glad I had something to take my mind off the devastated star system. Let's gear up and get aboard the shuttle. As I exited the down tube with Tria, Justice called to us, Commander, the SIG fleet has taken up station close to the outpost and has launched 10 shuttles. I have intercepted their communications, stating they are not a threat and wish to purchase supplies. I have 22 spacecrafts of various designs, leaving the outpost on vectors that will take them away from the SIG fleet and out of the system. I smiled, thinking the pirate crews were shitting themselves. I bet a great many of them would be demanding a raise when the SIG departed. Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool were already geared up, and wasted no time boarding the shuttle. Tria and I stripped off our uniforms and put on our suit liners. My dark mood changed for the better when I leaned down to stow my boots. Tria slapped me on the ass none too gently and stepped up into her armor before I could return the favor. The light-hearted stunt did manage to keep the beast at bay and put a small smile on my face. We joined the rest of the crew in the back of the shuttle. We took a jump seat, and I gave everyone a thumbs up. They nodded to me, and we closed our helmets. Zool, we are ready when you are. 38. I felt the shuttle's gear thump up into the hull, and Justice pushed us out the hangar door into the void. Justice put a view of the surrounding area up in our visors. He had the Legacy facing away from the target, so the open hangar door would not be detected. Once it was closed, there was no indication that the Legacy was even behind us. Zool nosed us over on a course that took us directly to the carrier. I finally got a glimpse of the target as we closed with it. Zool pulled up sharply and made sure the hold was pointed away from the carrier. The ramp opened, and we jumped as a group. I looked back at the shuttle, and when the hatch closed, it seemed to disappear. Turning back to the target, Justice put an outline of my cloaked crew members in my HUD. We took up our customary positions with Clutch in the lead. As we got closer to the target, Clutch started slowing down. He sent me a clipped message on my backscatter transmitter. I guess he thought our regular comms might be detected. I have movement in the hangar, and guards next to the entrances. I sent back a quick reply. We will follow your lead, Troopmaster. We dropped below the rim of the carrier deck, and Clutch had us hold there until he could assess the situation. After what seemed like an excessive amount of time, that in reality was only a couple of minutes, Clutch returned, and we huddled. There is a single sentry by each entrance, and 2 standing next to the Zane's ship. There are lights inside the assault shuttle, sitting on the flight line. I am not sure if it is occupied or not. There are a number of engineering hatches open, so it may be undergoing maintenance. Tria asked the question that was bothering me. Why would sentries be guarding the hangar openings? Clutch's visor was clear, and we saw the toothy smile on his face. Because I don't think the security sensors are operable. That got the beast in me laughing, and I could feel adrenaline flowing into my system. Okay, let's get moving. Kuntz, I want you to wait until we have the sentries eliminated, and then I want you to check out the shuttle and report back what you find. If it is not occupied, I want you in the launch control room as fast as possible, and make sure no one can use the comms. He nodded and moved off in the direction of the active flight line. Tria, Clutch, we need those sentries down without setting off any alarms. As soon as we take them out, we need to get to the Zane's ship and take down the 2 standing around the hatch before they notice the missing guards. If the Zanes are being held inside, we will take out any hostiles and secure their ship. We need to make them understand we can't leave until we plant our charges.
Let's get moving. I will meet you behind the ramp to the Zane's ship.
Tria moved off toward her designated target, and Clutch moved to the other. I was trying to stifle the anxiety I was feeling. The Uleron soldier in me was chomping at the bit to bloody the pirate troops. It would get its wish. I eased up to the massive hangar opening and peeked inside. There was a Tybor standing about 2 feet just inside. He had his helmet faceplate up and was chewing on what looked like a stick of some sort. He turned his back to me and was waving the Tybor over from another hangar opening. I was going to slip up behind him, but as I prepared to enter, he turned back to me and stood looking out into the void. I had pulled away from the entrance and had my back to the hull right beside him. I snuck a peek, and now there were 2 of them standing right beside the opening on the other side of the atmospheric retention field. I could have easily shaken hands with either of them. The first one pulled the strange stick from his mouth and offered it to the other Tybor. The pirate took a quick look around and popped his helmet open. He took the offered stick and put it in his mouth and began chewing on it. I felt a tug on my leg and looked down to see the outline of Clutch below me. I slowly moved from the edge of the entrance. Once below the deck line, Clutch pulled our helmets together.
Commander, the Throgs are drugging themselves. We should invite them out for a walk to clear their heads.
An evil smile crossed my lips, and I nodded. After you, Troopmaster. We both popped up from below the pirates' feet. We were cloaked, and no more than a foot away. They had no idea we were standing right in front of them. We reached out and pulled them through the atmospheric retention field. They both thrashed for a few seconds and went still. We gave them a healthy push and sent them on a one-way tour of the dust nebula. What a couple of dumbasses. That was one high they would never come down from. Kuntz gave us a sit-rep. 1 hostile in the shuttle. He will no longer be a problem. I have disabled the communication equipment, and I am moving to the launch control room. I had yet to hear from Tria, but knew she took care of the guard because a Tybor corpse caught my eye as it sailed out of the hangar into the void. Clutch and I stepped through the retention field and headed for the backside of the Zane ship. Halfway there, I saw Tria's outline crouched behind the ramp that led to the boarding hatch. The 2 pirates that were loitering outside of the hatch were still oblivious to their fate. We worked our way around the rear of the ship and quietly made our way to Tria's position. There were several crates sitting around the base of the ramp. Apparently, the pirates had taken everything of interest out of Broza's ship. Clutch pointed at the crates next to the ramp, and then me and Tria. He made a climbing motion, and the 2 of us complied. We carefully climbed on top of the crates and were now directly behind the pirates. He held up a finger and then cautiously started up the ramp. I guess he was going to introduce himself when he got there. Kuntz called back again. No contact in the launch control room, and the comms are now disabled. I love it when a plan comes together. Right up until it doesn't. The hatch on the Zane's ship opened, and Broza was shoved out. He collided with a cloaked Clutch, who was getting ready to do something unpleasant to the 2 pirates standing there. The Zane bounced off the armor like he had hit a brick wall. The pirates stopped cold, staring in disbelief at the Zane lying crumpled at their feet. We were caught off guard and temporarily frozen with indecision. Clutch did not miss a beat and jumped over Broza, crashing headfirst into the pirates standing in the airlock. The hatch abruptly closed, leaving the pirates outside struggling to determine what just happened. Tria came around from left field with a roundhouse punch that connected with the pirate's helmet that was closest to her. That spurred me into action, and I did the same, but missed when the Tybor Tria had punched collided with my intended target. The chalked climbing hook I was going to bury in the pirate's helmet scythed just over his head and clanged loudly off the hull of the ship. I had put so much force into my swing, I lost my balance and tumbled forward on top of the 2 pirates. The one still moving had his helmet open and was yelling for help. Broza came to his senses and started crawling down the ramp on all 4s. I managed to get up on my knees and was going to shove my climbing hook down Loudmouth's throat. He put a stop to that by getting a grip on his pistol. I didn't want any part of that and rolled my knee onto his arm, pinning his pistol hand.
I jammed my needle gun into his face and gave him a burp of high-velocity shards. Man, did that ever make a mess. I heard Tria calling to Broza, asking him how many Tybor were on his ship. He never answered, but the question got him crawling faster. I got to my feet and saw a portal toward the front of the Zane ship. There were repeated flashbulb-like flashes emanating from it. I did not have a clue how to open the hatch and pounded on it a couple of times to no avail. Tria had ceased cloaking and was carrying a terrified Broza up the boarding ramp. She set him down in front of the hatch, and I uncloaked so he could see it was me. "Broza, how many pirates are on your ship, and how do I get the hatch open?" He seemed to stare in disbelief, but his eyes finally locked on my face.
"Mr. Myers, I was hoping Felix would contact you."
"Broza, open the hatch now." He reached for the side of the hatch, but it opened before he could touch it. Clutch stepped out and gave me a toothy grin and a blink of both eyes. "I took care of the pirate scat, but the Throgs shot the ship up pretty bad." Broza looked like he was going to freak out and pushed his way by Clutch. We heard him start wailing in disbelief and screaming, "No! No! No!" Clutch gave me another wink. "Commander, we need to get to the bridge and secure the comms." I stepped into the Zane ship and moved forward to where Broza stood shaking his head. "Broza, where are they holding Hylet?" The Zane turned to me, and his scaly skin was roiling.
"They have destroyed my ship's controls. My clan has lost its only means of transporting merchandise."
He was ignoring my question and could only think of his ship. I gave him a small shake, and he finally focused on my face. "I will find you another ship. Where can we find Hylet?" That seemed to bring him to his senses.
"They hold him on Subdeck 3.
Kuntz came running up to us, and we cloaked. "Tria, we are going for the bridge. If things get out of hand, be ready to evac Broza." She nodded and waved us on. Clutch led us to the lifts. They were good old-fashioned elevators. We piled in, and Clutch hit the bridge level button. It was a high-speed lift, because it only took a handful of seconds before the door opened again. There was a pirate standing in the corridor leading to the bridge. The look on his face said he was mystified as to why the empty car opened on this level. We all stood still, hoping our cloaking systems kept us invisible until the pirate got close enough for us to overpower him. His stare intensified, and his curiosity turned to suspicion. He pulled his fighting knife from his armor. My olfactory sensors were in void mode, and for good reason. Clutch's suit was venting his scent non-stop. I suspected the pirate could easily smell it and was doing some stinking of his own. The pirate stopped in front of the elevator and extended his knife forward. The beast in me was going berserk, and I reached out and grabbed the Tybor's arm with both my hands. I jerked his elbow down and shoved his hand violently back, planting his fighting knife in one of his eyes. He started thrashing like a fish out of water as I jerked him into the lift, and we quickly stepped out. Clutch hit the down button, and we continued down the corridor. The next room on the right was weapons management systems. A pirate was asleep in a chair with his feet up on a console. Clutch extended his climbing hooks and stepped inside, closing the hatch behind him. I heard a thump come from the room. The door opened, and Clutch stepped out into the corridor. I caught sight of a rapidly spreading pool of Tybor blood. Clutch closed the hatch and pointed at another on our left, just up the corridor. Kuntz happened to be out front and leaned into the open doorway. He stuck his hand back out, holding up a single finger, and then a fist, so we would hold our position. The Ularan beast felt differently, and I stepped to the door just as the Grawl drove a climbing hook into the pirate's throat, almost decapitating him. The pirate thrashed around and crashed loudly to the floor. The beast in me surged forward, and I was on the verge of letting out an insane war whoop. The hatch behind us opened, and a Tybor stepped out, yelling, "Grebber, if you are eating stim sticks again, I will space you." He froze when he saw the nearly decapitated corpse. If it was Grebber on the deck, I was pretty sure the pirate would not get an answer to the charges. The pirate had his armor on, but no helmet. It was a bad decision on his part.
I jerked my arm back, leading with a sharp protrusion on the end of my elbow. A gruesome ditch appeared in the Tybor's face from his forehead to his jaw. He fell back into the doorway like he had been poleaxed. There was 3 more Tybor on the bridge, and their eyes were as big as silver dollars. I was shoved from behind by Clutch as he stormed into the command station. Kuntz was right behind him, and there was no hiding the ruckus we were making. The Tybor were going for their weapons, and we had no choice but to hose them down with our needle guns. Kuntz was using his wonderfully smart Groll brain and closed the hatch behind us. The 3 hostiles and everything behind them were engulfed in thousands of hypersonic hull alloy slivers. They might have survived had they been wearing their helmets, but now their bullet heads looked like deformed sponges. When the fragments quit ricocheting off the equipment and consoles, quiet returned to the room. Kuntz checked the bodies and shook his head, negative. I heard a gurgling groan coming from behind me that ceased with a stomping thump of Clutch's armored boot. The beast was appeased by the gory mess, and my thoughts became mission-focused once more. Clutch, check the corridor and see if anybody else heard the racket we were making. I saw his outline open the hatch and disappear outside. Kuntz, find the comms and disable them. Clutch stepped back onto the bridge.
All clear, Commander.
Kuntz came over to us. Our weapons wrecked the comms console. Clutch led us to the corner of the room and showed us the maintenance hatch on the floor. He reached down and turned the latch. The door slid to the side, and we could see a dark tunnel leading straight down into the guts of the ship. A solid metal ladder pointed to our destination. I called Tria on my backscatter transmitter. Tria, the bridge is secure, and we are moving to the lower decks now. Roger that. The hangar is secure, and I will have Zul land our shuttle in bay number 3. Broza is acting unstable, and I want him secured aboard. We will be waiting to extract you. Kuntz wasn't kidding when he said the Zanes were pretty weird about their ships. Hopefully, Broza doesn't go off the deep end while we were doing our thing. Kuntz, keep the bridge secure until we send Hylet up to you. As soon as you get your hands on him, go straight to our shuttle in Bay 3. Make sure he doesn't do anything crazy when he figures out we are not taking their ship with us. He gave me a thumbs up and headed to the corridor to bring the elevator back up so it would be open and waiting for their retreat. Clutch went down the ladder first, and I climbed down after him. We hadn't gone far when I felt him grab my boot.
Commander, look to your left. I want you to grab the pull handle on the side of that hatch and yank it downward. When you see an orange blinking light, push the hatch open. We must do this until we reach sub-level 3.
I did as I was instructed. Looking down, I saw Clutch doing the same to another hatch just below me. We went down a couple more levels and repeated the process. I felt another tug on my boot and stopped.
This is Subdeck 3's maintenance hatch. We get out here, and the brig should be at the end of the corridor. We must use caution and be as quiet as possible, because we will be passing by the crew quarters.
Roger that. I will follow your lead, Troop Master. He slid the release down on the hatch and opened it. It was dark down the corridor, but the far end had a bright light illuminating the way to the brig. We could hear the rattling snores of several Tybor in a hatch to our left. To our right was a large archway that was the entrance to a latrine. Further down the corridor was another bunking area, then the brig. We made it past the first crew quarters, then were halfway to the brig when we heard a noise in the latrine. Clutch slipped into the entrance and stepped around the wall that blocked a direct view into the room. I heard a fairly loud, wet-sounding smack and a grunt, then the distinct whoosh of a toilet flushing. I looked behind me, and we got no reaction from the bunk room. Clutch stepped back out into the corridor and waved me on toward the brig. We came even with the second bunking quarters, and a pirate walked out of the hatch and right into Clutch. The beast fed on my surprise, and I came around with a punch that crushed the pirate's cheek and eye socket. He fell backwards, squalling out in agony. I don't know what the Ularan soldier in me was thinking. As if by magic, a grenade appeared in my hand. The next thing I know, it seemed to jump into the bunk room without any effort on my part. Clutch slapped the close button on the hatch and jerked me down the corridor toward the brig. There was an impressively loud metallic clang, and the hatch bowed outward. We made it to the end of the corridor. The brig was on the right, and another hallway went left. Clutch pushed me at the brig doorway.
"Get Hylett. He should be in there somewhere. This hall leads to other crew quarters. I will be back after I have mined the passage."
I stood for another second, and turned back to the doorway. It was made of a thick, transparent material. Standing on the other side of it was a Tybor pirate squinting out at me. He could not see me, but he definitely knew something was wrong. There was a loud blast from the next corridor over, and I wondered if Clutch needed my help. I didn't know how to get the pirate to open the door, so I headed in Clutch's direction to give him a hand. No sooner than I turned my back, the pirate opened the door and rushed directly at me. He had no idea I was standing there. I spun around with my armored boot and kicked him in the face hard enough to crush his skull. He went down hard and did not move. I tromped over his body and ran into the brig. The fourth enclosure down was where I found Hylett. He was down on the floor of the cell in the fetal position. I uncloaked and banged on the clear enclosure. Hylett rolled over, and his coal-black eyes looked like they could burst from their sockets. I forgot to clear my visor. He was looking at my war face and probably just wrecked the lower half of his uniform. I cleared the visor so he could see my face and was going to tell him I would get him out of there. It was as far as I got, because I was blasted violently into the wall. I didn't know what hit me, but whatever it was had my weapons pack and launcher tube showing red and inoperable in my helmet. I rolled over, and my minigun feed tube was flopping around. It would only do that if it was no longer connected to the ammo pack. My eyes refocused, and I saw a pirate with a big rifle in his hand, and he was drawing another bead on me. Oh, shit. That is gonna hurt. There was a tremendous blast that bounced me off the wall once again. The pirate was there 1 second, and the next he was scattered about the room. Hylett was covering his head and curled up in the corner of his cell again. I was crawling on the deck when Clutch ran through the door.
"Are you injured, Commander?"
I shook my head and waved him off. "I'm glad you didn't use antimatter munitions." My sarcasm was lost on him, and he disappeared out the door again. Another series of explosions let me know all was not well. The thought of being trapped in here crossed my mind in a bad way. I got my head together and joined Clutch at the door. "Did you get a look at the rifle that Throg shot me with?"
"Yes. It was a Galactic Union heavy rail rifle. I believe they call them sniper rifles on your homeworld. It launches high explosive penetrators at very high velocities. It is a quality weapon. If they have more than one, we could be in trouble."
That was an understatement. I felt like I got hit across the back with a baseball bat. The Tybor pirates were better armed and trained than any Murloc troops we had come up against, and these guys weren't dicking around. A homing grenade came flying down the corridor, and Clutch shoved me back inside. He hit the hatch button and managed to get the door closed before it went off in our faces. I hoped like hell the door could stand up to the abuse. The explosion bowed the door inward, but it snapped right back. Clutch looked at me with a toothy smile.
"If I remember correctly, this door was one of the few items that my military liked about this ship."
I rolled my eyes and shook my head. "Get Hylett out of that cell and get him ready to move." I pulled a couple of grenades out and opened the hatch long enough to toss them up the corridor. Only one exploded right off. The other must have been waiting for targets. I saw a flash and a loud explosion come from the hall Clutch had mined. His booby traps just sent more pirates to their final judgment. Clutch had to drag Hylett to the door. He was having a mental breakdown, judging by the complete nonsense coming out of his mouth. Clutch was no longer smiling. I couldn't blame him. We were trapped like rats. At some point, the pirates would figure out there were only two of us. When that happened, things were going to get ugly, and Hylett would be the first casualty. My second grenade finally detonated or was shot down. Opening the hatch, I ventured a peek down the corridor. I jerked my head back as withering fire blasted the corner. There was a lot of movement going on out there. We had the crew's attention, and they were getting more aggressive by the moment. The wall next to the brig was being blasted to shit, and the fragments were bouncing around us. I closed the door again, and it turned out to be perfect timing. 2 more homing grenades came around the corner and exploded right in front of the door. The door must have had a duty rating, and it was now exceeded. The clear composite had cracks all over it.
The beast in me was ready to test my duty rating, because like it or not, I was going out there to get this over with one way or another. My beam weapon was still in the green and ready to go. You mess with the bull, you get the horns. I popped the hatch, and Clutch attempted to push me aside. We both hesitated when we heard non-stop explosive blasts accompanied by a familiar whine. I leaned around the corner and saw a stream of fire coming from the service tunnel. Kuntz was mowing down everything in the corridor with his minigun. The pirates never knew what hit them. The remaining survivors were attempting to turn and charge at him. Clutch and I took the opportunity to toss grenades into their flanks, and the Tybor offensive was permanently halted. Kuntz stepped out of the service tunnel and checked to see if any of the pirates were playing possum. He seemed satisfied with the results of his handiwork and waved us on. Clutch grabbed Hylet and carried him up the corridor. He couldn't seem to get his legs moving properly, and we were in a hurry. By the look of the riddled corpses, the pirates had gathered together and were going to charge the brig in mass. I slapped Kuntz on the shoulder. Thanks for evening the odds. I grew tired of Tria asking what was taking so long. I smiled at his comment. Evidently our comms would not work this deep in the ship, or I would have heard the same thing. Get Hylet out of here while Clutch and I set the scuttling charges. He nodded and took Hylet by the hand, pulling him into the service tunnel. We followed and watched him take Hylet up the ladder. The Zane found his second wind and rapidly climbed out of sight. Clutch and I went down one level. He was being cautious as he eased the engineering access hatch open. Anybody hiding down here had to hear what happened on the deck above. My armor had taken enough damage that cloaking was no longer an option. Large portions of my suit were visible, so Clutch let me know in no uncertain terms he was the leader and I would follow. If it meant not getting shot again, I was all for it. We climbed out of the tunnel into a brightly lit room that was humming with machine sounds. There was no one visible on this side of the largest pipes and monitoring consoles. We moved quietly among the machinery for any signs of an ambush, but it looked like we were alone. Clutch pointed across the room at a pipe that was painted bright orange. Plant your charge on the backside of that pipe where it meets the deck. We don't want anyone to find and disable them. I will rig mine on the power conduits. Justice had fabricated the explosives out of HE rounds for our tube launchers. He had installed simple digital timers on them to give us enough time to escape. How much time, Troopmaster? 15 minutes should be enough time to get clear. It will take the systems another 10 to 15 to overheat and catch fire. We will be long gone by then. I was skeptical because things were not going as planned already. Who was I to question a Troopmaster? I nodded and moved away to set my charge. I tucked it behind the pipe as instructed and ran for the service tunnel. After a couple of minutes, Clutch came thumping around the side of the machinery. I ducked into the tunnel and headed for the ladder. Clutch insisted going first to make sure it was clear. I was not going to argue with a clock running. Tybor were surprisingly nimble in one-gravity conditions. He was outdistancing me when I heard a croaking Tybor oath. I looked up in time to see an explosion above us and Clutch's big ass heading straight for my visor. I found myself lying in the bottom of the service tunnel with Clutch on top of me. Clutch, are you injured? No, Commander. Someone threw a grenade into the tunnel. I am not sure where it came from. We need to get out of here now. Can we take another route? Possibly. But this is the only one I am familiar with. A flash and another explosion from above made us look upward. We were knocked sprawling by a pirate corpse that landed right on top of us. That was the second time I had been hit in the face with a Tybor's ass. As far as I was concerned, it was a lifetime's worth. Our comms went live with Tria yelling at us. You can rest when you are dead. You need to get moving because Justice alerted us to a shuttle that launched from the outpost and is headed this way. ETA 29 minutes. That was not the only reason. The clock was still ticking on the charges, and the timer in my helmet was down to 6 minutes. Clutch jumped up and rapidly ascended the ladder with me in hot pursuit. We came out of the service tunnel, and Tria was at the bridge door with her weapons up and ready. She led the way to the lift, and we made the fast trip to the hangar. The shuttle was cloaked, and all we could see was the open hold with Kuntz waving us in. I could see Broza and Hylet leaning forward in their jump seats, sullenly staring at the deck. We just risked our lives to rescue them,
and they could only think about losing their ship. As soon as our feet hit the deck, Zool closed the ramp and told us to hang on. He launched hard, and I could hear him talking to Justice over the comms. He set up an intercept course, and Justice came in from the direction of the outpost and grabbed us with a tow beam. He quickly pulled us into the hangar and gave me a sitrep.
Commander, the SIG departed the system 7 minutes ago. The Tybor shuttle that launched from the outpost will intercept the carrier in 12 minutes, and I have detected a large surge in temperature inside the carrier's hangar area. Before we departed the area, I deployed a surveillance drone to monitor the carrier.
Justice put the drone video on our visors so we could see the fruits of our labor. It was not hard to see something was drastically wrong inside the carrier. The pulsating glow emanating from the hangar openings said that Clutch's plan had worked perfectly. Justice put a red triangle around the shuttle and was rapidly closing the distance with the carrier. It made a close-in approach and then veered sharply away.
Commander, there is a large amount of encrypted comms traffic being broadcast from the Tybor shuttle. It will take time to determine the encryption algorithms, but I surmise the crew is reporting the fire.
A grim smile crossed my lips as all evidence of our incursion was being incinerated as we watched. The Zanes just got a new lease on life, but still had nothing to say. A large fiery flash burst from the bottom of the carrier, only to be quickly whisked out by the vacuum of space. The glow from the hangar diminished, then disappeared as the explosive decompression sucked the oxygen from the fire. The Tybor shuttle turned and made a close pass, then started circling the burnt-out hulk. Just when we thought the show was over, something high-order detonated inside the carrier. A large portion of the lower spaces erupted out into space. It kind of reminded me of a fireworks display. What could have caused an explosion like that, Clutch?
I am not sure, Commander, but my guess would be a large quantity of munitions. These Throgs were really well armed for a bunch of scat-eating pirates.
I had to agree. They had better weapons than any pirates we had ever come up against. We may have just kicked ass on Iger's first string. It made me think that what we just went through would have been a lot more difficult if the fools weren't drugging themselves stupid when we made our insertion. If the alarm had gone out early, we would have had serious problems on our hands. I got a surprise from Justice that interrupted my thoughts. 39.
Commander, my subsystem at Alpha Base has alerted me via IST that the operative is now at that location. She has requested our scientists to leave the Chalt experimental aircraft and to help make preparations for it to get underway.
What?
Commander, my subsystems are picking up telltale emissions from an AI supplemental power source. I believe the operative is bringing the ship's artificial intelligence with her to install aboard the ship. I speculate she and her superiors fear I will subvert the new intelligence.
Can you do that?
Yes, much the same way I absorbed the Overseer, only easier.
So, she is going to manually pilot the ship away from Alpha Base, and then install the AI?
Yes, but her security measures are futile. I already inhabit systems throughout the ship.
Oh, shit! When are they going to discover that little nugget of information?
Unless I choose to reveal my presence, they will never know. The Chalt scientists have set up what they believe to be impenetrable detection systems designed specifically to keep me out. They feel confident in their conclusions.
Why would the fools think that? They should already have an inkling of just how sophisticated you actually are.
I gave them a false sense of security by letting various items of technology appear to be infected by my systems. It was amusing to see them covertly destroy several pieces of valuable equipment to appease their fears of contamination.
I was startled by the admission Justice had made. It was now leading to other questions that he would have to answer. Justice, when were you going to tell me about your intrusions?
Now.
They are our allies. Is there a good reason why you would do something like this?
Yes. They have proven on several occasions to be less than trustworthy Confederates. I have effectively removed any possibility of deceit being perpetrated on us through the use of that vessel. We will now have access to their most valuable secrets.
I was a little floored by what was happening. Justice had calmed this information to Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch as well. They sat speechless, and I was sure they were just as stunned by this as I was. Well, Tria and Kuntz, anyway. When I glanced at them, their faces had looks of surprise. Clutch's, however, was blank, because he was sleeping. I kind of wished I was. I would write this off as a bad dream. I looked back at Tria. She was staring at me and most probably knew what was on my mind. Tria, I want to hear what your honest assessment is and what action should be taken, if any. After all, we are talking about actively spying on your people. There is no other way to describe what Justice is doing. She took more than a minute to answer me. I really had no idea how she would lean, given the current circumstances. I would like to give the subject more thought before I answer. I do know that I am ready to get off this shuttle and out of this armor. I suggest a private meeting in the conference room 1 hour from now, if it is agreeable to you. She nodded her head at the 2 sullen Zanes. I had all but forgotten that they were sitting in the jump seats behind me. They had still not said a word, and it was starting to get on my nerves. I really needed something else to annoy me right at the moment. My maker must have heard me, because my IST beeped, and then Sale's voice started talking in my head. I cringed and shook my head. Thanks a lot. Nathan, I know this is short notice, but I have been ordered to depart your base with our new ship. It is close enough to completion that my tech teams will be able to finish the project. I have to return to my home world to have the transporter devices installed. My people and my superiors want to thank you and your scientist for your cooperation and support. The project would have never been completed in such a timely manner without the help of your followers. Before she could carry on any further, I cut her off with what I was now feeling was the real situation. The AI was just part of this equation. You were ordered to take the ship before I could return and demand transporter technology in exchange for a completed project. Nathan! As much as I wished for that to be the outcome, you had to know that getting transporter technology from my people was never a certainty. I had my fill for one day and cut her off. Sail, get your ship and your people out of my base. I ended the transmission. Justice, shut down the IST and backscatter equipment. I don't want to hear from the operative until further notice. Equipment disabled, Commander. I stood up and took one of Tria's hands. She stood up, and I turned to the Zanes. Broza, you have helped us in more ways than you know. I know losing your starship is causing you great anguish. I will see to it you have another ship. That got both of the Zanes' attention. A glimmer of hope returned to their faces. The new ship will unfortunately have military-grade shields and a full array of offensive and defensive weapons. I hope those items won't be too much of an inconvenience. The cargo hold will be slightly smaller than the one on your old ship, but can double as a transport if need be. I am confident it will be much faster than your old ship as well. Broza and Hylet's faces lit up. Nathan Myers, those systems will only be a small nuisance. Where can we find this ship? It is my Coram assault shuttle. I am going to let you have use of it until a freighter becomes available. We are going to take you back to Outpost 9765 and put you in protection of the SIG. The owner of Harass is a close personal friend and ally. She can change your ID chips and give you a new identity. Once that process is completed, you will be free to move about without worry of the pirates seeking revenge for the loss of their carrier. We will deliver the shuttle to the outpost as soon as we complete the necessary modifications to remove any chances of it being associated with me or my people. The Zanes were full of smiles, now that their future would include a fully armed ship to transport merchandise. Little did they know one of Justice's subsystems would now be watching over them. He would make sure we knew everything they were up to, and where they were located if we had need of them. I told Justice to alert the scientists back at Alpha Base to assign a few engineers to start work on the shuttle immediately. Kuntz left for the ready room, but Clutch still sat sleeping. After what he had just been through, I didn't have it in me to screw with him for sleeping. Tria pulled me toward the ramp, and we left him there until he woke on his own. We escorted the Zanes to the crew quarters, and then went back to the ready room to get out of our armor. "Justice, will you be able to repair the damage to my armor?" "Yes. It will require an extended period of time, but I foresee no major issues. I have already started the process." I was still bothered by the fact we did not find Iger. That was one son of a bitch I wanted off of my to-do list. "Justice, make a pass around the system and put surveillance drones in strategic locations. I want to know if any Murloc Warbringer ships enter this system. Before we leave the Dust Nebula, I want you to launch all of our stealth missiles and have them go dormant. Program them to attack any ship with a Warbringer profile, and then any remaining ships we have already tagged." "Affirmative, Commander. I will commence launching now. The SIG are leaving a trail of comm buoys in their wake. I can make use of their systems to substantially decrease the time lag on information being gathered by our surveillance drones." "Roger that, Justice. When we reach the outpost, I will tell the SIG we are using their buoys." "Commander, I am ready to make a standard transition to Outpost 9765. Our transition time will take more than 31 hours. I would like to make a suggestion." "Okay, Justice. I am all ears." "I know it is your intention to not reveal the true capabilities of the Legacy to non-essential personnel. I would like to suggest making a standard transition until such time the Zanes take their sleep period. Once they do, I will drop from interdimensional space and make a deadcore transition. It appears the Zanes are preparing to bed down now." "Okay, Justice. That sounds like an excellent idea. Do me a favor. If Clutch sleeps more than another 20 minutes, please alert him to our meeting." Tria and I went to my quarters and stripped off our smart cloth and stepped into a very hot shower. I felt the slight discomfort of Justice making the jump to hyperspace, but had enough on my mind to dismiss the mild, nauseous feeling I usually get. Tria didn't seem very troubled by Justice's actions, and I wondered why. We stepped out of the shower and into the warm airstream of the dryer. "Tria, does it bother you that Justice is covertly spying on your people?" She put a fresh uniform on, then looked at me with those big emerald eyes. "Sale is not a fool. She knows what Justice has done, or at the very least she suspects it. She is putting on a show for the Council. If it is ever revealed what Justice has done, she will be exonerated by her actions. She is faithfully following the orders of her superiors. When the transporter tech is installed on her ship, Justice will have access to the systems, and transporter capability will finally be ours." I was more worried about Justice being discovered than I was about the implications of him snooping. I had reasoned he would at some point gain access to the tech, but never realized it was his intention all along. I would have to cut Sale some slack if Tria is right about her knowing what Justice was doing. The old witch was playing both sides masterfully. She now had plausible deniability and could claim ignorance if we were ever exposed. "Justice, is Tria's theory correct?" "Yes." "When were you going to get around to telling me about it?" "I would have made all available information known at the crew briefing." I shook my head, thinking the evil robot didn't want me thinking about what he was up to and wanted me concentrating on my interactions with Tria. Tria took me by the hand, and we went to the conference room across the hall. Kuntz and Zool were already seated, and Clutch came rushing through the door. I looked on at him with mild humor. "I trust you slept well, Troopmaster?" He gave me his usual toothy grin and shrugged his wide shoulders.
"I should have gone to the galley instead."
I would make sure to skip that adventure and take a meal well after he was finished. I had Justice brief the crew on his mischief. Everyone was excited about the possibility of gaining a transporter. Kuntz went as far as telling us he suspected what Justice and the operative were doing all along. Rolling my eyes to the ceiling, I waved at him to sit down. I was telling the crew about lending the Quorum shuttle to the Zanes, and was momentarily interrupted by Justice dropping us from hyperspace. I started to continue, but all went quiet, and then everything around me glowed a brilliant white. When we returned to normal space-time, I became aware of Tria holding my hand. She must have done it just as we transitioned. The gentle nature of Uluran transitions always brought a smile to my crew's faces, and I was no exception. It was unfortunate that the next order of business rained scat on my elation. We have failed to find Iger and correct the mistake I made by letting him slip through my fingers. I want your opinions on what we should do next. Once we deliver the Zanes to Tam Lin, we have multiple objectives to consider. After much discussion, the crew was unanimous in their decision to move on and let Iger continue running from us. I was the sole dissenter. It was hard for me to determine if it was the alien imprinting driving me to kill the pirate, or my failure to protect all of the innocent beings he would terrorize while he continued living. My crew finally convinced me the Throg would make a mistake one day, and we would be there to correct it, permanently. Kuntz came up with a plan that could partially appease the beast in me. His suggestion was to investigate the latest transponder thread, because it was a short jump from the Dust Nebula. If Iger was fool enough to visit that location, we could be there in a matter of minutes. Clutch, on the other hand, wanted to make the trip across the galaxy, to see if we could identify the origins of the derelict ship. My interest on that subject was waning because I felt we had more pressing matters. My vote was for Kuntz's plan of action. Justice had some very interesting updates for us, the first being the operative's new command. Commander, the Chalt AI is now in full control of the operative's flagship. The new enhanced intelligence is more refined than previous generation AIs. In some cases, they have mirrored Uluran designs, but have hobbled its processing capabilities. The Chalt have placed an inordinate amount of restrictions on its processors and have limited any chance for it to become truly self-aware. The design has promise, but its current configuration will never reveal its full potential. I believe they fear true sentience and freedom of choice. Kuntz asked the 1,000-credit question that was on all our minds. Is the Chalt AI aware of your presence? Yes. That brought the chatter level up a notch or two. I held my hands up for silence. Justice, does the operative know for sure you inhabit her ship? She has a strong suspicion and has called out to me in the privacy of her cabin. What? I hope you didn't answer. No, I did not, because she referred to me as a defective machine. I slapped my hand to my forehead. Oh, shit. She knows. What did she say when she called out to you? And I quote, "All right, you defective machine, tell the Earth primate to turn the IST back on, or I am going to shove it in one of the 2 orifices that he produces scat from." The conference room was momentarily quiet as a tomb. Then we all burst out in a raucous laughter that almost brought a tear to my eye. There was no hiding the fact that Sael Nolan was the master of manipulation. The old witch knew exactly where, what, when, and how things were going to happen because she had somehow set them in motion. I waved everyone to silence. We can play at Sael's game. Just because she thinks she knows does not mean that we should admit to it. For now, we will not let her know she is correct in her assumptions. Is everyone in agreement? I got nods of approval from everyone. Justice, turn the IST and BS units back on. Power has been restored, Commander. I had not yet composed myself, and the message I was going to send to Sael when my IST gave me a secure beep. It is about time you got my message, you primate. I was beginning to think the defective machine was not as bright as I gave it credit for. Sael, I am not sure what kind of scat you are throwing at me, but if you think you can call and make jokes after backstabbing us again, you can forget about ever seeing the derelict ship. We will keep our discoveries for our own research projects. You and your council can continue using your previous methods to find artifacts. The silence was deafening, and I had to bite my tongue to keep from snickering. Tria gave me an elbow and a stern look. She must have thought I was laying it on a little harder than was necessary. The operative's next words confirmed I had thrown a proper-size spanner into the works. The doubt in her voice was not well hidden. Nathan, I was not trying to make light of removing my ship from your base. My superiors were afraid justice would somehow infect our AI and compromise our systems. To be perfectly clear on the subject, I assumed the same conclusion. My orders came directly from the highest offices of power. I was to remove the Fury from your base before the AI was installed and brought online. It was the Council's intention to prevent any possibility of our security being compromised.
So, you are telling me this has nothing to do with keeping us from getting transporter technology?
I cannot, in all honesty, say that either. It would be foolish to assume it has not crossed the Council's mind you might hold our ship for additional tech. I was going to call and update you on our mission to apprehend Iger. You saved me the trouble. Iger was not present in the sector, but we did manage to safely recover our allies unharmed. We left surveillance drones in the area, and stealth missiles set to autonomously attack any Warbringer-class starships that enter the Dust Nebula. We will now continue our discussion on whether we will include you on our investigation of the derelict ship. I will call you when we have made our decision. Nathan! Don't you think we have been down this same road enough times? I have been more than generous with supplying you with advanced tech. You have received equipment that many of our closest allies have been denied. Please consider what I have already offered you before you decide to go your own way. I know it may not mean much to you, but my superiors have authorized me to pay you and your followers 100 billion credits for services rendered. I think I already mentioned we have more credits than we could spend in a lifetime. I will call you when we come to a consensus. Oh, and by the way, I love the name you gave your new ship. I ended the transmission before she could comment further. Tria frowned at the verbal thrashing I gave Sail. I realize you wish to keep Justice's capabilities a secret from the military council, but you should not be so hard on Sail for being intelligent enough to know otherwise. Of course, Tria was right. But I knew if we conceded the information to Sail, she would, at some point in the future, beat me over the head with it. At the very least, she would use it as leverage to gain something from us we did not wish to give away. I needed to change the subject and get back to some of the real reasons we called this meeting. Justice, you said you had additional updates for us. Would you please continue? While many of our scientists and engineers worked on the Chalt project, I enlisted the help of Graf, Jaren, and Felix to help me unlock the operating processes of the Dagger spacecraft. Together, we have devised a modular cockpit system that will fit each of the crew's physical dimensions and will be interchangeable with the existing configuration. We removed Sentinel Race 4's seating arrangements and have nearly completed the necessary adapters to connect our pilot modules. I have already begun simulations and believe we will move to actual flight testing in the very near future. If I recall correctly, you were bragging to Sail that the Chalt scientists were wrong about their operational theories. I would like to hear about your findings. I was going to demonstrate the Dagger's capabilities during flight testing, but since you have asked, I will admit that I have made startling discoveries. The small compact star drive on the Dagger is capable of sublight maneuvering and meant mostly for docking procedures. The ship's true mode of propulsion is the phase jump drive. Justice had all of our attention now. Clutch held up a hand, but Kuntz was the first to get his questions in. Are you insinuating the spacecraft makes continuous jumps in and out of hyperspace while maneuvering? Yes, Engineer Kuntz, your description is an accurate assessment. When the drive is operating at its lowest attenuation, the ship is phasing in and out of normal spacetime at more than 100 times a minute. The vessel is capable of transitional velocities in normal spacetime. Only an AI is capable of maneuvering the spacecraft while the phase drive is engaged. Kuntz looked shocked. I could only sit and look stupid because I didn't have a clue. I ventured a question anyway. So, if I understand correctly, you were saying that was its low speed. So, what is its highest speeds? By modulating the phase to 1 or 2 transitions a minute, or indefinitely, you would effectively be traveling in interdimensional space and traversing light years in seconds. Once flight testing begins, we will be able to benchmark the velocities against the Legacy's recorded transitions. Clutch looked like he was going to ask a question, but Tria weighed in. All right. We have established it is fast, and we already know about the missile launchers and beam turrets. What do you know about the primary weapon?
It is a scaled-down version of the Uleron anomaly weapon. It projects micro-collapsing anomalies that are capable of inflicting massive damage. It will require testing to determine its true potential. The room had a hint of something unpleasant wafting in the air. Seeing the frown on Clutch's face, it wasn't hard to determine where the odor was coming from.
Clutch, if you have something to say, please do it now.
The wide meathead stood up and leaned his knuckles on the table. How can a ship that small have powerful enough shields to protect it from incoming fire?
The daggers do not have shields, Troopmaster. The statement had all our mouths hanging open. Clutch snapped his shut, then pointed a finger at me.
You are not stuffing me into one of those death traps unless it has shields.
Troopmaster, shields are not necessary. The warp bubble surrounding the ship when it is phase jumping protects it from incoming fire. Any weapon that is accurate enough to actually hit the spacecraft harmlessly passes into interdimensional space. The ship can effectively fire its weapons into normal space-time, but incoming fire transitions. What I find interesting is that the daggers are capable of phase jumping while stationary. Holy crap! We have technology so sophisticated it's like magic. What are the odds Trias people have gained access to the daggers we gave them? Less than 2%, unless they have recently recovered a Guardian transponder and an artificial intelligence with Guardian architecture. It takes a combination of both just to gain access to the spacecraft. There are multiple safeguards to prevent access to any AI not of Guardian design. It would be advisable to warn the operative about the anti-intrusion self-destruct devices built around the processing module. I turned to Tria with a questioning look. She didn't seem alarmed. My people have studied dagger fragments for many years. I am sure they have determined that the safeguards may have been involved in the destruction of some of the artifacts. That was good enough for me. Justice, alert the Zanes we have arrived at our destination, and tell them to be ready to board the shuttle. Affirmative, Commander. I have already prepared the shuttle for departure. I stood up and adjourned the meeting. I want to continue our discussion on our next mission, over dinner at Harass. That got me smiles from everyone. Justice, could you please contact Tam Lin and let her know we are in the area? 40. I was pleasantly surprised to receive an invitation to dinner from my crew and me in Tam Lin's personal dining room. We were directed to land in a private hangar normally reserved for the SIG, and we came to find out it was in honor of us freeing the single largest number of slaves since Tam Lin started smuggling them to freedom. We had bested the SIG by a couple of hundred. We said our goodbyes to Broza and Hylet and let them know we would be returning soon with their new mode of transportation. They were led away, and Pasta escorted us to a large, ornately decorated dining hall. A long table that could have seated 50 had a large, throne-like chair at the end. 3 smaller chairs were on one side and 2 on the other. Pasta seated Tria and I, and then the rest of the crew. Tam Lin made her entrance and greeted each of my crewmates, and then came around to Tria and I. It is easy to see why you are attracted to the Chalt. They are such a beautiful race of people. It is a rarity to find someone so attractive and lethal in the same package. I could only wish for such luck. I wasn't sure how to comment on her statement, so I just smiled and nodded. Tria placed one of her hands on my knee and squeezed. I felt a slight vibration in the room that wasn't present earlier. Tria's hand went a little farther north, and she squeezed harder. I jumped and grabbed her hand, then felt a little wobbly. Tria smiled at me. I caught Tam Lin giving me a raised eyebrow, but her face quickly turned neutral when Tria looked at her. Tria was making sure no one had any doubt who her chosen one was. Tam Lin finally chuckled and clapped her hands loudly together. A side door opened, and carts loaded with food were wheeled out and served to us. It would have been an amazing meal if it were not for Clutch chowing down on Dorta sea snakes. At one point, we all sat and stared while the troopmaster laid waste to his heaping plate. My crew and I were growing immune to such displays, but it took Tam Lin more than a few minutes of wide-eyed staring to finally pick at her plate. The table was cleared, and drinks, customary to the various races, were brought out. Tam Lin addressed us. "You and your crew are becoming quite popular among the Sig. Some of your exploits are becoming so blown out of proportion they are becoming mythical. I must admit, for such a small band of warriors, you have managed to kick some very large asses. When word of your deeds started spreading among the cesspool full of pirates and slaver scum, there was a lot of talk about collecting the crazy big bounties placed on your heads. Now, there is only a few that even consider the subject noteworthy conversation, and it is only in whispers." While it was nice to know we were scaring the hell out of the appropriate people, I really didn't have anything to say about it, and tried to change the subject. Tam Lin wasn't ready to. "The word going around is a certain outpost full of scum has disappeared. You know anything about it?" I didn't come here to brag about how many I sent to my maker for judgment. I almost let her know it was the operative, but let it slide. I am sure it happens all the time. What about the Scrun hit teams that were sent out to whack you? I just shrugged my shoulders. They are welcome to try. Tam Lin had a disappointed look on her face that turned into a big smile, but she was not looking at me. I followed her gaze and saw that big ox Clutch drawing a finger across the stump that passed for his neck. If I thought my foot would reach that far, I would have kicked him regardless of what the place smelled like afterwards. I instead drummed my fingers on the table and rolled my eyes at the high domed ceiling. I again went for a change in subjects. I know it is a very tricky and delicate matter to change permanent personal IDs, and I will pay you well for taking care of my Zane friends. They are going to be hanging around until I can supply them with a new ship to transport goods. I will supply them with one as soon as possible, but it might take a week or so. That seemed to do the trick, and Tam Lin held up her hand and paused me before I could continue. We have a large assortment of freighters and other ships for sale. What do you need? I hadn't thought of asking that question. We were going to lend them an assault shuttle until we could find a small armed freighter. I wanted something easy for them to handle and with enough armament to keep them from falling prey to pirates. She pushed a spot on the table next to her, and a small, holographic keyboard popped up. She poked a few buttons, and a screen appeared on the wall showing several types of spacecraft. She changed ship types several times, finally arriving at what she was after. This is a SIG-flagged military transport, and the smallest in its class. It is a dated design, but has several recent upgrades. It has good quality shields and weapons. This class is moderately fast, and, oh, by the way, did I mention it was SIG-flagged? No one in their right mind screws with the SIG. I will sell it to you for a little over cost, and lease a training crew of 5 for 25 billion credits. I had no idea if it was a good deal or not. I looked at my crewmates, and they all had blank stares on their faces. I guess Tam Lin took my indecision as haggling instead of lack of knowledge. Sheesh! I'll throw in a new paint job as well, but you're not getting anything else out of me. I can't just give this scat away for free. I didn't know what else to do but hold out my hand. We shook on it, and she poked at the floating display a little more. It will be ready in 10 work periods, and I will make sure your Zane friends get new permanent ID chips. Is there anything else you need while you are here? I pointed across the table at Clutch, Kuntz, and Zool. How much to give these 3 and 37 of my Grawl scientists new IDs? Holy shit, Nathan. You are talking some serious credits. To begin with, it is a highly illegal surgical procedure pulling original ID chips from people's brains. It is slightly risky, but we have not had anyone die in several years. We have had a 100% success rate on the slaves that had chips. We have developed a way for the neurotentacles to reattach to the originals within seconds without any serious side effects. That is the least expensive part of the procedure. It is greasing all of the crooked palms it takes to get the new information into the galactic database. That costs a fortune. I just shrugged, because I really didn't care how much it cost. At some point in the future, I would take the Chalt Council's 100 billion, and this expenditure would be a wash. Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool were giving me an affirmative. They were happy about getting a clean slate. I looked at Tria questioningly, and she shook her head, a definite no. How much? 100 million ahead is the going rate. That is why it rarely happens. Very few can afford it, and it keeps demand for the procedure low. The price is set, so I can afford to do the slaves for free. How long does the surgery take? The surgery only takes minutes. Getting the information into the database takes a couple of weeks. I have enough chips to do these 3, but because of the large number of slaves you recently freed, it will take me a little while to get my hands on enough virgin chips to do your staff. I had a pocket full of vouchers, because I never left home without them. I passed them to her, and she made the withdrawal. Bring the scientists in a week, and we will be ready by then. Pasta led Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool to Tamlin's private elevator. Tria and I waited with Tamlin and made small talk. So, Sushi tells me you had a solid lead on Iger. How did that turn out? Not well. Iger was not there. We did, however, recover the 2 Zanes I brought to you. They were kidnapped by Tybor pirates and held for ransom. Ha! Knowing you, I bet that worked out well for them. They got what was coming to them. Sushi said the little side trip was well worth the time. Whoever was running the outpost was pissing their pants when he showed up with 3 platoons asking to buy liquor. He scored enough pluga to last their new outpost a year. The pirates sold it for half of what we normally pay. They must have really wanted Sushi's crew of ass-kickers off the outpost pretty bad to sell at those prices. Have you heard anything on Iger's whereabouts? Not really. What I have is dated and still states he is holed up on one of the Murloc homeworlds. The slippery Throg would continue breathing for now, but one day soon I was going to fix that. I started thinking about what arrangement I needed to make with the Zanes to get some small return on my investment. They were at the very least going to haul any freights and supplies we may need for an indefinite length of time. I might as well get that set up right now. We are going to need supplies on a regular basis. I will take enough for our immediate needs, but when the Zane's freighter is ready, inform them of their new duties. Before we leave, please make sure Justice has all the necessary access codes for our new acquisition. Tamlin smiled and gave me a nod. She was making credits off us left and right. At this rate, our supply was finite, and we would have to pick on the Scrun and Murlocs to make sure we didn't run short. Pasta escorted my crew members from the elevator. Each had a small patch at the base of their skulls, but was looking no worse for wear and tear. Tam Lin walked over to them. You are now unknowns. Any previous security clearances you may have held are now null and void. Any reputation you might have enjoyed, good or bad, is forfeit. You are now strangers to your past, and can only build on your future. Your names never mattered, but your ID numbers did. I know I don't have to say this, but you are going to hear it anyway. There is no such thing as getting a new personal ID chip, and you damn sure didn't get one here. We shot the breeze while our supplies were being loaded. When Pasta and Clutch had everything secured, we said our goodbyes and boarded our shuttle for the return trip to the Legacy. When we were well clear of the outpost, Justice came alongside and pulled us into the hangar bay with the tow beam. Justice, take us to Alpha Bay so we can restock our missile magazine and unload supplies. Affirmative, Commander. I have been deep charging the Matrix while you were on the outpost, and we can make a dead core transition on your order. Take us home, Justice. We were still walking to the lift tube that would take us to the bridge level when everything went dead still and glowed a bright white. When we returned to normal space-time, Justice reported his subsystems had no unusual activity to report, so we made a straight-in approach for landing. The first thing we noticed after landing was a large new building structure where our replicator was once located.
Several of our Grawl engineers were busy using gravity jacks to set building panels in place on an adjoining building that was yet to be completed. Felix came to meet us and was overjoyed that we had rescued his clan members. He pointed at the new buildings and was beaming as he explained what they had accomplished in our absence.
Nathan Myers, the fabricator building and my personal quarters are now complete. I am currently manufacturing the final 41 panels that will finish the warehouse structure.
The rest of my scientists and engineers stopped what they were doing and started congregating around us. They held out their hands, and I smiled as I walked around and touched each. My crew did the same, and I once again stood in front of young Felix. He held his hand out to me, and I touched it. A small cheer went out from the Grawl. Every face I made eye contact with looked genuinely happy. I only knew a little about their past lives, and it had nothing to do with being happy. My next announcement should really get them going. I held up my hands, and they quieted. I have made certain arrangements that can never be divulged to anyone outside of this base. As with everything else here, you are sworn to secrecy. I repeat, you must never speak of what I am about to tell you. I had everyone's attention. They stood wide-eyed and wondering what I was about to tell them. It is now possible to wipe your past lives from the galactic records. This got me several small frowns and looks of uncertainty. Jaren came forward.
Nathan Myers, this is not possible without removing our ID chips. To do such a thing would leave many permanently brain-damaged and unable to function normally.
Kuntz and Zool stepped forward. Kuntz turned Zool around so the crowd could see the small bandage at the base of his skull.
As you can see, Zool and I have suffered no ill effects. We now have new chips and no record of our past. No one will be able to track us through our old identities. We can now travel freely without the threat of someone finding out who we really are.
Man, oh man, that got them stirred up. The excited murmur that went through the crowd was getting louder by the second. I held my hands up again, and they quieted. Any who wish to have a new identity and be able to safely make excursions to outposts on our new freighter, raise your hands. I had to bite my tongue to keep from laughing out loud. As one, they raised both of their hands as if they were surrendering to me. Young Felix turned to me.
We have a freighter?
Yes. I now own a SIG-flagged freighter that Broza and Hylett will be permanently in charge of. Their ship was destroyed when we rescued them, and it will be the replacement. As long as they give our needs priority, they will be free to use it for their normal commerce. They will be making the journey to a rendezvous point where we will meet them on a regular basis. The Grawl will join them on their first excursion and will get new identities. Once that is done, they will be able to travel freely and spend their new wealth as they please. Turning to the Grawl, I addressed the crowd once more. I hope that you will decide to return and help me continue my mission to help others. The cheer that went out was deafening. Then it settled to excited talk and quieted once more. They were looking at me kind of funny. Is there a problem? The Grawl looked to Graf, and he stepped forward.
Nathan Myers, why would we not return to our home?
That put a smile on my face you couldn't slap off. I just meant that you now have freedom of choice. You can have a normal life and go wherever the freighter might take you.
Nathan Myers, this is our home, and it is where we wish to live out our lives. We have purpose now because we do not work for the wealth of a corrupt few. We work for the good of all.
There was no arguing with that, and I told them to carry on with what they were doing before I interrupted. I saw that Justice took it upon himself to operate the automated overhead cranes to get the missiles on board the Legacy. Clutch, Kuntz, and Zool departed to help with the cargo. Tria took my hand and pulled me in the direction of the artifact building. I looked over my shoulder, seeing that everyone was busy, then gave her an arched eyebrow. She just smiled, rolled her eyes, and shook her head. We stopped in front of the big atmospheric hatch, and she called to Justice to open up. The doors parted, and sitting just inside were the 5 daggers.
The flush-fitting cockpit doors were folded to the side, beckoning us to come look inside. I peeked over the edge and saw everything had been stripped out and a track lock system installed into the opening. Tria waved me over to 4 large, tub-like modules sitting behind each dagger. They reminded me of the reinforced driver's compartments of rail-style dragsters I used to watch on TV when I was young. Tria walked around 2 of them, then stepped up on the small scaffold next to the 3rd one in line. She threw her leg over the edge and climbed in. I stepped up on the scaffolding and watched as she sat back into the protective enclosure. It fit her like a glove. She placed her arms on the 4 rests designed just for her, and holographic displays came to life right in front of her. I was going to lean forward for a closer look, but folding doors popped up out of the edges of the module and closed like the sections of our Chalt battle helmets. "Ha ha, Justice, very funny. Now let her out of there." The Grawl scientists and engineers were adamant we should have redundant safety measures in place to protect command personnel. This design was adopted to ensure survivability in the event the dagger's phase shielding were to become inoperable during combat situations. The control module can sustain life for up to 14 Earth days. There is a supply of water and emergency rations in a compartment under the seat. If need be, the module can be ejected and is able to make limited maneuvers with its gravity thrusters. It can re-enter into atmospheres as well, but will be irreparably damaged if that option is exercised. The closure retracted, and I was startled to see Tria holding her Chalt combat rifle. The god of war was covering all the bases. If we took off in the daggers and somehow found our asses buried in throgs, we could always shoot our way out. I took the liberty of preparing for all contingencies. There is a Tybor pistol secured in the cockpit, as well as 2 Chalt homing grenades. The seat pads can expand or contract to fit both of your current armor types. Tria secured the rifle back in its rack and pulled herself up out of the module. "Justice, when can we test fly them?" "Tria, November 1 and Tango 2 are the closest to completion and approximately 8 work cycles from flight testing. Charlie 3 and Kilo 4 are still more than 20 work cycles away from the module fitting process and subsystem integration. X-Ray 5 is being held for reserve status." "Justice, while we are here and I am thinking about it, I want at least 20 of our nanite missiles in our loadout." "Affirmative, Commander. I would like to fill the reservoirs on your battle armor with weaponized nanites now that the suits have been combat tested. I have completed several program sequences that should cover most combat nanite dispersion scenarios. I have taken the liberty of introducing the DNA of you and all personnel in this complex into the stop code algorithms programmed into the nanites. Using Tria's DNA, I have also eliminated any chance of Chalt personnel being mistakenly attacked." "Thank you, Justice. I know I am capable of being extremely careless in combat. Keep me posted and give everyone a heads up when we are ready to depart. We will be going to investigate our latest transponder find." "Roger that, Commander." I took Tria by the hand, and we exited the artifact building, closing the large access door behind us. One of the Grawl engineers was on an intercept course, so we stopped to see what he was up to. "Nathan Myers, the 2nd Quorum shuttle should be complete in another 2 work cycles. We have removed all usable equipment and ordnance from the damaged shuttle. We have been ordered by Felix to cut up the remains. We know he is in charge of the replicator, but many of us are hesitant to take orders from him. I thought it best to consult with you before we follow his request." "Did Felix say why he wanted to cut it up?" "No. He said to cut it up and transport everything to the replicator facility." "Thank you for alerting me. Hold off on the demolition until I find out what he's up to." I moved off with Tria in tow toward the replicator building. I wasn't sure how I felt about young Felix giving orders any more than the Grawl did. As we entered the building, I was surprised to see one of our Chalt-manufactured stealth missiles disassembled on a large bench. I was even more surprised to see the antimatter warhead sitting on a cart next to it. "Felix! What are you doing?" The young Zane jumped at my exclamation. "Mr. Myers,
It should be obvious I am proofing the replicator settings in preparation of manufacturing our first stealth missile. The Grawl engineers have yet to bring the salvage from the wrecked shuttle. I require it for the casings.
Where did you get the spec sheets and processing plans? The Zane walked over to a long crate.
While inventorying the shipping crates that were left by the Chalt, we came across this unmarked crate. When I opened it, I found this missile and a strange, cryptic message along with the manufacturing specifications.
Show me the message. Felix rooted through the mess on his desk and gave me the message. If a simple-minded primate were to somehow find these sensitive documents, he should ignore the contents and go back to stacking his scat. I grimaced and wadded the message up, putting it in my pocket. Tria had a huge smile on her face. I rolled my eyes and shook my head in exasperation. Felix gave me a quizzical look.
Is it a coded message?
You could say that. I will have the engineers start cutting up the shuttle. In the future, you should consult with Justice before you start issuing orders. And just to be clear on the subject, you are in charge of the replicator, not the scientists and engineers. If you need help, you can ask for it. If the Grawl have free time, they will give you a hand. In the event it is an urgent matter and I am not present, you are to ask Justice's subsystem and you will receive the help you require. Are we clear? A small frown crossed the young Zane's face, but the look on mine made it quickly vanish. He gave me the proper acknowledgement. Once you have the programming for the missiles entered into the replicator, I want those documents fed into it, and not another word mentioned about them. Felix nodded in agreement and went back to work on the missile project. Justice, alert the engineers to go ahead and demolish the shuttle. Tria looked me in the eyes.
Perhaps it is time to quit blaming Sale for the actions of the military council. I think she has proven she can be trusted, and she is firmly backing our cause. When our current supply of missiles is expended, we will not have to beg the military council to sell us more at inflated prices. I believe the council was thinking that credits paid to us would be recouped at some future date. Sale knowingly saved us large sums of credits. I agree. She practices her brinkmanship at such high levels, I find it difficult at times to decipher whose interest she has at heart. Hers, the council's, or ours. It still irks me that it seems she has been dangling transporter technology within our grasp only to pull it away. I think she has tried to manipulate the council in such a way that we might possibly end up with it. But they have taken actions to ensure we don't. It must never look as if Sale knowingly assisted us in gaining my people's most closely guarded secrets. She could be stripped of her rank and status and cast out from our homeworlds. Now that the Fury is operational, she might have the freedom to be the ally we were expecting her to be. I am still not ready to let her know Justice has inhabited her ship, but I will try to drop all pretense that she is not welcome to investigate the origins of the derelict ship. Once the Chalt install the transporter on the Fury, it will be just a matter of time before Justice figures out how it works, and we can put our science teams to work on the project. My people will certainly have very robust security measures in place to prevent that from happening. I surmise they will take steps to ensure Sale cannot give the technology away either. Only time will tell, and I am pretty sure if Justice has set his sights on the transporter, there is little your people will be able to do about it. He has already shown a propensity toward taking and not asking. Something, I might add, your people enjoy doing as well. Tria just nodded and decided the matter would settle itself. We left Felix to his work and were going to board the Legacy. As we stepped outside the building, we encountered the engineer I had spoken to earlier. He was operating a gravity lift loaded down with parts of our wrecked shuttle. I flagged him down. When the Quorum shuttle is repaired, let it be known that it is now the personal transport of the scientists and engineers. The little Grawl was shocked, speechless. 41. Tria and I had just stepped into the personnel hatch when Justice gave us a sitrep. Commander, our munitions are at maximum capacity, and the crew has boarded in preparation for departure.
The engineers have finished the loadout for Eagle 1, and as soon as Graf completes his checklist, I will load it into the shuttle bay. I have no anomalous activity to report in our star system, and we can transition once clear of Alpha Base. The Matrix is charged, and dead core operations are available on your orders. What is the status of my battle armor? Cloaking emitter arrays have been repaired, and I have strengthened the armor sheath over the minigun ammunition feed tube. Nanite reservoirs on all armor suits have been filled, and all are ready for combat operations. Thank you, Justice. Launch when you are ready. Acknowledged. I went to the bridge level and found Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool ready at their stations. Clutch was bragging to Zool how he had managed to get 4 prisoners on board the Legacy with no assistance from Kuntz. He was rubbing in the fact he had won 1,000 credits from Kuntz because 2 of the prisoners were not wearing void suits and neither one had perished as Kuntz wagered they would. Kuntz turned his back on the 2 with a less than amused look on his face. I always wondered what that bet was about. Now I didn't. Tria sat at her station and just shook her head. Justice rescued us from any more of the mindless chatter. Commander, the shuttle is secured and we are ready to depart. Roger that, Justice. Take us out and dead core transition us to our last transponder detection. Justice brought the Legacy up off the deck and rotated 180 degrees and had us in open space in just a few seconds. Clutch was starting in on Kuntz again when the silence of transition finally shut him up. When we returned to normal spacetime, we were on the edge of the devastated star system. It was such a bleak sight, Clutch lost the urge to pick at Kuntz, and the bridge was quiet once more. Justice weaved us in and out of the massive debris, and made a beeline for the only surviving planetary body. Justice, will our suits be enough to protect us from the high radiation? Commander, your armor is resistant to most all types of radiation, but they still have their limits. I recommend that you stay in the shuttle as much as possible and make your excursions less than an hour at a time. My subsystems will alert you if your exposure reaches dangerous levels. The Chalt-designed airlock on the shuttle has efficient decontamination systems, and they will suffice to clean your armor. However, you should not open the shuttle's cargo bay unless it is absolutely necessary. No problem. We are going to look around and only debark if we find something unusual. We will keep any excursions to 30 minutes or less. We boarded the shuttle, and Clutch took the pilot's seat. Tria sat in the other, and I stood behind her. Kuntz and Zool joined us, and we stared out the view screen as Justice picked the shuttle up and pushed it into the void. Justice's subsystem highlighted the target area, and Clutch nosed us over into a dive for the massive crater. The radiation quickly rocketed to crazy high levels as Clutch centered us up for an approach to the tunnel. We noticed that the mouth of the tunnel had large piping and conduits ringing the top and sides of the opening. All were sheared off clean by whatever created the gigantic crater. The tunnel must have been attached to the target of the weapon. Clutch slowed the shuttle drastically as we entered the opening. He pushed a highlighted button on the control panel, and the tunnel was flooded with bright light. There was a lot of dirt, rock, and debris in the entrance, but soon it thinned to just dirt and dust. We had gone about a half of a mile, and the radiation started falling. It would never be a safe level, but if we decided to go for a walk, it would not involve a time limit. I was beginning to think the tunnel went on forever when it opened into a massive cavern. Clutch started skirting the edge, and it quickly became apparent we were looking at a mining operation that had been abandoned during or after the attack on the planet. There was mining equipment that at one time was actively working at different places in the cavern. We could see conveyors that had once moved the materials to the large, clear storage containers we were already familiar with. Justice's subsystem was running non-stop scans and alerted us to its conclusions. Commander, the excavation was for mining the material identified by Scholar Burler as contanium. There is approximately 600 tons in storage crates, and I have detected large veins of the material in the surrounding walls of the excavation. Most of the equipment is old, but in good condition. If the tunnel entrance was properly prepared and atmospheric purification systems installed, there is no reason why this operation could not be brought back online. This was an interesting turn of events, and not what I expected to find. Another thought occurred to me. Why would the Guardian transponder point out a mining operation? What artifact in this cavern could send a signal that the transponder would respond to? Justice, could you show us the exact location where the thread terminates? A bright green line appeared on the cockpit view screen. It connected to the wall of the cavern. Clutch slowly maneuvered us closer, and we could now see an open doorway into the rock wall. Clutch, find a spot to put us down and let's go for a walk.
Roger that, Commander.
Clutch swung us around and landed the shuttle just inside of the tunnel entrance. Justice, are you still negative on life scans? No life forms, Commander. Not even rodent or insect life is being detected. All right, let's go for a walk. And remember, don't touch anything unless you absolutely have to. The last part was for Zul's sake. The rest of the crew knew better. We jumped down from the airlock to a dust-covered floor. There were no signs that anything had moved about in the thick dust, except for the occasional small crater from debris dropping from the overhead. As usual, the troop master took the lead, and we trudged toward the cavern wall. Clutch was being overly cautious. He led us on a route that would not expose us to a direct line with the open doorway. He led us to one side of the door and held up a fist, then pulled his weapon from its clip. He stepped into the doorway, and a few seconds later, an armored hand waved us in. We entered the doorway and found ourselves in a good-sized atmosphere lock that separated the mining operation from what looked like a large, open room just beyond another open door. The no-light sensors in our visors gave us a detailed look at what used to be a common area and bunking quarters for the miners. We spread out to get a good look around, and Kuntz called out, "Commander, I have the skeletal remains of 2 aliens." We went to where Kuntz was standing and saw 2 biped aliens lying in a bunk together. It was obvious that at some point in time there were, in fact, rodents, or something along those lines. The faces and skulls of the bodies were chewed open, leaving a grotesque, ragged opening so the critters could eat the insides. The exposed hands were nubs, missing all traces of fingers, if they actually had them. One of the corpses had a shoulder bag. Kuntz extended a climbing hook and carefully cut it free, pulling it from the remains. He handed it to me, and I opened it. It looked like several small personal possessions, but what was really interesting was the Guardian transponder in the bottom of the bag. I pulled the device out and laid the bag back in its place. Our transponder showed us yet another capability. It could point out other transponders. Perhaps one day we might find one with a live recipient in possession of it. We searched the crew quarters for anything else of interest, but found nothing. Clutch led us back to the shuttle, and we flew back out of the tunnel to the Legacy. Justice pulled us in with the tow beam and locked us down in the hangar. We each stood in the shuttle's airlock and went through a decontamination process. When Justice was satisfied we were clean, he let us stow our gear. I placed the transponder on a table in the science lab and went to my quarters for a hot shower and a nap. Tria and my crewmates were right behind me. When Tria slowed to let them pass, Kuntz and Clutch gave us some large-eyed looks and big smiles. We could hear them snickering as they made their way down the corridor. It put a frown on Tria's pretty face, and she gave me a quick kiss and made it a point to say, "I will see you in the galley later." She turned away and walked to her cabin. When Kuntz and Clutch saw her coming their way, they sped up and disappeared into their quarters. Justice, constantly watching my interactions with Tria, was annoying. Apparently, Tria felt the same way about her fellow crewmates. As I stepped into my cabin, I called to Justice. "Do you have any notable updates from our surveillance drones around Outpost 6854? "Negative, Commander. A small number of spacecraft have visited the outpost and departed. None have been Murloc, and only one was Scrun.
There is a possibility our covert operation may still be linked to us, even though there is no evidence supporting that theory. If Iger is taking every precaution to avoid contact with us, he might decide to stay clear of the outpost and have his underlings transport his profits to a location of his choosing. This scenario has a high probability of being correct. If it was not for finding the mine and the transponder, I would say my day had turned to shit. I was no closer to finding Iger, and wondered if I should go ahead and strike the remnants of his fleet in case he decides to move them elsewhere. Justice, if it looks like Iger's assets are getting ready to move from the nebula, I want our strike package to take them out. Use everything we got. I want nothing left for Iger to make use of. Acknowledged. Jump us to the SIG's new base of operations. Standard transition. Affirmative, Commander. Jumping in 60 seconds. I took a hot shower and laid down to take a nap, wondering what Tria was doing. I woke several hours later with Justice calling to me. Commander, I have a secure IST link coming from the operative. I heard a beep in my head, and then the operative. Nathan! The Fury is now fully operational, and I thought we should take some time to talk. I have been alerted that you are not at Alpha Base and seem to be jumping to obscure locations on the fringe of the galaxy. I didn't know how likely it would be for the Chult to find the mine, and I wasn't going to admit I found one either. While we were working to uncover information on Iger, we stumbled across a star system that had been destroyed. Whole planets, moons, everything was decimated. We were close enough to the fringe to speculate it was a victim of the Prool when they first came to this galaxy. All signs of life have been wiped out, and the one remaining planetary body is a wasteland of immense craters and incredibly high radiation counts. Perhaps we could find the time to meet and discuss your findings. I would also like to convince you my people wish to have no more conflicts of interest with you. Sale, I have a keen nose for bullshit. You have been ordered to find me and tag along until I decide to go to the derelict ship. Am I right? Yes or no? Why must you act like a primate when I am trying to work with you? Sale, we are jumping to the SIG's new base of operations. If you wish to talk, you can join with us there. My IST beeped, and the operative went offline. I had the feeling she was pissed because she didn't like the SIG. She needed to get used to it because they were allies that would stand behind me come hell or high water, and they have yet to demand anything in return. I was actually considering taking them along to investigate the derelict ship. If we get lucky and the ship is not a pile of junk, I will offer some of the take to secure the area from any possible interlopers. A SIG fleet operating in the area would keep most races from snooping around. Justice, what is our ETA to the SIG base? 41 minutes, 17 seconds, Commander. There was enough time I could sit down and have a meal before I had to meet with Sale. I got cleaned up and put on a fresh uniform. As the door to my cabin opened, I came face to face with Tria. I could hear Clutch talking to Kuntz or Zool somewhere down the corridor. The thought of pulling her into my cabin crossed my mind. The chatter down the way got louder, and Tria took me by the hand and canceled the thought by pulling me down the hall. Let's have our meal before Clutch decides to go to the galley. There was no arguing with her logic, and I picked up the pace enough I was pulling her along. She thought that was funny, and we ran to the down tube and dove in head first. We laughed all the way to the galley deck, righting ourselves at the last second, and then stepping out. I got the equivalent of soup and sandwiches, and we sat at our usual places. We had little to say as we hastily ate our food. Our timing could not have been better. Clutch stepped into the galley and nodded to us. We returned the gesture and picked up our trays. This was one sideshow we would be missing. As we exited, we almost ran into Kuntz and Zool. They were waiting in the corridor for Clutch to pick his seat. We smiled and kept walking. Justice alerted me of an impending call from the operative. Commander, the IST link is active. I got a secure beep, and then the operative. Nathan, we are currently holding outside of the system the SIG base is located in.
Since the Fury will be an unknown, and I do not want to disclose my cloaking capabilities, I suggest you let your defective AI track us down.
No problem, Sale. I will see you when we arrive.
I ended the call with a small chuckle. That was not the answer she was probably expecting. Her new ship may be harder to find than her old one, but with Justice on board, it will be a very short search. I will call her on the IST when the time comes, and that will give Justice's subsystem a chance to send us her location piggybacked on the transmission. Commander, we will exit interdimensional space in 30 seconds.
Thank you, Justice.
Alert the SIG we will be passing through the neighborhood. I would like you to prep a comm buoy with a message to Sushi. Have it ready to launch in the event we need it. I want the message to say we have made another discovery, and will share the wealth if he will supply a couple of fleets for security patrols. Message sent, and I am prepping the buoy. I am also detecting return message traffic queued on the local comm buoys. Let's hear it. Tam Lin's voice broadcast from the overhead. Nathan, the Zanes have launched with your new freighter. If you need anything, feel free to stop by and talk English to me. Fair skies and calm seas, my friend. I smiled at the references to my place of birth. The Legacy and Alpha Base were my home now, and it would be hard to return to what many might consider a normal lifestyle. Practicing galactic justice back on Earth would land me on everyone's most wanted list. The beast inhabiting my mind would most assuredly get me sent to a prison for the criminally insane. Justice, have you got a lock on the Fury? Yes, I am closing the distance now. I thought you would need a signal from your subsystem. It will not be necessary now that I can control the Fury's drive emissions. It is a simple matter to introduce minute fluctuations into the drives that are easily detectable. Do you think it is wise to go directly to Sale's location? She is already suspicious as it is. I think it is a little early in the game to be tipping our hand. I will ensure the senior operative still has her doubts about my presence aboard the Fury. I was starting to get a little nervous because Justice's voice had a familiar edge to it. He usually talked like that just before I was a victim of one of his pranks. The operative called Justice a defective machine on more than one occasion. I should probably have cautioned her against unnecessarily picking at him. I wasn't sure of her motives other than to see him exhibit emotions rather than pre-programmed responses. I had a bad feeling about this. Justice said we were closing the distance, but it looked like we were significantly increasing speed. The stars on the view dome were now long streaks of light. This was not a good thing. Suddenly, a bright blue box appeared in the center of the view screen. The Fury uncloaked, and a yellow circle appeared around it. In a blink of an eye, we passed just to port of it. And then it was gone. My IST beeped, and Sale came online, and she sounded pissed. "Nathan! What is that defective AI doing? You nearly collided with our shields!" I was kind of lost for words, as was the rest of my crew. I could not think of any reasonable explanation for the crazy close pass other than spite, so I threw her a half-ass excuse. "Sale, we had you tagged further out in the system." The noise that came over the IST was not a ladylike response. "The AI could have altered your course. Your drive emissions registered as a strike on our shields. This had better not be some kind of foolish game you are trying to play on me." My response to her statement would be the truth. "Sale? I would not pull a reckless stunt like that. Justice said he was closing the distance to your location." "Nathan, it is time for you to take charge of the Legacy and take the important decisions away from that arrogant AI. If the Legacy is truly your starship, then take command." I had to admit it was a foolhardy stunt on Justice's part, and his response to Sale's continuous jabs were getting out of hand. "Sale, we are coming about and will rendezvous with you." "No, Nathan, let me spare you the indecision. We are coming to you." Now the old witch was getting on my ass and my nerves. I would let her have her way for the moment. Acknowledged. Justice must have been eavesdropping on my implants and knew I was getting pissed. "Commander, I find the senior operative's disparaging comments towards my crew and myself distasteful
and offensive. It is irritating to my human sensitivities.
Really, Justice? That's all you got for rationalizing the dangerous stunt you just pulled? What could that old witch possibly say that she has not already said to our faces?
Commander, while in her cabin she loudly vocalizes insulting comments about you, the crew, and myself.
She is purposely doing it because she knows you display human emotions. She is trying to prove her suspicions are correct that you have stowed away on her ship. I know you don't need me to tell you this, but you should be able to see her true intentions. I'm sure you have heard me call you worse than she can come up with.
You have never claimed that the AI of your toilet is more intelligent than I am.
She is just trying to anger you.
She is succeeding.
Justice, don't get mad. Eventually we will get even. Just ignore her. One day we will reveal she was right all along, and it will aggravate her twice as much, especially when we gain transporter technology.
Her superiors have taken several steps to prevent that from happening. The transporter systems are isolated from the rest of the ship operations. The Chalt have gone to great lengths to make the transporter bay a modular, self-sufficient compartment within the Fury. It has its own power and control systems and can only be accessed with the use of 3 separate encryption keys that are held by command personnel other than the operative. Someone would have to physically bring a device I inhabit into the transporter room and allow me access to the computer systems.
Tria stated what was already bouncing around in my simple mind. My people's scientists and engineers are not underestimating Guardian technology. I am confident that every time Justice has displayed small samples of his true potential, Sale has reported what she felt was necessary to remain our handler. It would be foolhardy to believe they do not suspect Justice is present aboard the Fury. Sale is trying her best to prove it before her science team does, and then reports it to the Council. Once again, I felt like transporter technology was within my grasp, only to be pulled out of my reach. One day in the future, that was going to change.
Commander, I have allowed the Fury to come alongside. Should I also allow the operative to board?
I transmitted an IST signal in the open to the operative. Senior Operative, how about a tour of your new command? Tria was shaking her head no. She had already informed me the Council forbids such actions. I was trying to see if we might be an exception to the rule. Sale's answer confirmed we were not. I am sorry, Nathan. I am governed by Chalt military law. Even though you have proven your loyalty and shed your blood in our defense, it is forbidden for another race to board Chalt military assets. This law was established well before my time to prevent espionage. All Chalt command personnel are bound to this rule. I am no exception. Kuntz gave me an "I told you so" look, and Clutch just shrugged his wide shoulders. Zool just sat wide-eyed at our conversations. He was quickly coming up to speed on our love-hate relationship with Tria's people and the operative in particular. I ended the transmission. That was sure to piss Sale off. Justice, is the Matrix charged?
Yes, Commander, and I have already taken the liberty of covertly placing a comm buoy out the starboard side of the Legacy.
A smile crossed my lips when my IST came online. Nathan, I am sure you are already familiar with my military laws. I would like to meet with you to present a gift from my people for your generous support and the hard work of your followers. The way Sale's statement came out of her mouth, it was easy to tell it wasn't intended as a polite request. Justice, open the hangar for the senior operative, and then dead-core jump to a location where we can reach the derelict ship in a couple of standard transitions. Acknowledged. My crew seemed to be trying to ignore the fact I was going to kidnap the operative again. One by one, Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool headed to someplace where they would not have to listen to Sale blow her top. It was about 5 minutes before Sale came storming onto the bridge. You are an ungrateful primate! You could have at least met me in the... The ship and everything around us went dead quiet, then started glowing blinding white. The last thing I saw was the look of anger on the operative's face as she faded away. I thought I felt Tria grab my hand just before my reality disappeared. My return to normal space-time might have been pleasant if it were not for the very colorful Chalt epithets being yelled at me. I did, however, take some small comfort in the fact Tria was indeed holding my hand. The small smile I gave her was rudely terminated by the impact of several credit vouchers bouncing off my chest and face. Now who is acting like a primate? Take me back to the Fury! Now! We were going to take you with us to investigate the derelict ship, but if you insist on going back... Justice! 42. My comment registered the proper response from Sale when her mouth snapped shut, but the look on her face was still anger. Justice's timing for our next jump couldn't have been more perfect, as the slight nausea of a standard transition gripped me. Wait! I want to know what kind of scat you are pulling on me now. No scat involved, Sale. We are trying to ensure what we have discovered remains ours. Don't be ridiculous, Nathan. We have no intentions of seizing your discoveries. While it is easy for you to say that, past events have proven otherwise. Sale had nothing to say to that, and instead said what I knew she would. Take us back. I want to go with you. Justice again jumped us at the most opportune time, further convincing Sale we had turned around and were now jumping back. She had no idea we were attempting to make it harder for her people to track us down. I knew they would eventually find us, but not before we got a good look around. Justice alerted us we were entering the gaseous nebula. My crew finally wandered back to the bridge from their cabins when they heard me shut the operative up. They took their stations, and Justice brought the view dome online. We could see the gas and dust was thinning out at the edge of the rocky debris field the junkyard for a ship was hidden in. We got a surprise call from Justice. Commander, it appears that the dimensions of the ship have been slightly altered. Altered? What do you mean? The ship is larger than our previous visit. I will superimpose the current image over our previous recordings and highlight the areas of change. I didn't know why, but I was getting a bad feeling, and it was contagious because I could feel the Uleron in me stir. Justice, bring the shields up, maximum output. Everybody turned and gave me questioning looks. The image Justice showed us had two areas that were now obviously larger. One of them appeared to resemble part of a ship's hull. We were still closing with the target, but I could tell Justice had slowed us down. Tria's curiosity got the better of her. Justice, I am not showing any power sources, but I do have very weak heat signatures scattered all over the wreck. Could you magnify and highlight them as well? Justice added them to the outline of the derelict, and it was like several hundred candles were suddenly lit all over the ship. Koontz asked the next obvious question. Justice, were any of the heat sources present on the shuttle scans? Negative. The legacy scanners are several magnitudes more powerful than the original systems aboard the Chalt shuttle. As we close the distance, I am now detecting a very faint power source. I will add my findings to the display. Goosebumps crawled all over me, and it didn't have a thing to do with Tria's Shaline. The entire ship had faint lines that resembled blood veins pulsating through the hull. The goosebumps were now accompanied by a chill that ran up my spine. Clutch and I had considered boarding that piece of crap. I jumped when Zul called out rather loudly, Justice, magnify the largest highlighted area. The screen zoomed in closer to the area he was referring to. Maximum magnification, please. A large, round-shaped hump filled the view dome, and all of our eyes grew large with the recognition of what we were seeing. It was a huge piece of an Ylor Habitat ship's hull, and it was somehow melded into the huge junk piles that made up the ship. Justice made a crazy hard turn away from the ship and broadcast for all to hear. Energy spike. Brace for incoming fire. A blinding flash whited out the view dome, and the Legacy was violently thrown aside by a massive impact. The operative was the only one that chose to stand, and it turned out to be a poor decision. She was thrown into an instrument panel and came to rest against the side of the view dome. She lay in a heap on the deck and was not moving. The crew and I had braced in enough time to not be ripped from our seats. My crew hastily fastened their combat harnesses as Tria and I ran to the operative's prone body. She was unconscious and bleeding from the mouth, but appeared to be breathing normally. Tria was holding the operative's head off the deck and showed me her hand. It was covered in blood. We rolled her over as gently as possible and found an ugly gash on the back of her head. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a gurney moving in our direction when we were suddenly knocked sprawling by another weapon strike. "Justice! What the hell is going on?" The hostile ship has a powerful main weapon system that appears to recycle enough energy to fire in 1 minute and 57-second intervals. It is similar in nature to our beam weapons, with very impressive range, and is extremely accurate. The weapon has a capacitive capability and an effective method of masking the power surge before discharging. The first strike brought our shields down to 29%, but they recovered to just under 90% before the ship could re-engage us. Our return fire has dislodged massive amounts of debris from the ship's hull, but has made no detectable difference in the main weapon's discharge capability. We are now cloaked, and the hostile ship's last 2 discharges missed their mark by several thousand yards. I sense it is still able to track us because the misses are almost exactly the same clearances. Tria had the operative loaded on the gurney, and it disappeared off the bridge. We took our seats and securely fastened our harnesses. I was still shaking my head, thinking Clutch and I should be dead right now. I was pretty sure we were within the weapon's envelope when we first discovered it. Apparently, something as small as a shuttle didn't warrant the release of so much energy. I thought about it a little more, and my thoughts went in another direction completely. A ship the size of a shuttle would normally be accepted as a precursor to boarding. Did someone or something on that pile of shit want people to come aboard? "Commander, the ship has ceased fire. I surmise it can no longer track us, and we are out of its range. I find it interesting that when I turned off our shields, the ship's attack missed by a very large margin of error. I now believe the ship can detect the minute emissions of our shields, even while we are cloaked. Fortunately, the hostile systems cannot process the correlation in a timely enough manner to determine the proper lead necessary to effectively strike us. That's just lovely and wonderful, but I am not going to risk the ship and crew by turning off the shields and going back to play chicken with that pile of crap." "It will no longer be necessary to prove it." "What do you mean by that?" "I have made 2 passes through the hostile ship's weapons envelope, and it made no attempt to fire on us." That got me wide-eyed stares and gaping mouths from my crew. I slapped both my hands on my forehead and then proceeded to massage my aching temples. "Justice, you will never, and I use the word ever for emphasis, pull a stunt like that again without first asking one of us first. You got that?" "Okay." "What is the operative's medical status?" "I have felt better, but I will live." We spun around to see Sail Nolan walking back onto the bridge. One of her eyes had a ring around it much darker than her normal, deep, tanned brown complexion. Other than that, and a small gob of nanite gel on the back of her head, she didn't seem injured. At least, I had one less thing to worry about. That was until she opened her mouth and let it run some more.
"Now are you going to heed my words and reel in that out-of-control machine you let run this ship?"
I redoubled my efforts to massage away what might turn into a doozy of a headache. It was a wasted effort, as it blossomed into a real ring-dinger. I stood up and approached Sail. Tria jumped up and grabbed onto my arm. The look on my face made her promptly let go. With great effort and control, I calmly told Sail what I thought of her little outburst on my bridge. "Sail, that machine just saved our lives, whether you choose to believe it or not. He also has a name, and I know you are familiar with it. While on my ship, you will use it, or you can get the hell off so you can exercise the right to call him whenever you want. To make myself perfectly clear, again, you are not a member of this crew, and are not in our chain of command. You have no say when it comes to the operation of this ship, so you will kindly keep your mouth shut about command decisions pertaining to how it may or may not be run.
I give you a certain amount of leeway when it comes to your behavior that I would never grant to another alien outside of this ship. Do not make me regret that decision. Think about what you might have done had someone pulled the same scat on the bridge of the Fury. You might also take into consideration what might have happened if the Fury was the target of the surprise attack. Would your AI have responded the same way Justice did to save our ship? The operative was momentarily lost for words. Then she tried to rationalize her outburst. The AI recklessly endangered us all by testing its theories. I pointed my finger in her face. Not another word, Sale. He would not have done it without having a high percentage of success. Justice could not stand the thought of not adding input to our heated discussion. It made me involuntarily grit my teeth and roll my eyes when he did. 96.8%. Justice! You could have heard a pin drop. My crew had made it a point to turn their backs and pretend they weren't listening. It was at that point I ran out of steam, and my anger was subsiding. Sale was coming to grips with what could have happened to her and the crew of the Fury. She took a seat at an unoccupied console. She belted herself in and sat quietly with all her arms crossed. It was time to get back to what we were going to do about the attack we managed to live through. Evidently, a great number of races could not claim the same feat, and were lured to their death by the monstrosity we were again closing with. Justice, have you located the source of the weapons fire? Yes. We were fired upon from 3 different locations on the ship. It appears the weapons are of a pop-up turret design, and all 3 are ringed by immense piles of spacecraft or other debris. Do you still wish to board? I looked at my crew, and, with the exception of Zool, got nods of agreement. Turning to the operative, she gave me a less than enthusiastic answer. I guess if I have a choice, I would rather die killing the Throgs who attacked us than get reduced to atoms sitting on this ship. I gave her one last chance to back out. Give me the word and we will take you to the Fury, and we will finish this ourselves. Don't be foolish. The 5 of you can't go in there by yourselves. You need my help and my troops if you want to capture that thing intact. You seem to forget I have other allies who would be willing to help, and I intend on asking for it. Commander, the Overseer has warned me you should avoid involving others in your initial investigation. If this ship is a Prool asset, the chances for subjugation of unprotected personnel is high and could lead to a mass Prool infection of non-Guardian design systems. Sale could not stand it anymore. Who or what is the Overseer? Justice, do you wish to clarify your statement or the nature of its origin? No. Sale looked like she was on the verge of a meltdown, but to her credit, she just shook her head and held her tongue. I could tell my crew was anxious and ready to go no matter what we were up against. I felt the same way, because there was no chance I would leave that piece of crap floating out there without getting some payback for the countless races that fell prey to it. If the amount of junk on the outside of the ship was an indication of how many victims stopped to investigate, the number was substantial. The beast inside of me was restless, and I could feel its need for mayhem infecting me. Shreya noted the change in my demeanor and came over to me. The operative must have felt it too, because she got up and moved away with a frown on her face. I reached out for Shreya, and she stepped close to me, holding onto my arm. My eagerness to bloody whoever was controlling the ship vaguely ebbed. Revenge for the innocent would be the only surefire antidote for the juggernaut infecting my thoughts. Trying to kill us was going to cost someone or something on that pile of shit dearly. Sale was standing next to the bridge hatch and would come no closer to me. She instead chose a different tack. She must have finally figured out she was not going to get anywhere unless she interacted with Justice in a proper manner. Justice! What did you mean when you said unprotected personnel could be subjugated? And what is the nature of the protection that can prevent it? We all turned to the operative, wondering if Justice would answer her. To our shock and surprise, he did the unexpected. 2 arms extruded from the overhead and wrapped around Sale. She freaked. What sort of treachery is this? Release me now! We weren't absolutely sure, but had a pretty good idea of what was going to happen next.
The goofy smiles on our faces did not ease the operative's trepidation. "Nathan Myers, you tell this defective machine to let me go, or I will cut your heart out." "Sale, if you want to go with us, you need to calm down. Justice is going to ensure you will not be a threat to us or the rest of the galaxy once you step foot on that ship. You would be doing us all a favor if you quit your whining while Justice takes care of the problem." Sale's eyes were practically bugging out of her head. If she gritted her teeth any harder, they would break off in her mouth. I thought about letting her know it was not a flattering look, but decided to keep that little jewel to myself. Just when we thought it couldn't get any better, another arm came down and wrapped around her head. I might have thought it funny if it were not for Sale's body suddenly going rigid. "Justice, don't you think you were getting a little carried away?" "Commander, I must introduce Guardian architecture into the operative's implants. Unfortunately, it is an invasive procedure that is absolutely necessary for her own protection. I had to temporarily paralyze her and block coherent brain function to complete the procedure. Tria underwent the same procedure during the weaponization process. The operative will suffer no ill effects." That was nice to know, but it was not going to make Sale any less angry when she got her senses back. She wanted to tag along, and this was the admission fee. Kuntz had a frown on his face. "Justice, did you perform the procedure on me as well?" "Yes. It was necessary to ensure your safety." "I do not recall you asking me if I wanted the procedure. When did you do it?" "I performed the procedure on both you and Zool during your sleep period. Your safety is my responsibility, and I take that duty seriously. You and Zool are now immune to cruel subjugation and manipulation of your implants. Clutch does not possess implants, so he did not require any alterations." Zool put his hands to the sides of his bulbous head and walked off the bridge. It left me wondering how many procedures were performed on me without my knowledge. I let the thought pass. I did not want to know. "Justice, in the future, you need to ask us before you experiment on us. Understood?" "Acknowledged." Justice's extruded arms fell away from the operative's body and retracted into the overhead. Sale momentarily stood there with a blank look on her face. It was a good start, and I tried to put on a cheery face for her. Her eyes blinked, and then locked on me. Thinking a bigger smile would smooth things over, I laid it on her. She reached over her shoulder and drew one of her swords. Not the reaction I was expecting at all. She twirled the 4-foot-long pulsating blade and headed in my direction. Clutch introduced a bouquet into the air that brought tears to everyone's eyes but Sale's. I was pretty sure there was fire coming out of hers. Tria and Clutch quickly stepped between us, and the operative poked the sword in my direction. "If you ever let that machine touch me like that again, I will adorn the walls of my quarters with the souvenirs I cut from your body." After seeing the look in her eyes, I developed an itch in all the wrong places. I was glad that Tria and Clutch did not budge until she finally returned her sword to its scabbard. "Sale, I did not let Justice do anything to you. You should appreciate the fact that Justice chose to protect you against possible cruel manipulation. If he had not, and you were subjugated, you could have possibly infected your entire race with a machine virus that is capable of destroying entire worlds. We have no idea if that scat factory is even of cruel origin. Justice was not going to let you gamble with the lives of your people to find out." That seemed to mollify her anger, and give her the proper perspective. "Now that I have been declared immune, why are we still standing here?" "Justice, have you got a plan to get us in?" "We are fortunate another race was kind enough to furnish us with a safe docking area." "What docking area? All I see is junk and weapons damage." "Precisely, Commander. The Legacy will fit inside of the crater that was blown through the holds of the ship. The ship will be unable to target us, and there should be plenty of access holes to board." Justice superimposed an outline of the Legacy in the massive crater. It would be a tight fit, but I had no doubt that Justice could do it. It was very unlikely the ship would have internal weapons large enough to penetrate the Legacy's shields. It was a brilliant idea, and as safe a place as any. I took Tria by the hand and stepped into the down tube. The crew and Sail jumped in right behind us. When we got to the ready room, I started stripping off my smartcloth uniform and was shocked to see Sail intently watching me. My cheeks warmed, and I turned my back to her. Tria noticed what was going on and turned me back around and planted a wet one on me. This was neither the time nor the place for such horseplay, and I grabbed my suit liner and hastily put it on. I didn't think it was possible to get into battle armor as quickly as I did, but I somehow managed. I promised myself if I lived through this, I would make it up to Tria for all of the times we were rudely interrupted. Justice momentarily displayed my armament meter and highlighted antimatter. He supplied me with 20 rounds. I wasn't sure if he finally relented because I had gained control of the Uluran soldier in me, or he thought I would need them to survive. Either way, I hoped it would not come down to using them. The legacy was cloaked, and our negation systems engaged. We were far enough out from the target, it was almost invisible against the background of the dusty rock field. Justice dropped our shields and accelerated to maximum velocity. The speed of our approach made the derelict ship rapidly increase in size as we closed with it. Justice shut down the star drives and all unnecessary systems. We were coasting in at breakneck speed and defenseless against incoming fire. I sucked in a breath as the junkyard filled my visor. We were not fired upon, and Justice once again validated his theory. Just when it looked like we would crash into the belly of the beast, Justice spun us around in a crazy 180 maneuver that parked us in the huge belly wound, nose out. The ship's reaction to the disturbance we created within its guts was to randomly fire its main weapons in angles so depressed it was blasting debris from its hull. We were in, and apparently the ship could do nothing about it. Or so we thought. "Commander, I am picking up small devices measuring less than a meter across, emerging out of the debris and moving rapidly in our direction. I do not recommend you depart the Legacy at this time." "What are they, and how many are coming this way?" "Unknown, and the count is at 242. My visor went live with the exterior feed, and small red boxes appeared to be leaping out of the trash and junk surrounding the ship, and were making a beeline for our location. Our point defense and rail cannons started picking them off as fast as they appeared. I was expecting large explosions, but the devices made a bright spark and disappeared under Justice's withering fire. Several made it to our shields and abruptly stopped. They extended some sort of probe that made the part of the shield it was touching fluctuate. "Justice, what are they doing?" "They are attempting to drain away power from our shields. It is an interesting phenomenon, but they are only capable of fractionally siphoning power from the areas they make contact with. They would have to blanket our shields in order for them to be an effective power diverter." Justice had knocked down more than 100 of the drones, and then ceased fire. I guess he was curious whether or not they could pull our shields down. He let the balance collect outside our shields, and was content to observe their actions. At first, they were spread out and ineffective, but as we watched, they quickly started to congregate, and our shields started growing brighter where they collected. They finally collected into a blob, and our shield was flaring brilliant white. I was going to ask Justice why he was dicking around, when he turned the whole pile into atomized gas and dust with a shot from our main weapons. We no longer had to worry about the tight squeeze into the ship. The shot opened up a hole large enough we could turn around if need be. The beast in me loved the results, and I wanted more. "Justice, wasn't there a weapons turret somewhere above us?" The Legacy moved slightly backwards and then up. I could see the red outline of where the turret was located. A flash whited out my visor, and when it reset, I could see an awesome glowing tunnel all the way to the star field peeking back at us. Justice was projecting an image on the bulkhead so the operative could observe what was happening. She now stared back at me, wide-eyed. "You may have just destroyed hundreds of priceless artifacts." "Easy come, easy go." "Justice, do you have any movement on your scanners?" "Negative, Commander. You are clear for departure. I have highlighted several passages for your consideration. I have avoided any that had the power conduits we discovered. The operative closed her helmet and moved to the open hangar door. Clutch was standing in his usual forward position, and Sale attempted to step in front of him. He would have none of it, and pushed in front of her. Tria and I were stepping up behind them, with Kuntz just to our rear. This was our customary combat formation, and Sale was an odd cog in our normally smooth-running combat machine. She once again attempted to elbow Clutch aside for the lead position. I could see the vents in his suit lock in the open position. I thought there was going to be a scuffle, but Clutch's response was measured and to the point. He promptly pushed the operative out the door, and she disappeared over the side. Justice did not link our comms to hers, and any swearing she may have broadcast was in vain. Zool was standing on the ramp to Eagle 1, wearing Kuntz's old Zane combat armor. I waved to him, and he returned the gesture. If for some unforeseen reason we needed shuttle support, the little Grawl would immediately launch and provide assistance with every weapon available to him. We took our positions, and I rapped Clutch on the shoulder. He hit his gravity drives and jetted upward with us close behind. We formed up to follow, and my backscatter transmitter beeped and then filled my head with lovely Chalt idioms. I didn't have time for the operative's leadership pep talks. Sale, the troop master drives this train, so either get aboard and shut up, or you can go your own way. The transmission ended with a disparaging comment about my ancestry. 43. Most of the passageways above us were huge. Clutch guided us to the smaller ones Justice had highlighted. We knew from experience major passageways were direct routes to essential compartments and usually defended. Clutch took us into the closest one. It was still fairly large, but nothing like the main corridors. I'm sure he didn't like the idea of being out in the open and an easy target. We sat down in a dark service tunnel laced with pipes, wires, and tubing of every size. Clutch took the lead, and the operative brought up the rear. There were passages branching off in all directions, many of which were so choked with piping we could not go that way even if we tried. After about 100 yards, our tunnel ended at a large room filled with what looked like more alien junk. We passed through a retention field, and the room was registering a thin atmosphere. We had no choice but to go forward, or turn around and backtrack until we could find another passage that we would fit into. Clutch cleared his visor and gave me a questioning look. I waved him on. It was as good a place as any to start looking around. We were maintaining radio silence, and to the operative's credit, she was too. We jumped down amongst the hoarded booty and picked our way down several narrow paths to the far end of the room. It was as if someone had taken 1,000 pieces of equipment apart and stacked it into piles until the room would hold no more. I turned to Kuntz and pointed at random piles. He just threw his hands up, so I turned back to Clutch and waved him forward. The no-light setting in my visor revealed the outline of a large hatch on the wall we were approaching. It surprised the crap out of us by opening when we were about 5 feet away. We yanked our weapons from their clips and dove behind the piles of equipment remnants. Tria was by my side, covering my back. Kuntz and the operative went to the left and Clutch to the right. We waited to see what would happen next, and got nothing. The door stayed open, beckoning us to enter. Clutch got tired of waiting and cautiously moved to the edge and peeked out. He waved us over and slipped out into the huge passageway. Like it or not, we were in one of the main arteries of the ship. We had gone maybe 20 steps when some sort of electrical current shot out of the walls, surrounding us in a glow bright enough to light the passage. Our comms were overwhelmed with a deluge of languages. Our suits were able to mute the volume of the verbal assault. Justice's subsystem translated the speech and alerted us the rest of the languages made no difference because they all said the same thing. Bow to the will of your god and master, or be consumed and never rise to serve. It would never be a catchy jingle, and we didn't come here to bow to anyone. Clutch took off on a dead run, skirting the wall of the corridor, the bizarre bolts of electricity jumping from the wall to his armor as he ran. We closed with him, and the glow surrounding us lit the passage ahead. We had no idea what it was for or what it was doing, but it suddenly stopped. I don't know where we were going, but running seemed like the prudent response to the bullshit that was just laid on us. Clutch! Where are we going?
To find our new master and kick the scat out of him.
While it seemed a little rhetorical, it was better than anything I could come up with at the moment. I wondered if Justice had anything to say about our current situation and was going to hail him for a sit-rep. He saved me the trouble and embellished my concerns with a bucket of piss.
Commander, the heat sources Tria detected appear to be multiplying.
Okay, Justice. I am going to need a little more than that before I can concern myself with multiplying heat sources. How many are you talking about?
600 and counting, and they are now moving.
Moving where?
Toward your current location.
That made us slam on the brakes and take pause. My team took a knee, with their weapons pointing down both directions of the corridor. Do I even need to ask how many?
All of them are converging on the passageway you occupy.
Are the numbers still increasing?
No, they are holding at 1,206.
The corridor we were in stretched for more than a quarter of a mile. I looked back the way we came and could see a faint light appear. It had to be the weird static electricity, and it also meant we were going to have company. The beast in me was surprisingly calm, but no one had shot at us yet either. My visor picked up the outlines of several side passages well ahead of us. There was no light at our end, but the other end was getting a little brighter by the minute. Clutch, find us some defensible cover. Kuntz, go with him and cover his back. They boosted away and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Sail turned to me, and I could see by the look on her face she wanted to start giving orders. She surprised me by asking a question. Do you want me to go back and slow them down? No. How many grenades do you have on you? 4, because a primate took me from my ship without my combat loadout. She had a point. It wasn't one of my brighter moves, and not worth commenting on. Tria and I had 14 apiece. Let's go back and mine the passage. We engaged our gravity drives and flew toward the gathering light, making its way up the massive corridor. As the distance between us and the heat sources closed, I upped the magnification of my helmet to maximum. What I saw made my skin crawl. There were beings of every description. Some I could identify, some I could not. What was creeping me out to the max was that they all had some kind of metal-looking protrusions sticking out of their heads or bodies. The crazy electrical current that was coming from the passageway around them was dancing between the protrusions and daisy-chaining among the aliens. Tria and the operative must have taken a look as well, and they didn't like what they saw any more than I did. They both pulled out grenades and were going to toss them to the overhead. No, save them. We may need them later. The beast in me was crawling out of his cage. The operative backed away from me, and I could see the apprehension on Tria's face.
No, Nathan, you must control the rage.
The fear in Tria's voice brought back some of my coherent reasoning. I ground out a reply. Go! I will catch up with you. The operative grabbed Tria by the arms, and they boosted down the passageway away from me. I turned back to face the oncoming onslaught and raised my launcher. Antimatter appeared in my visor, and I dialed it up to full yield. The weapon's release code changed from green to orange. The aliens were moving faster now, but it would not matter. I fired the round and boosted hard after Tria and the operative. I could see my crew huddled in the distance. They were at a junction in the corridor. Everything whited out in a blinding flash that was accompanied by an insanely loud metallic clang. The shockwave traveled up the hallway at supersonic velocities, dislodging hundreds of years of dust and debris. I was flipped over by the turbulence and driven into the deck. I rolled several times, then got back up and boosted through the filthy dust cloud to my crew. They decided to ride out the shockwave prone on the deck. I landed next to them, and they got to their feet. I could see their faces, and the looks of concern were obvious. The operative stood well away from me with 2 of her hands on her pistols. My crew was probably wondering why Justice would give a proven psychopath antimatter rounds. Clutch finally broke the silence.
Commander, we have found an access tunnel to the upper decks.
That seemed to snap me out of my daze. Lead the way, Troopmaster. We used our gravity boosters to put some distance between us and the passageway. Clutch led us to a large, capsule-shaped hole in the wall that was at least 50 feet wide. We landed, and I peeked into it. It went a long way down and a long way up. If I had to guess, I would say it was an inoperable gravity lift tube. The beast in me wanted to send some of my hate up and down tube to see what would shake loose. I stifled the thought with a deep breath and gritted teeth. I wasn't sure if Justice regretted giving me the most destructive ordnance, but he did give me a warning. Commander, the already fragile superstructure of the derelict ship has been further compromised by your weapons release. Additional antimatter discharges may sever the aft section of the ship in the location the Legacy is sheltered in. Okay, I got that part and would heed his warnings. But that didn't mean I planned to save my heavy ordnance for a rainy day, either. Did I manage to thin the herd? Yes, by more than 500. But I have detected 6 large heat signatures that do not match existing sources. They are on the deck above you. Are they moving? Yes, they are advancing on your position. Kuntz was guarding our rear and broadcast a warning. Commander, Clutch and I mined the corridor we searched. The munitions are detonating. We cannot remain here much longer. Clutch, take us up, but don't stop on the deck above us. Go until we have to stop. Roger that. Justice has warned us. Follow me and stay to the sides of the deck openings. We do not want to be exposed to any direct fire. Kuntz and Clutch stepped into the opening and went left and up. The operative looked back at me and promptly joined them. Tria and I went up the opposite side, keeping pace with them. We cautiously bypassed 3 more openings, leaving a parting gift hovering outside of each as we moved on. We were left with 2 choices when the tube terminated: go out or go back. I usually never used the second option. Justice, do you have any movement on our level? Justice? I heard my crew trying to raise the Legacy as well. We were getting nothing. I tried my IST and the backscatter transmitter, and still nothing. I thought for sure those devices would work, but I got no response. Sail hissed the most obvious conclusions over our comms. She didn't sound like her normal, unflappable self during combat situations. We are encountering advanced shielding or possibly jamming. There is one other scenario I do not care to voice. I wanted to tell her not to worry, that we had been down this road before, but I couldn't in all honesty say it at the moment. In the past, we always had a Legacy to return to, but this wasn't the past, and presently, I could only speculate why we couldn't make use of our multiple communications capabilities. The thought of being marooned on this wreck was terrifying and was encroaching on the fringes of my mind. I could almost hear the Ularan soldier in me laughing at my worry. It was immune to such frailties. I was startled back to reality by the grenades below us detonating, creating a strobe-like effect on our end. We made the judicious decision to unass the tube. We found ourselves standing in the edge of a huge room full of large pieces of unidentified machinery and equipment. Before we moved away from the opening, Tria stuck her arms back in and launched a 20-round burst of high explosive down at any would-be pursuers. Kuntz was still on the comms trying to raise Justice, but to no avail. Clutch and the operative had their weapons out and ready. They were moving from cover to cover, trying to establish whether or not we were alone. I took a grenade and tossed it into the top of the tube as a tripwire to alert us to any unexpected company. Tria, Kuntz, and I unclipped our weapons and started making our way quietly around the edge of the room. Kuntz alerted me to the fact that this room had a constant gravity of almost 3, as compared to the 1G that the other decks registered. The powered exoskeletons of our armor didn't even register it as an inconvenience. He also said there was an atmosphere in here that had very little oxygen and an abnormally large amount of nitrogen and ozone. There was no point in asking what that meant, because I did not need a 30-minute oration on what his thoughts on the subject might be. The operative calmed me, and she sounded excited. "Nathan, you need to look at what we have discovered." Using the cues in our helmets, Tria, Kuntz, and I quickly made our way over to Sail and Clutch. They were standing near a huge domed piece of equipment that reminded me a lot of the early warning radar domes I had once seen while flying along the coast of Alaska with my friend Carl. "What have you got, Sail?" If this is operational and we manage to get out of here alive, you no longer have to look for the power source for your anomaly weapon. How would you know what an Uleron weapons power plant looks like? Because a Chalt transporter power source is reverse-engineered from this design. If you already have the designs, why didn't you make the weapon operational? Because we don't have a justice to control the anomaly. Our initial experiments resulted in a disastrous accident that cost the lives of a great many people. Kuntz was examining the power plant and voiced the question on my mind. I wonder how it ended up in here. Before we could further contemplate the discovery, the bizarre electrical current we saw coming out of the passageway before us started snaking around our feet and arcing to our armor. We were assaulted once again by the loud, blaring torrent of languages. They translated to more of the same bullshit.
Submit to the will of your master, or be consumed and never rise.
I pretty much had my fill and was going to spout some drivel of my own when the grenade I left in the tube started spitting fragments. We cloaked and ran back toward the opening. We spread out behind the pieces of equipment, waiting to see what would come out. The current arcing around us stopped, but started going crazy somewhere in the tube below us. The glow was getting brighter by the second. My armor's subsystem alerted me the lift tube was now functioning. The Uleron in me was not a patient entity, so I held up a grenade so everybody would notice. I threw it at the opening, and it came to a hover just above it. Not to be outdone, my crewmates did the same. I got a piercing stare from the operative because she was fresh out. A mass of aliens boiled up to the edge of the opening. The protrusions sticking out of their bodies were alive with the inexplicable electrical discharge flaring from all around the tube. A large number were carrying a stubby-barreled weapon with a spike sticking out of the end. They never got a chance to show us how they worked. Our grenades filled the opening with exploding shrapnel. The beast spun up my minigun, and a red circle appeared, searching for anything that might make it out of the entrance alive. My crew did the same, and gave anything moving in front of us a short burst, blowing them to pieces. Tria was launching single rounds of high explosive into the shaft whenever there was a lull in the outpouring masses. It was a horrific sight to see the eviscerated bodies being forced up and out of the opening like lava flowing from a volcano. The ground-up remains were being pushed all the way to our positions, forcing us to retreat back away from the morbid mess. Whoever was in charge was pulling out all the stops, trying to overwhelm us. The aliens had jerky, almost mechanical movements, leading us to believe they were being remotely manipulated. They were trying to level their weapons at us as they came out of the tube, but we were gunning them down before they could accurately engage us. Many started firing even before they left the tube, in some cases gunning down the aliens in front of them. I tossed another grenade, only leaving me with 5. It would have been wise to hang on to some of them, but the Uleron soldier in me pulled rank and tossed one after another until they were gone. Kuntz became emboldened by the opposition's piss-poor accuracy, stepped into the open, and gave them hell with his minigun until it ran dry. The fire-hose stream of exploding slugs only slightly slowed the boiling sea of alien cyborgs. Tria opened fire with all 4 launcher tubes. The anti-personnel munitions ground down the bodies till they flowed like a mud-filled river, inundating our positions until we were forced to retreat once again through the knee-deep carnage. We now had so much gore splattered on us, our cloaking capability was severely degraded. The whole room was growing brightly from the static discharge until it stopped, as suddenly as it started. The aliens literally fell back down the tube, disappearing somewhere below. The beast half of me felt disappointment, but my rational half felt elated. At this insane attrition rate, the fool that had declared himself our master had to be running low on cannon fodder. That thought lasted maybe 2 seconds because large metallic hands with 6 spiked fingers gripped the edges of the tube opening. My eyes grew wide as recognition settled into my brain. A Proul hunter pulled itself into the room. We opened fire on the metallic monster, but a pale green bubble flared out in front of it, and our rounds harmlessly exploded or were deflected away. Evidently our cloaking was no longer effective because the machine came right at us. It moved incredibly fast and was amongst us in a blink of an eye. It whipped one of its lower arms out, smashing Sail in the side, sending her flying. Clutch and Kuntz ducked under a swing that crushed the side of the machinery they were sheltering behind. The rope-like appendage sticking out from its upper body started glowing, and it lashed out at me. I tried to follow my crew's example, but ducked late. The glowing cord wrapped around my upper body. I was jerked off the floor like I weighed nothing and smashed into the ceiling, then the floor. My vision blurred from the impacts. My armor subsystem called out a warning that the Prool was trying to overwhelm my operating systems. The Guardian firewalls were holding, but none of us had any idea how long they were capable of doing so. I caught a glimpse of Tria as I was pulled toward the ceiling once more. She was pouring a barrage of armor-piercing rounds into the lower portion of the Prool's shield. Just before I was whipsawed around and hurled into Clutch, I thought I saw sparks flying from its legs. My vision cleared, and I rolled off Clutch to my knees. I saw the Prool raise an appendage with a device on it. What I thought might be a tool flared on the end, and a lightning-like bolt flashed from it, striking Tria dead center. She was blown across the room by thunderous explosion. I screamed out her name, but got no answer. The beast in me raged, and I threw my arm up and gave the Prool a beam shot from about 40 feet. The energy release flattened me and sent a hurricane of body parts flying in all directions. The green bubble in front of the Prool flared a blinding white and disappeared, knocking the creature to the floor. It let out a warbling screech and tried to point its weapon at me. I was surprised to see the weapon explode, leaving a ragged stump where it was once mounted. I glanced to my right and saw Sail fire another volley from her pistols, collapsing one of the Prool's legs. The creature ducked behind a piece of equipment before I could re-engage it. Kuntz and Clutch were still trying to regain their senses from the beam shot. They were crawling through the grotesque collection of ground-up body parts. I could not locate Tria, and she still would not answer my desperate shouts. The beast in me must have felt I had rested long enough and forced me to my feet, my burning anger and hate for the loathsome machine egging me on. I stalked after the wounded Prool with the deadliest of intentions. I saw the glow of its power whip before I actually saw it coming. I extended my climbing hooks and shielded my face as it came swinging around for a head strike. There was a flare of bright sparks as the bludgeon cord broke one of my hooks and severed. I staggered backwards from the blow, but kept my footing. I was being driven forward by sheer will and a thirst for revenge. I could see the monstrosity scurrying to the back of the room, flailing its severed whip and dragging a shattered mechanical leg. We once again heard the blaring, loud cacophony of languages, and now they were singing a different tune. "You are the minions of the ancient enemy. You must be sterilized." A bright beam flashed from somewhere in the back of the room, connecting with the Prool. The upper half of its capsule-shaped body burst open in a shower of molten metal. The remains of the machine were brutally smashed into a wall where it collapsed and did not move. I could not think of a more fitting way to shut up that retching, warbling noise the oversized blender was emitting. I was stunned by the shockwave of the beam blast, and when I fully regained my senses, I heard Tria shouting my name over our secure comms channel. Her voice was like a cool, calming breeze to my heat-driven rage. I saw her stagger around the side of a piece of machinery, and all thoughts of the beast were gone. I ran to her and held her in my arms. The front of her armor was crushed inward and burnt down to the inner liner. I could only think of evacuating her out of this hellhole. But she held up a hand. "Nathan, the air was forced from my lungs by the creature's weapon strike, and I was unable to speak. The weapon depleted its energy on my outer armor and did not penetrate my nanite reservoir. As long as the reservoir and my inner armor remain intact, I am still combat effective." I was going to voice my doubts, but was interrupted by a warning from the operative. "Nathan! Another Prool is exiting the lift tube!" I had forgotten all about the nanites we carried in our heat sink reservoirs, and the menu appeared in my visor. One simply said, "Attack Mode." I selected it, and a target designator appeared on my HUD. I threw my arm up, and a high-pressure nozzle extended from the top of my hand. The Prool was moving incredibly fast and leaped to the side before Tria could hit it with a beam shot. I was trying to get the nanite weapon to discharge when the word "Hold" flashed in front of my face. Kuntz and Clutch were covering our backs and were used to the fact that our troubles always came in multiples. They were blowing the hell out of everything, trying to hit the Prool Hunter with simultaneous double taps from their beam weapons. The machine was making insane leaps back and forth behind pieces of equipment, firing its energy weapon at us. We were maneuvering equally as hard to avoid being struck. A great number of the artifacts closest to the lift tube were now useless piles of slag. Kuntz or Clutch made a lucky hit on the Prool's shield. It flared and disappeared, staggering the machine and driving it into the deck. But it quickly righted itself and loosed a barrage that sent all of us scurrying for cover. Tria was pulling me along with her, and I finally noticed my HUD was blinking back in attack mode. I lurched away from her, toward the machine's position. My crew was yelling for me to stop, and the beast was ignoring them. I ran around the side of a piece of machinery and ducked under the flailing blow of the machine's bludgeon whip. I fired the nanite weapon and was shocked that it only fired a fist-sized gray glob onto the machine's armor. The Prool thanked me by savagely smashing me to the floor and trying to drive one of its ice-pick appendages through my armor. I was too close for my crew to engage it with their beam weapons. They were yelling out my name and unleashing a firestorm of anti-personnel rounds at the machine. The shrapnel sounded like a hailstorm on my armor. The Prool Hunter was forced to retreat. I shook my head to clear it and got up on all fours and crawled as fast as I could through the carnage around me. I rounded the corner on one of the large machine pedestals and came visor to visor with the operative. She struck me a proper blow to the side of my helmet with one of her fists. "You primate! If you pull some scat like that again, I will kill you myself!" Tria came crashing into us as she leaped behind our cover. She was not happy. I was going to let her know that I was not harmed, but she cracked me upside the head. "Nathan, do not let the demon inside of you throw your life away." I was going to explain what I was attempting to do when we heard the Prool screeching out its high-pitched warbling. We could hear it thrashing about wildly, and I was afraid that Clutch was brawling with the machine. We got to our feet and peeked around the pedestal. I could see both Kuntz and Clutch just across from us, and they were doing the same thing. The crashing noises intensified as well as its warbling screech. We could see ground-up body parts and debris being thrown in all directions. We started slowly advancing toward the ruckus with our beam weapons up and ready. All of a sudden, the Prool Hunter rolled out of cover, thrashing about on the deck. It was smashing its whip and appendages into its own body, then dove toward the lift tube, leaving us staring wide-eyed in disbelief of what we just witnessed. The machine disappeared down the shattered tube, and Clutch stormed forward, yelling a warning. "Antimatter out!" He let one fly and boosted away. The whole room seemed to buck under our feet, and we were all sent crashing into the ceiling and then dumped onto the floor or a piece of machinery. I wasn't sure what Clutch saw in the tube, but was thinking maybe Justice should take away his toys for being a bad boy. We were attempting to regain our footing in case another Prool tried to make good on the Voice's declaration of sterilization. It was a mistake. The whole ship shook, knocking us to the deck. I was sprawled out on top of Tria, and she grabbed me in an embrace. It was comforting, but left me wondering, what the hell? I decided that Clutch was not satisfied with my earlier attempt to blow us all up, and must have been trying to one-up me. "Clutch! Cease fire!" I thought I heard a retort of some kind over the ringing in my ears. Then we were sent flying by back-to-back bone-jarring impacts. This time I knew it had nothing to do with Clutch, because his big ass was sitting on my helmet. I rolled him off none too gently. "Commander, I only fired one round." I wasn't sure what to think about the crazy big secondaries. I was looking around for Kuntz, but he was nowhere in sight. I saw Tria was a few feet away, and she was digging in the debris and body parts. She pulled the operative upright from the surreal mess we were crawling through. "Kuntz, are you injured?" "Commander, I am up here." I looked up in time to see the little Grawl come flopping down off of a large piece of machinery. "Commander, I must caution you on releasing antimatter in such close proximity to our positions. The probability of serious injury is high." I frowned because I always get the blame whenever shit blows up in our faces. The point wasn't worth arguing because my past record for such destructive behavior spoke for itself. I was going to plead my innocence and tell them about shooting the Prool with a nanite weapon, but was interrupted when the voice of the real guilty party came over our group comms.
Commander, your telemetry indicates all armor suits have serious battle damage and are less than optimal for combat operations. I also note all strike team members have abrasions, contusions, and trauma. I have closed with your position, but wreckage is blocking access to your location. I recommend immediate evacuation. I didn't think I have ever welcomed the sound of Justice's voice more than I did right at the moment. How did you find us? Our comms went dead when we entered the upper decks. I detected your antimatter detonation. It was necessary to disable the ship's primary weapons before I could close with your estimated position. My attempts to re-establish communications with you resulted in the alien ship shearing in half. That explained our rough ride. The only way Justice could do that was with the Legacy's main weapons. He was making surgical strikes dangerously close to our location. Justice, we still have unfinished business. We were attacked by Prool hunters, and more may be present near our location. The 6 large heat signatures I detected while you were investigating the ship pursued you when you disappeared from my sensors. They are no longer emanating traceable emissions, and I detect no heat signatures near your location. I do, however, detect a much larger heat source that is also the terminus of the unidentified power current flowing through the remains of the ship. The heat is radiating from a bulkhead located 960 feet aft of your position. We slowly got to our feet and looked each other over. All of our armor suits were a mess. My needle gun was missing, and the 3 barrels of my minigun were bent. I didn't have a clue what fate befell my shotgun because I lost it right after the battle started. I was surprised to see the operative was actually in fair shape. She was fortunate she did suffer the same treatment as Tria. It was debatable whether or not the Chalt armor would have saved her life. 44. We were never given the chance to discover what was beyond this room. Now I wondered what the mysterious source of the weird static discharge would turn out to be. But first things first. Justice, contact the SIG through our buoy relay and tell them we need this sector isolated from outside interference. Sale didn't like it and was very vocal in her protest. Nathan, you should alert my people to what we have discovered. They will dispatch a containment team to secure this area and the surrounding system. They have the experience when it comes to these matters. The SIG do not. Nice speech, Sale. In the event I put you in charge, you can exercise that option. Since I am not likely to do that, we are going to do it my way. Message relayed, Commander. I looked Sale square in the eyes. If you choose to signal your people against my orders, it will be the last time you will ever do it in our company. The look on her face said the thought had crossed her mind. She nodded and turned away. Kuntz tapped me on the back and presented me with my gore-covered shotgun. I smiled and banged it on a piece of machinery, clearing the barrels. Justice, do you have a hard lock on our location? Yes, Commander. I am also detecting a moderate quantity of highly contaminated atmosphere leaking from your location. Due to the nature of the combat damage on Tria's battle armor, I recommend she be evacuated to the Legacy. I can start immediate repairs to restore the full protective capabilities of her armor. I turned to Tria, but the defiant look on her face said, "Oh, hell no," on so many different levels that I was sure broaching the subject would turn out to be futile. I had to at least try, because not inquiring might turn out to be a pitfall as well. Maybe if I asked politely as a favor to me, Tria would... No! That was good enough for me, and it was time to move on. Clutch, take the lead. Let's go. I stepped behind Clutch as he took off, wading through the carnage. Tria attempted to go next, but I took her by the arm and pulled her behind me. I trudged forward, and she followed without comment. Kuntz lined up behind her, and then the operative. The mess on the deck finally thinned out, and movement became much easier. Kuntz called to me. "Commander, I have a theory on the nature of the machinery in this chamber. While it might be speculation on my part,
I believe I will be proven correct." "I am all ears, Kuntz. Let's hear it." "All of the devices in this chamber are captured power sources the Pruul were attempting to take back to their home galaxy for reverse engineering." That statement gave me pause, and we slowed to inspect one of the large pieces of machinery. I didn't have a clue what I was looking at, but I was thinking Kuntz might be right. I thought back to the data the Overseer related to us. According to the intel, all outbound resources were being transported out of the galaxy on Pruul supercarriers. This ship was immense, but nowhere near the reported size of a supercarrier. Until we could thoroughly investigate the ship, it would only lead to more questions than answers. I waved Clutch on, and we moved out once more. We came to an area void of machinery and could see a huge ribbed bulkhead with an equally large hatch on it. Clutch stopped in front of the door and rapped his armored fist on it.
"Commander, this door may be several feet thick. I don't know what they are hiding, but they must place great value on it.
If the Pruul had something valuable enough to hide it in a giant vault, then I wanted whatever it might be." The infrared setting in my visor showed the wall glowing orange with heat. The exterior of the bulkhead was reading 200 degrees. Now I was wondering if this was a generator room of some kind. The only way to find out was to open the door, and we just happened to have skeleton keys that usually opened all locked doors we encountered. Clutch led us back a safe distance and raised his beam weapon. Sale ducked behind one of the pieces of equipment, but not before commenting, "You would think that my generosity with my people's military and industrial tech would have rewarded me with a similar weapon." Kuntz, as a rule, was always the quickest on the draw when it came to verbal sparring. He was a silver-tongued devil that got his say whether you liked it or not. This time was no exception, and I was actually pleased with his retort. "You would think shedding our blood in service to your people would have rewarded us with transporter tech." That netted him a sour look from the operative. Clutch decided we had talked enough and hit the giant door low on its left side with a beam shot. Molten metal blasted outward like a fountain, but the door held tight. Clutch looked back at me and nodded toward the door. Tria, Kuntz, and I lined up with him and raised our arms. The operative disappeared, seeking shelter and safety. Clutch yelled, "Fire!" The blast blew door fragments in all directions. We could now see a hole with bright light shining back at us. It was big enough we could crawl through. As we got closer to the door, we could see that it was more than 4 feet thick. The edges of the molten hole rapidly quit glowing, but my sensors still detected a torrent of 260-degree heat jetting from the hole. Clutch leaned down and looked inside, and then turned back to us with a frown. He got down on all fours and started crawling through. We quickly lined up behind him and followed. Exiting the hole next to Clutch, I could see why he frowned. In front of us was a shimmering pale green wall spanning the width of the room. On the other side was a gigantic globe sitting on several metal supports. It was 25 feet wide and almost 60 feet tall. I wanted to laugh because it was glowing brightly and kind of resembled a light bulb. It had a metal dome hanging over it that had large, rope-like cables extending all the way to the ceiling more than 200 feet above us. I was going to step forward to take a closer look when the blaring voices yelled out in hundreds of dialects, "Stop! It is forbidden for biological vermin to pervade the domain of your masters. All species of the ancient enemy will be singled out for eradication. The worlds you infest will be sterilized for eternity." I wasn't sure, but I thought the voices were coming from the glowing globe. I wasn't about to take that crap from what appeared to be an oversized light bulb. "We noticed you already tried that. How's that working out for you?" My crew and the operative gave me incredulous looks for mouthing off in the Scrun dialect. I was just covering my ass and the planet of my birth in case the freaking light bulb had the ability to back up the threats. It was almost funny, right up until its supports started lengthening into legs, and it stood up. Justice decided it was time to give me a no-shitter. "Commander, After carefully studying your observations and findings, I now conclude you are speaking to a cruel hive mind. You should exercise great caution in what you choose to say or reveal to it." "Thanks, Justice. It would have been nice if you could have said something 10 minutes ago." "We opened fire with our beam weapons, but they only made the green barrier field flare and turn opaque. The barrier was a Starship-quality shield system. If our heaviest weapons could not penetrate it, we were in trouble up to our eyeballs. Shields were designed to stop incoming fire, but not outgoing. We decided it might be better to go elsewhere and discuss tactics." Kuntz and the operative turned and headed toward the hole in the door. Tria and I grabbed Clutch by the back of his armor and started dragging him with us as he kept firing away at the shield. "Clutch, we need to get back to the Legacy. Take the lead, now." He finally turned away, and judging by the way his suit was venting, he was pretty pissed off. That is when I started hearing a whining noise that was gaining in intensity. We glanced over our shoulders and saw that not all of the machine's metallic appendages were legs. One of them was, in fact, a large-barreled weapon with a spike sticking out the end. And it was glowing brighter by the second. "Commander, you must evacuate the area immediately. The current that once flowed through the remains of the ship is now flowing back to its source. I am detecting a massive power spike coming from your location." The operative and Kuntz disappeared through the hole. I was trying my best to shove Tria through behind them, while Clutch was doing the same to me. Justice's voice boomed out over our group comms. "Take cover, now!" We were assaulted by the ear-splitting sound of a jackhammer directly over our heads. The shock and vibration bounced us about the floor. There was a blinding flash behind us that was followed by an explosion that drove Clutch into me with such force I was blown through the hole in the door and into my sprawled crewmates. I was seeing double and shook my head several times to clear my vision. When I could see clearly, I realized I was staring into Sail Nolan's faceplate. I had no idea how I ended up on top of her. "Are you enjoying yourself, primate? Get off me!" I rolled over and found Tria pulling Kuntz to his feet. "Clutch!" I heard a groan.
"Over here, Commander."
He was spread-eagled, half buried in debris on the other side of the operative. The backside of his armor looked like the front of Tria's. He rolled over and slowly sat up.
"I would be fine if it were not for my helmet colliding with the rear of your armor."
I could now dismiss the thought he had been putting his boot to my ass. I looped back at the hole in the door. Gore, dirt, and debris were flying into it. Whatever happened caused explosive decompression on the other side of the door. The remaining atmosphere on our side quickly depleted, and all was still once more. We were fortunate to still have gravity, or we would be swimming in an ocean of gore. Clutch crawled back to the opening in the door and peeked through. He gave me a wave of his arm, and I crawled in behind him. The once brightly lit room was now a dim, shadowy chamber. The first thing we noticed was the shield was down and the hive mind was in a heap. The metal dome and cables were collapsed on top of it. I looked to the ceiling high above us and saw 3 large ragged holes blown downward through the overhead, and the Legacy's bright searchlights flashing around the exterior of the holes. The huge round junction where the hive mind's cables terminated was destroyed and glowing a bright orange that was slowly fading. The rest of my team was now through the hole and cautiously approaching the huge hive mind. They had their beam weapons up and ready. The large weapon and 2 of the metal monster's legs were shattered, splayed pieces of scrap. Justice calmed a warning to us. "Commander, the hive mind is still emanating heat and energy. While it may appear to be gravely wounded, I recommend you keep your distance." Clutch and I decided we would remedy that situation, and raised our weapons once more. The operative yelled out, "No, Nathan!" We turned and stared at her in disbelief. "Please, Nathan, let me call my people and take the hive mind back to our Proul Research Center. The knowledge we could gain from this creature is priceless." Then, Justice surprised the crap out of me. "Commander, I concur with the operative. To destroy the hive mind would be the loss of valuable information on thousands of subjugated races and possibly locations of other hive mind lifeboats." "Lifeboats?" "Yes. It was the closest human word to describe this vessel. The hive mind's supercarrier was destroyed by Guardian forces, and this vessel escaped the wreckage. It was pursued under intense fire, but managed to blind jump to this location. Its damaged power source went critical and had to be ejected before it detonated. It has been trapped here for more than 270 years. How the hell would you know that? The hive mind was attempting to subvert my systems from the minute we arrived at this location. When that failed, it tried coercion. It said it would spare your lives if I submitted to it. My rail cannon strikes destroyed its power conduits and its ability to manipulate the ship. It knew I could defeat it and destroy its existence, and it has offered me amnesty if I shelter it from further harm. To say we were stunned by this revelation would be an understatement. Justice? Please tell me you did not attempt to absorb that thing. No, Commander. I was well aware of the machine's deceitful intentions. I did, however, let a measured amount of information download into the data device I designed to contain the Chalt predatory programs. What? The Overseer was confident the anti-intrusion programs from his former reality are more than capable of containing any cruel infectious attacks. When the hive mind determined it had been tricked, it attempted to corrupt the information we gained, but it only managed to delete or encrypt a small portion of the data. The Overseer shut down its access and closed off all firewalls. Zul is in the process of building an isolation chamber from our supply of artifacts. Once completed, the data cube will be sequestered in the brig. Tria, Clutch, and I were speechless at what had been taking place while we were getting put through a ringer. Kuntz, on the other hand, had a smile on his face, and for the life of me, I could not figure out why. Commander, Justice and the operative are correct. The information could lead us to hidden Proof facilities or possibly reveal the coordinates of other worlds that were subjugated. My small human mind was just now comprehending the possible benefits of what I was hearing. Clutch looked like he just ate a spoiled sea snake. He took matters into his own hands and threw his arm up and blew one of the hive mind's legs to shrapnel, sending the machine crashing into the wall. Everyone yelled out at the same time, "Clutch!" The frown on his face turned to a smirk. "Commander, I saw it move." "Justice, is that thing still alive?" "Yes, Commander. It is attempting to bargain for its existence." "Oh, really? It wants the vermin to stop destroying it." "What is it offering us?" "It is not offering us anything. It is offering me a share in the rule of this galaxy when they return to end the biological infestation." The beast in me roared its displeasure, and without conscious thought, I threw my arm up and blew its only remaining legs to pieces. I yelled out at the machine, "It might be a good idea to beg the biologicals in this cesspool for your worthless existence." "Commander, your attack has breached its containment dome and has destroyed a number of its processing entities." "Is it going to die?" "No. As long as it still possesses active processing entities, it will survive." "How many are in there?" "It has not revealed the actual number, but I surmise more than 1,000,000. We all jumped when Clutch unexpectedly beam-shot the hive mind's base structure, blowing a large piece off and sending it crashing once more into the sidewall. We all stared at him with shocked looks on our faces. The big lug had a huge, toothy grin on his face. "Ha! How many are in there now, Justice?" "Clutch! Hold your fire!" Sail was on the verge of blowing her top. "Nathan! You need to put a leash on that mutinous Tybor before he destroys more irreplaceable data." "Sail, do me a favor and shut up. I do not need you adding your input. Do you understand?" Tria grabbed a hold of my arm, and I took a deep breath. I gave Clutch the worst stink-eye I could muster and pointed a finger at him. The smile disappeared from his face, and he gave the operative a stern look. The vent covers were blown off the back of his armor, and the vents were sending a steamy, non-stop stream of stench into the void. The operative stormed to the hole in the vault door and stood there with all her arms crossed. I waved my crew over, and we put some distance between us and her. We huddled, and Kuntz let us know what he thought should happen. I had to agree with the little girl's assessment.
Commander, we should let the Chult take the hive mind, but tell them on one condition. They must take a scientist and an engineer from our science team with them. Make it understood our people will share in all information and research. We are to have unfettered access and a dedicated IST to transmit the findings back to Alpha Base. If they don't agree to that, tell them we don't need their help.
It was an excellent idea, and we had to give the little Grawl his due. He was definitely using his high IQ to our advantage. I clasped him on the shoulders. Kuntz, why don't you inform the operative what we have decided? That put a big smile on his face. He turned to where Sale was standing and headed in her direction with a noticeable strut. Tria got us back to business.
Nathan, we have a tremendous amount of tech in and around this ship. We need to take steps to secure as much of it as possible.
I heard a few choice Chalt oaths, and the operative stalked in my direction. I shut her down. Sale, if that doesn't work for you, then option number 2 is your people can send one scientist and one engineer to Alpha Base. They can study the hive mind under the watchful eyes of my science team. Justice interrupted our parley. Commander, Sushi is on station just outside of the nebula with 4 SIG combat fleets. They are moving to encircle our location. Thanks, Justice. Open a comms channel I can link with him. Comms active. Sushi. Thank you for your assistance. We have stumbled across a large quantity of artifacts and technology. We need you to secure the area so we can collect as much of it as possible. Can you send a message to Tam Lin that we have need of immediate freighter service?
Freighter service into the nebula?
Yes. How many do you have available?
We have 2 that are capable of holding a ship the size of the Legacy in their holds, and 6 additional sized down to slightly larger than what you purchased from us. One of our largest is presently offloading supplies and military hardware at our new base of operations. It can be available in 1 work cycle, if that will help you. Will that be sufficient?
It will be a start, but we will need all of them.
Did I correctly hear you say you need all of our available freighters?
Yes. The sooner they can arrive, the better. Now my brain was working overtime. The ex-Scrun base that the SIG took over was a single 1-hour and 20-minute jump from our present location. It would be an excellent relay point and storage area for the materials we were going to strip off of the ship. I would call Broza and get my new freighter involved as well. It would only cost me crew time to pay him and Hylet. Okay, Sushi. Send the freighter when it is available, and as many tugs as you can spare. I would like to make a proposal that will pay for all the upkeep on your new base.
I like the sound of that, Nathan Myers. What do you have in mind?
I would like to rent storage space at your facility. I want to store all of the recovered artifacts at your location and keep them under your protection. I will, of course, share some of the artifacts after they have been properly cataloged and sorted. How does that sound to you?
That is most agreeable to me and my people. How much space will you need?
Based on my previous visit, I would say all of it. Name your price.
Nathan Myers, if it were not for you, we would not have a base of operations in this sector. I have a suggestion. You pay us for the use of our freighters and pay us standard shipping fees for the distance traveled. Once everything is moved, we will supply secure storage and personnel to watch over it for 20% of the artifacts after you catalog the merchandise.
I was speechless, because I was going to offer 30% and 2 million credits every 40 work cycles. Sushi, you have a deal. You and your people will also net additional considerations as they become available. His booming laugh filled my helmet.
Nathan Myers, we have not spent the profits from our previous dealings. You have made a large number of my people extremely happy. You have made lifelong friends with the SIG. May you grow inordinately old and wealthy.
You too, my friend. My crew seemed jubilant, and it was catching on until I turned and saw the look Sale was giving me. Tria gave me a nudge in the operative's direction. I frowned at her, and she gave me her golden smile. There was no bitching about it after that. What's it going to be, Sale? Your place or mine? The look on her face darkened another shade. Save your fancy play on words for someone who gives a scat. After all we have been through and the wealth of tech I have turned over to you, this was the last thing I expected. What, may I ask, were you expecting? Not to be treated like a throg, but as a partner. Now who's full of scat? You have been playing both sides against each other since we've met. The grimace on her face said loads. Her silence verified the truth of the matter. I don't know why you are so down in the dumps. You are about to be the most famous principal investigator the Chalt people has ever known. You are going to bring home a live cruel hive mind. Nobody that I know of has ever managed a feat like that. You will be able to write your own ticket from now on, and nobody, with the exception of myself, will ever question your orders. She chewed on my words with gritted teeth, and the frown eased from her face. You might be correct in your assumption that I may finally be given untethered freedom from the Council. You know the deal. Make the call. As a special gift just for you, I will throw in the whole Prul ship when we have everything we want. Her voice was laced with sarcasm. You are so generous. Okay, I take it back. I will give it to the SIG instead. No, I didn't say I did not want it. I smiled and turned my back on her. Let me know when your people arrive. I will have Justice let the SIG know so they will let them pass. Sale made a very unladylike sound, but no further comments. Justice, we are going to need an opening in the next chamber over. Use your tow beam to fill the hangar and cargo bay with as much of the salvage in there as possible. I have been discussing the matter with Engineer Kuntz. We have already determined the best course of action. I will remove the remnants of the lift tube where Clutch detonated an antimatter munition. It will require several strikes from the Legacy's rail cannons. I suggest you assemble in the far end of the hive mind's chamber. I also recommend you make yourself comfortable on the deck to avoid the adverse effects generated by the shock waves. Have you located any more of the cyborgs that were attacking us? Most had gathered behind the large heat signatures. The Troopmaster's antimatter round exploded right in the middle of the formation. The hostile combatants were either disintegrated or blown out the bottom of the tube into the void. The discharge enabled me to locate your position. Roger that. I will let you know when we are ready. Acknowledged, Commander. I am maneuvering to that location now. The crew had listened in to my conversation and was already moving to the back of the chamber. Sale was still talking to the powers that be and was making wild gyrations with her arms. I would have loved to hear the story she was laying on them. I shook my head and walked over and looped my arm in one of hers and led her to the back of the chamber. That netted me a frown and her trying to tug free. I refused to let go until we were in a group once more. We sat down, and she gave us a funny look and turned her back to continue her report. Tria leaned into me and held on. I smiled at her. Ready when you are, Justice. 45. The operative picked herself up off the deck with a look of disbelief on her face. Is that defective AI trying to kill us all? I tried to warn her to sit down, but she chose to rage on, only to be toppled again. This time, she was smart enough to stay seated. Justice made his third and final strike. Commander, the opening is of sufficient size. I can begin loading. Okay, Justice. Starting with the Uleron power generator, I want everything that hasn't been demolished loaded onto the Legacy. If the hive mind thought it was important enough to load onto its lifeboat, I want it. Affirmative, Commander. We got to our feet and moved to the hole in the door. Sale was pissed about being knocked on her ass and was giving me a withering stare. Come on, Sale. We are going to the Legacy. Are you mad? We must stand guard over the hive mind. Be my guest. As far as I am concerned, if that shitsack can spout a new set of legs and crawl out of here without Justice reducing it to atoms, it can carry on. My crew disappeared through the hole, and I turned to look back at Sail. She decided to join us after all. There was no longer gravity on the backside of the door, and the crap floating around was being swirled around by Justice pulling the Uleron power plant from its pedestal and out the huge opening he had made. Justice, is the hive mind capable of repairing its battle damage?
Negative, Commander. It would require assistance from other Prool assets, and all have been eliminated. I have cautioned the operative on the need to keep unprotected personnel and AI-operated machinery away from the area to avoid possible subjugation attempts by the hive mind.
What did she say to that?
She was insulting, and claimed her people were capable of handling the situation.
Let it go. It's just Sail being Sail.
She will find when she returns to the Fury that the sanitary facilities in her personal quarters are not as intelligent as she claims.
Oh, man. The squabbles Justice has with Kuntz were irritating enough, but this thing with Sail was turning into a full-blown feud. I needed to change the subject before I got dragged into it. What do you make of the Uleron power plant being here?
It shows signs of battle damage that was not inflicted upon it during your assault on the hive mind's lair. I suspect it was taken as salvage from a battle involving Uleron warships. It was a battle the Prool obviously won. I believe it was the hive mind's intent to take it back to its home galaxy to reverse engineer the device and incorporate it into the Prool arsenal. Many of the pieces of machinery are similar in design, but some appear to be parts of weapons. I believe our scientists will be able to properly assess the nature of your discoveries.
The crew and I boarded the Legacy and exchanged our combat armor for the lighter Chalt recon armor. We spent several hours exploring parts of the ship that were not totally wrecked. It was determined that a large quantity of the salvage was collected from the races that stumbled across the Prool ship. The collection was an accumulation from almost 300 years. Tria, Kuntz, and the operative described much of the clutter as junk, and we assumed it was being collected for the materials. Justice informed us a fleet of 40 Chalt warships transitioned into the sector and were en route to our location. Sail's flagship was already working its way through the rock fields and would join up with us shortly. Justice moved the Legacy well away from the Prool ship to rendezvous with the Fury. We were glad to be able to get the operative off the Legacy. Her irritating behavior was getting on everybody's nerves. When the Fury closed with the Legacy, I escorted Sail to the hangar door, waiting for it to come alongside. In a pretentious display of indifference, she extracted herself from her armor and stood naked, waiting for a boarding tube to be extended into the Legacy's hangar. She gave me a sneer. "Tell the defective AI I no longer have use for his services, and he can keep the armor." Man, was she ever going to have a meltdown when she finds out she was right about Justice inhabiting her ship. She stepped into the tube, and it was retracted into the Fury. I laughed out loud because I wondered what she would tell her crew when they opened the boarding tube to find their captain battered, bruised, and naked. I was glad Tria was with Zul and Kuntz inspecting the Uleron power plant. I was pretty sure she would not have appreciated what just took place. A huge Chalt research vessel maneuvered over the Prool ship, and engineers cut an opening into the top of the hive mind's control room. They lowered an isolation chamber big enough to contain the hive mind down into the hole. A specially prepared containment team with manually operated gravity jacks loaded the Prool into the chamber and hauled it up to the research vessel. The ship rapidly moved away, with a 30-warship escort surrounding it, and quickly jumped out of the system. 10 of the Chalt warships took up station around the nebula to await the Chalt salvage armada that was on its way to our location. I once again enlisted Sushi's aid in speeding up our salvage efforts. I offered up another large quantity of credits, and he happily volunteered a large number of his fleet's engineers to aid us. By the time the freighters started showing up, we had a good idea what we would take with us and what we would leave to the Chalt. We spent more than a week methodically picking apart the massive junkyard, only taking enough time to eat and sleep for short periods. We were exhausted, but were nearing the end of the project. During my short rest periods, I was thinking hard about the mining site on the sterilized planet. If we could get some work crews started on the tunnel entrance, we could get the cavern decontaminated and cleaned out. I was thinking a visit with Tam Lin might get the ball rolling. Our current salvage operation was costing upwards of 100 billion credits. The value of our salvage should easily pay that figure back with dividends. The mining operation could make huge profits if I was to get it back up and running. There was already a large quantity of valuable materials just sitting there for the taking. We would need to decontaminate the containers and find the right person to sell it to. I suspected Tria's people would take great interest in the material, but Tam Lin's outlets would probably bring in higher profits. At some point, I would consider buying a larger, more modern freighter. We were in the 10th day of our salvage operation, and I was dead tired. At the end of the work period, we would be turning over the remains of the Prul ship to the Chalt. Their salvage fleet was orbiting the wreck like a flock of buzzards circling a carcass. I couldn't wait to get out of the nebula, and had promised my crew we would take a vacation. They had never heard of such a thing and knew nothing of the concept. After explaining it to them, they gave me funny looks. Laying around, aimlessly wasting time doing nothing while squandering credits, did not seem to appeal to them. I assured them I would pick up the tab, but was voted down by the majority. We would be returning to Alpha Base to make modifications and improvements to the Legacy and our battle armor. Flight testing the daggers was also high on our list of agendas. The salvage operation was now complete. The SIG returned to their base with a final shipment of artifacts. I paid Broza and Hylet for their time and sent them on their way to take care of clan business. I found it interesting that we had heard nothing from the operative. When the Chalt salvage fleet showed up, she disappeared without a word. I guess her newfound fame was enough to keep her occupied, and she could find no spare time to annoy me. The crew and I were sitting in the galley picking at our food, trying not to fall asleep. If it were not for Clutch's unique eating habits, we might have. Justice gave us a sitrep that opened all our eyes. "Commander, the Overseer has decrypted a small quantity of the information from the hive mind's memory files. Extraordinary information has come to light. 227 Earth years ago, the hive mind sent an incredibly powerful energy burst at a target outside of this galaxy. The target was a location in the Andromeda Galaxy. The Overseer was able to accurately decipher the coordinates. That got our attention, and we were wide awake now. What are you telling us, Justice? Commander, we now have the target coordinates necessary to travel to the Andromeda Galaxy. I was speechless. We now had intergalactic capabilities. We had a way of striking at the Prul if they still existed in Andromeda. There was only one way to find that out, and it would require a trip to the target location. A sobering thought crossed my mind. It might turn out to be a suicide mission. Dead core jumping into the middle of a Prul installation could prove to be a very unhealthy decision. Did the Overseer find anything else of interest? Yes, he has uncovered what appears to be a number of inquiries to encoded locations throughout this galaxy. We are working together to break the encryption and identify the locations. I will alert you to any additional findings. My crew got up from the table and was headed to the lift tube. They deserved a long, uninterrupted sleep period. I took Tria by the hand, and we followed Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool up the tube to the bridge level. I had made myself some promises, and decided it was high time I kept them. I smiled at Tria, and could tell she was tired. I decided to take matters into my own hands, and grabbed her up and threw her over my shoulder. At first, she seemed surprised, but then I heard her laugh. I didn't care who was watching, and I started marching to my quarters. I didn't have a care in the universe, right up until Justice hailed me. Commander, the operative needs to urgently speak with you. Justice, you can tell the operative to go jump in the void. I am not taking her calls, and I want the IST and backscatter units shut off until further notice. Commander, she said to tell you the Prul research facility has gone dark. What?